How's everybody doing? Welcome back to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. We're going to hop right into things as we do have a tornado warning that was just issued back over here in western Nebraska. And we have a lot of warnings out there right now. There's like 5 different areas that we're watching for severe weather today. This is one of them where we are watching for really the greatest concern for tornadoes will be in parts of western Nebraska and northwest Kansas and even parts of Texas. We'll get to that here in just a second, but we already have a tornado warning in effect for areas north of Sydney and north of Interstate 80 near Gurley, as there is some rotation right now approaching Gurley, Nebraska. Again, just north of Interstate 80. If you're in this particular pink polygon, make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. As that storm does continue to track down to the south and east, it will be producing the potential for a tornado, as it is a relatively discrete supercell. But we are also watching for the threat of upwards of tennis ball sized hail and even some damaging winds out of this that could be as high as 60 to 70 miles per hour. So this storm in particular, definitely a little bit more concerning due to the nature of it being discrete, and it's also in a bit more of a favorable environment when it comes to the potential for a tornado. We are also watching the storm developing north of Sterling, Colorado. If this is able to stay discrete, that could also produce an isolated tornado threat down the road. Once again, the greatest concern today when it comes to tornadoes will be out here in parts of western Nebraska. Let's get to the severe weather outlook here with the tornado threat. Notice that we have a 5% tornado risk across southwest Nebraska, including Kearney, North Platte, McCook, and Broken Bow, Nebraska, and as well as the Goodland areas in northwest Kansas, where we could also see an isolated tornado or two today. Notice that tornado risk goes all the way up into Canada and into North Dakota and Minnesota, and it also goes all the way down into Texas. It is a huge area that we're talking about today for severe weather, which is the reason why, by the way, we're back in the weather studio, because this is supposed to be a pretty big threat overall. Notice the slight and even marginal threat. They go across over a dozen states. It is a massive area that we're talking about when it comes to severe weather today. The good news is that we don't have any sort of moderate or even high risk for severe weather, nothing like that, but we are talking at least about some scattered severe storms across this very large and narrow corridor across the Great Plains today. So we're going to be watching a lot of different areas. Notice also there is a 5% tornado risk back over in parts of the Texas Panhandle, including Amarillo and Lubbock. We could also see a few tornadoes over there over the next few hours. Notice the Storm Prediction Center did issue a new tornado watch. This was issued about an hour ago. We've yet to have any storms develop here, so a bit of an early tornado watch, but this area will be watching for tornadoes between now and about 11 o'clock, as this tornado watch will go until 11 p.m. Central Time. So if you're anywhere in the pink area here, you need to be vigilant, as there could be the chance for a few tornadoes. And notice right now, really nothing too crazy happening here. It's just right now just a large boundary here, right, set up across Interstate 27. But as we go later into the afternoon here, I do expect storms to quickly fire up between now and about 5 o'clock. So really in the next hour, we should start to see some pretty big thunderstorms firing up there. We also have another area of severe weather, which once again, we have about 5 or 6 different areas where we have different clusters or different areas basically of severe weather that we're watching for today. This is another one over in North Texas and southern Oklahoma. We do have some pretty significant storms happening here when it comes to just purely wind and hail. We've had damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. We've had plenty of quarter-sized hail out of these particular storms, which the majority of these right now are pushing either east or pushing southeast. Notice on the right side of your screen, we do have a live camera out of Lantana, Texas, until we have a storm chaser, which we'll have 2 storm chasers probably in the next, I think, 20 minutes or so. But overall, these storms are quickly moving into areas in North Texas, relatively fast-moving storms, and the main concern with any of this activity will be damaging winds back over in Gainesville, Sherman, and as well as back over into the DFW Metroplex, where damaging winds and large hail will all be possibilities. Overall, the tornado threat should stay low, but it's definitely not zero in North Texas, so we'll be keeping a close eye on this activity as we continue to go throughout the afternoon hours. Now, we did mention there's a tornado warning in Nebraska, and just a quick look at that again. Tornado warning right now north of Sydney, Nebraska. If you are in this pink polygon, once again, just seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Further to the north, we have another storm that's developed back over southeast of Hay Springs. This is again back over in northwestern Nebraska, where some half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds will be a possibility. And then back over in South Dakota, we do have some storms that are beginning to fire up here, anywhere from, Faith back into McLaughlin, any of those areas, looking at just some marginal threats for severe weather. But another area that we're going to have to watch for today for a more organized threat of severe weather will be in North Dakota, where we could end up seeing a couple of clusters of storms combining into one, eventually producing the threat for some more scattered to even numerous damaging winds as that moves towards Fargo and as well as Grand Forks, right along the Minnesota and North Dakota border. So we'll have to watch that closely as well. This storm that did develop back over northwest of Jamestown actually did produce a tornado before we went live. This was a public confirmed tornado of a stovepipe tornado, which is actually pretty impressive. Persisted for about 10 minutes before becoming rain wrapped. So that's kind of crazy right there. We actually had a stovepipe tornado back up here in North Dakota who had that on their bingo card today. That's pretty crazy. But the good news is that it really was in a very, very rural area. There's a couple lakes here, very minimal, there's not a whole lot of people that live in that area. That's at least the good news. Hopefully everybody's okay there. I think the tornado warning included like 250 people here just north of the Medina area, just south of Woodworth. So that's where we had a confirmed tornado earlier, which again was a stovepipe tornado, which is not something you see every day. But yeah, pretty crazy stuff back up there in North Dakota. All right, let's go back over to the tornado warning in Nebraska. And once again, this area of rotation that we're looking at right now near Gurley is currently producing the potential for a tornado. We've had nothing confirmed on this. One thing to keep in mind is that we have a lot of hail and the radar beam is looking west to east. So we could get some contamination with this particular storm when it comes to the rotation. We might not be able to see it clearly here. We have some visual of this rotation, but again, it looks relatively broad from what we're seeing on radar. It has maybe been trying to recycle. I think that's really what it's trying to do right now. But as it does continue to push to the southeast towards Lodgepole and Sydney, we could end up seeing a better shot there for a tornado. So we'll have to watch that closely. And then again, our other storm back over east of Highway 71 could also do something down the road. Back over into the Texas Panhandle, again, we're just waiting for storm development down here. Back over in the hill country of Texas, we are watching for a pretty large storm that's developing right now near Fort Stockton. We could get some Fort Stockton magic today. We've had a few days in a row here of some pretty significant storms, but this storm in particular, we'll have to watch for and see if it can really intensify. Again, we're very early into today's severe weather setup, at least for Texas. A lot of these storms will be firing up within the next hour or so, with damaging winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes all being possibilities. So for the timing today, we'll be watching for storms to initiate right along, basically Interstate 27 or just west of that near Lubbock and Amarillo, right around 5 to 6 o'clock. Once we get closer to 7 to 8 o'clock tonight, those continue to push eastbound. Anything that can stay discreet will have a pretty elevated chance there of producing at least very large hail, but also the potential for a tornado. Going into the overnight hours tonight, the storms do eventually move into central Texas and eventually going towards the DFW area. Anything that can stay alive in this sort of environment could produce damaging winds, but the tornado threat should be pretty close to zero after about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight down that direction. Back over in areas in the central plains, we're talking more about a linear line of storms today, but anything that can stay semi-discrete will have a better shot at producing a tornado or two. Notice we'll have a line of storms right around about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, and as this pushes to the east, we'll continue to watch for some damaging winds in Nebraska and as well as back over into Kansas. Once we get closer to 10, 11, 12 o'clock tonight, this starts to kind of weaken as it moves towards Omaha. Kansas City, you might see something tonight, but I'm not really expecting anything significant. And then as we go into the overnight hours, things start to weaken out overall as we go into Monday morning. Back over in the northern plains, we'll be watching for another cluster of storms to develop over the next couple of hours back over in North Dakota. Any storms that can stay, again, semi-discrete or discrete will have an elevated chance at producing an isolated tornado, in addition to some large hail and damaging winds. But the primary focus with this threat after 7 o'clock will be damaging winds, as this will become more of a linear line of storms, which means, again, just mostly a wind threat there. And then back over in Nebraska, notice again, pretty much all linear storms here for the next few hours between about 5 and 8 o'clock, but anything that can stay discrete before that will produce a better shot at a tornado. It looks like today will be live probably through about 9 or 10 o'clock, at least from what we're seeing on the convective trends, and computer models are kind of guiding us in that direction anyways. So it looks like today's stream probably going to be until about 8 or 9 o'clock. Obviously, we were live the other day for a tornado emergency, which obviously I don't think really anybody expected that the other day, but I just want to kind of throw it out there that anything can happen this year. We're now going into June, so maybe things will change, but anything can literally happen in this sort of environment. We definitely could see some more tornadoes today. So again, we'll be live probably for the next 4 to 5 hours, so just make sure you're subscribed to the channel and we'll keep you posted with the latest. And we will also have Storm Chaser Connor Croft with us and Storm Chaser Storm Media with us here shortly. I think Connor Croft will be with us around 5, and then Storm Media I think will be with us in about 10 to 15 minutes. I think they're chasing Nebraska today. Which would be probably close to this storm. And I think this storm actually looks really impressive visually. So once we have them up and going, then we'll pull them up and kind of show you what's happening out there. But right now, nothing confirmed, just radar indicated. I do think this is more of a hail threat, honestly, but we could still see an isolated tornado in this environment. Alrighty. By the way, thank you to Brandon and Marcus for both becoming members, and thank you, Marcus, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some hearts in the chat for Marcus. That is our highest tier membership on the channel. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Vincent, for the $4.99. I'm driving my semi-truck down I-29 in North Dakota. Wish me luck through the wind. Stay safe, man. I mean, truck driving is so dangerous, especially when it comes to the, storms like this, for example. It's not an easy environment to be, driving through with all the wind that we've had recently. I mean, we've had just so many wind events. And as we go into next week, by the way, or really this week, today's Sunday, but as we go into Monday into Tuesday, we're going to get a jet stream that favors actually a northwesterly flow. That could allow for a few lines of storms to push across parts of the Midwest and as well as the northern and central plains. So things could get interesting. We've been talking about that a lot in our last couple of videos. I do think the weather is going to get, it won't be probably as active as what we've had in May, but it will still be active at least through the rest of this week, with a few events coming, with mostly damaging winds being the main concern. Also, thank you, fan, for the £2 super chat. I'm well aware I cannot show Vince a stream. I do appreciate it, though. I think Storm Media is on this storm, if I'm not mistaken, so we'll have them in like 3 minutes. Even with that said, I think it's more about the structure right now, because I'm not really seeing any rotation here on radar. I mean, there really isn't much here, in my opinion. I think this is more of a wind threat right now. There was a brief stint of rotation near the beginning of this warning, but it's definitely broadened. Obviously, if you're in the warning, seek shelter, because this is a very poor radar coverage area, but we right now just have a visual more than anything of just significant hail. I mean, any of that black or pink or white, that's all just large to very large hail right now. So as that moves to the southeast, we'll continue to watch for more of a hail and wind threat. But obviously, an isolated tornado can't be ruled out, especially if it can stay discreet. That's really the most important thing at this point. And also thank you, Boris, for the $4.99. Anything for Sioux City, Iowa later today? Sioux City, Iowa. I don't think you're going to see much. If anything does happen over near the border, it would be just gusty winds or maybe some isolated damaging winds, because what this will all do is organize into a line of storms over the next few hours. And once that happens, it'll stay pretty intense, probably through about 9 o'clock or so, probably through Kearney and Grand Island. But as we get closer to like midnight, things are going to be a lot weaker. This is your current severe weather outlook for today. And just notice there's a slight risk there, with the enhanced risk being more predominant for wind and hail. But overall, I just don't think storms are going to be as intense once they get to Sioux City. But damaging winds is your main concern if you do end up getting any sort of severe weather today. So that's what I'd be prepared for, and that's what I'd be expecting back over there. And that also includes areas like Omaha as well. So basically anywhere back over on the border, that's what I'd be expecting. All right, let me go back to chat here. Hope everybody's doing well, by the way. Again, we are back in the weather studio today, and we will be here probably for the next 2 or 3 days. If anything does come up when it comes to severe weather, we'll be, live here in the weather studio. Obviously, our last live stream was not in the weather studio, but we'll be live in the weather studio whenever we need to over the next few days. We should be here through Tuesday or Wednesday. Right now, Monday and Tuesday do not look that significant when it comes to severe weather. Tomorrow, I believe, is just still, I don't know, I haven't seen the latest outlook, but I think it's still large marginal, or we have a little slight back over in the southern plains. So there's a low chance we go live tomorrow, but Tuesday would be the one day where I feel like we could go live, even though it's just a large marginal threat. This is what it looks like. We could actually go live for this if it gets upgraded. I think it will. I really think we're gonna have a line of storms on Tuesday, but right now it's just a elongated marginal threat there in the Midwest. But Tuesday really looks like the biggest day, I would say, of the week, even though it's only a marginal threat, unless some ingredients kind of change over the next few days. I feel like we're gonna have a pretty good amount of buoyancy too, so I don't know. I read the SPC outlook and they were kind of talking about limited buoyancy and stuff, but Oh no, we'll have to wait and see. The short-term cam, all the cam models will be coming out here in probably about 3 or 4 hours to kind of get to that point. So we'll see if things look intense for Tuesday. But I feel like we could get a mesoscale convective system on Tuesday in the Midwest. So just something I'm kind of, just letting you know ahead of time about. The confidence definitely is not there because it's only a marginal threat, but definitely could get upgraded down the road. So if you're over in the Midwest, just keep that in mind. Right now, it's kind of hard to tell what will happen, but it looks to be some at least sort of damaging wind threat. Maybe a couple of tornadoes. Your stream froze? It might have. We are good, though. Denison, Texas, and Valley View. Yeah, anywhere in North Texas right now is all wind and hail. We could see an isolated storm that produces...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That produces, like, an isolated brief tornado threat or something like that. But I think overall, most of these storms will just be wind and as well as some hail. The storm that's east of Valley View right now, though, might just be wind. Let me just double check this real quick. This is as of 4:11. There is possibly a little bit of rotation there. Let me get a shorter... We have a couple of the terminal radar sites. Whoa. Try to match this up real quick. This might just be a surge of wind, but I just want to double check here, because it might not be. Okay, that looks more like a wind threat, but there's at least... There might be some broad circulation there just out of Gainesville. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. That storm in particular... does have a bit of an inflow, even though this looks to be just a lot of storm mergers right now. We could get an isolated brief tornado. I think more than anything, though, this will be mostly a wind threat with damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. All right, we do have a new tornado warning back over in South Dakota. That's the new warning, and it would be this storm right here that is going towards Faith. So if you are in this pink polygon near Faith, South Dakota, make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building, as this storm could produce a tornado as it moves east-southeast. Relatively discreet cell here. So anything that can stay discreet like this storm today will have a better shot at producing a tornado threat. And so this storm right now definitely has that potential. We do have some storms firing up also near Rapid City. We have not covered Rapid City, I think, in 2 years. I'm not even kidding. I think the last time we went live for something here in Rapid City area was legitimately like... it's probably about 2 years ago. I mean, it's been a long time, but there are some strong storms there right now. Nothing severe quite yet. Whoa. That is some strong rotation. There might be a tornado on the ground here. Look at that thing. That is very strong circulation going towards Faith in South Dakota here. It is radar indicated rotation, but we definitely could get a tornado out of this. That is quite the rotation right now. Again, relatively rural area, but near 212, very strong rotation. If you are in this pink polygon, you got to seek shelter. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. This storm definitely has the potential to produce a tornado, and it could be strong. Just keep that in mind. This definitely could be a stronger tornado if it does drop. That circulation is definitely pretty strong. And sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm trying to pull up the Storm Chaser feed here. 1 moment, please. All right. Yeah, I think this might be on the ground. No debris signature, but we don't need a debris signature for there to be a tornado. This, I feel like, almost undoubtedly has a tornado. I mean, that rotation it's been like that for a few scans. I mean, it really intensified, but look at that. I think there is a tornado on the ground. I just don't think there's anything being, lifted up into the atmosphere. This might just be like a field or something, but that is a very strong couplet still, even on the latest scan. It's right where it would be. It's right in that hook. It's a pretty rain-wrapped circulation, but I really do think we have a tornado here. Going towards Faith, South Dakota. Yeah, CC isn't showing anything. I don't know the satellite in this area, like what it actually looks like. I could probably pull it up real quick, but I think it's just a lot of fields. Faith, South Dakota, satellite. Let me check. If it's just a lot of fields, then we will have absolutely, almost probably no debris signature, which that's what it looks like. It looks like just some fields right over here. It's approaching a small road near Route 12, it looks like. But there definitely could be a tornado with that. I mean, that circulation doesn't get much stronger than that on velocities. That's tight and confined. Whenever we have those reds and greens right next to each other in this sort of case, that would be definitely a possibility for a tornado here. Is there now a tornado possible in Texas? Okay, there isn't. I wouldn't be surprised though if that storm did get one. I don't see one though right now. Let me double check. That's Fort Stockton. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a brief tornado on the leading edge of this, if anything can become a bit more discreet. I just think a lot of this is wind. We definitely could get an isolated tornado, though, near, like, Pilot Point, for example. There is definitely some spin there. It's still a possibility that we get a tornado. Right side of your screen on that, or not the virtual rail fan, that's not a virtual rail fan, but the Lantana, Texas camera there, that is one area that is like kind of in the line of these storms, so we'll see if we get any view on that. There is some broad circulation though there back over in North Texas on that particular storm. Here's the latest radar scan. Still a pretty definitive area of strong rotation, pretty tight. Again, no debris signature, but by the looks of it, I'm looking at satellite imagery right now in this area. Again, it looks like a lot of like fields, hills, creeks. The only place that has anything that really could be damaged would be back over in Faith, which is an actual town here in South Dakota. But overall, there is probably a tornado on the ground. I just don't think it's lifting up anything right now near Route 212 in northwestern South Dakota. How's southern DFW looking today? I think southern DFW, I think anywhere in North Texas, honestly, will be predominantly a wind threat. Isolated hail being possible, and then maybe a brief threat at a tornado, which that was what we're watching for back over near Pilot Point. So definitely keeping a close eye on that. And obviously Pilot Point, for those that are, have been watching here for a little while, Pilot Point is an area that was just hit by a tornado only a few days ago. So it's not something that we can just entirely rule out right now, that they get hit by something else like that. Now, I think it's a low chance, but it's still possible. There's at least a wind threat there for sure. All right. We now have a tornado on the ground. There you go. It's now confirmed.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, so tornado is now officially confirmed. We kind of thought this was on the ground. Obviously, there's just no debris signature here. This is confirmed, though, by law enforcement, so it's not radar confirmed, anything like that. But the rotation's been strong here. You can make the debate that this has been on the ground for over 10 minutes now. It's just a matter of, it's been a very, rural area. There's really nothing here, just one road, and then the main town is Faith. So if you are in Faith, South Dakota, make sure that you are getting into your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, confirmed tornado on the ground with this. It's been very strong rotation this entire time, and this is now a tornado in progress, moving eventually towards Highway 73, and before it hits Highway 73, it'll be hitting a road called the Advance Road, which to me, it looks just like I don't see any buildings in the track of this particular area south of 212 other than Faith again, but just trying to give you call-outs here. It just looks like a lot of rural areas up until Faith. If this does end up hitting Faith, the Faith School District will be hit potentially by this if it does go a little bit more to the left, which right now it's on track to go east-southeast, but it cannot be ruled out going a bit closer to Faith. So if you are in Faith, just make sure you're seeking shelter here in South Dakota. There's also a couple of restaurants there, the Prairie Vista Inn in Faith. If you are near those areas, any of those areas I'm talking out or calling out, make sure that you're getting to your safe place. You got a Dollar General, you got a city park, but that's what we're looking at. This is, by the way, just a view of what we're looking at here in Faith. So it's a pretty condensed town. Luckily, it's not huge, but this is a pretty sizable town out here in northwestern South Dakota, pretty much northeast right now of Rapid City. Wow. I'm retweeting a photo from the stovepipe tornado that happened in North Dakota earlier on Twitter at Max Velocity WX. That is a crazy. We literally had a stovepipe tornado back over in North Dakota earlier, which is insane. That is pretty crazy. This is from Logan Holt. Look at that thing. Wow. That's unbelievable. That is a stovepipe tornado. But again, that's your area of circulation that you're looking at right now. Just south of Route 212, again, approaching Faith, South Dakota. If you are in this pink polygon, again, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building, as this could still produce a tornado as it gets closer to Faith. Right now, the rotation's been pretty strong on this storm for quite a while. And it is still producing a tornado. Obviously, the rotation here is still relatively strong. I don't think there's any doubt that we still have a tornado here with how strong the velocities have been. Again, this could have been probably on the ground for 10 to 15 minutes now, and it's more than likely still in progress just south of Route 212. Currently on track to go just south of Faith, but if you are in Faith, South Dakota, just make sure that you're getting to your safe place. All right, let's real quickly go back down to Texas. Again, we're kind of checking a few different areas. We still have that tornado warning in Nebraska right now. Here are the storms back over in North Texas, which we did have some broad circulation on this not too long ago. Looks more like a wind threat for right now, but look at this large severe thunderstorm warning that we have. Big severe thunderstorm warning right now from Flower Mound, Denton, back at Frisco near McKinney. And the main concern right now is going to be quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So this entire area here is going to be under the gun here for damaging winds and large hail. But yeah, again, mostly wind. Also, the other storm that's back over west of Bridgeport's also wind. All right, let's go back over to the Panhandle real quick. It does look like we now have some storm initiation beginning west of Amarillo. And again, this is the only place that we have a tornado watch in right now. We have a tornado watch right now for the Oklahoma Panhandle and the Texas Panhandle. This will go all the way until about 11 tonight. We'll be watching for the potential for a few tornadoes there. And then back over here again near Faith in South Dakota, this is your primary tornado warning right now. Latest scan showing some broader circulation now, but we could still have a tornado here. Might be occluding, we'll see, just south of Route 212. So again, if you are in this particular pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place. As of 2 minutes ago, this is still a confirmed tornado by law enforcement. So this is still, as of now, a confirmed tornado moving southeast going towards Highway 73. Faith actually is no longer included in this warning. So let me check and see. Okay, so the south side and west side of Faith, this is the warning here in South Dakota. It includes a population of 82, so in between Highway 76, I think it was, and 212. That is where the tornado warning still does reside. So still have a confirmed tornado according to law enforcement here that's moving down to the southeast. Long term, it's going to be going through very rural sections here of northern South Dakota and northwestern South Dakota, eventually going towards Dupree, just south of Dupree. And Pierre would be a long-term track of this, maybe even Highway 34. But again, very, very rural areas out here in this particular warning. The main location that we've been talking about is Faith, which most of Faith was just removed from the warning. I believe the southern side, maybe of Faith, is still included in this. Some of the farmland, maybe, something like that. That's what we're looking at there here in South Dakota right now. Also, here is Stormer Media. They're out there chasing. Let's just hop to them real quick. This is them chasing back over in Kansas is where they're at today, actually. I didn't think they'd be in Kansas, but they're in Kansas today.
In my eye, so that's why I was drifting. I couldn't really see for a second.
So that is a storm that's beginning to explode back over there near St. Francis, Kansas. I'm guessing they're looking maybe north or west.
As always.
They're looking west, not north. I can see their road map. They're definitely looking west. But they are, again, going to be approaching a storm here probably in the next hour or so. And Connor Croft is also out there. I'm not sure exactly where Connor is right now, but he's out there somewhere. And he'll be live at some point here pretty soon. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is your tornado warning in South Dakota. This is, again, a confirmed tornado. If you are in this particular warning, and make sure that you are in your safe place just south and west of Faith. Rotation's been broadening quite a bit on radar over the last few scans. We had a very clear tornado back near 212. As it does continue to push to the southeast, it does appear like it's occluding. So this may be an occluding tornado, but it could still be on the ground. Again, radar coverage isn't the best here, but I think it's good enough to at least be able to notice if there's something still here, and I think the rotation's broader. But just continue to stay in your safe place just in case it does recycle, or it does try to drop another tornado as it moves down to the southeast. Here in South Dakota. And we still have the tornado warning, or we did. The one in Nebraska just expired, so that one's done. But we still have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, and then obviously we have this one tornado warning, which in that circulation does appear broader as of right now in South Dakota. By the way, this is South Dakota. I can't... The title does not let me go further because I already have too many words in it, so my apologies. It is South Dakota on this particular confirmed tornado. Which I've been trying to say as much as possible, but like the amount of characters, it's the most characters I think we would ever have in a title if I put South Dakota in there. Still have a tennis ball sized hailstorm right now. Going to be eventually approaching Chapel near Sydney in southwestern Nebraska with tennis ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds being the main concern. Same thing goes right now in northern parts of Colorado, north of Sterling, with the threat for some quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We also have a storm back over north of Highway 61, or just kind of along it, with some golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds in western Nebraska. And then back over North Texas right now, we are still watching these storms relatively closely if anything does happen. Tornadic-wise, we'll definitely go back to this. Right now, it looks like a big surge of wind, though, that's pushing down here to the south. We are going to get some pretty high winds in the DFW Metroplex here pretty soon. I mean, this entire area here that I just circled, for the most part, most of the area, is producing damaging winds between 50 to 75 miles per hour, more than likely. Again, I'm saying 75. It could be that high with this particular area of wind near 377 near Pilot Point. So if you're in any of North Texas right now, if you're in the DFW Metroplex, just make sure to hatch down trampolines, bring loose lawn items inside, you know, all that sort of stuff. Just make sure that you are, you know, ready to go, because this line of storms will be pushing right into Dallas-Fort Worth here pretty soon. There is a severe thunderstorm watch here. I know for those that are in North Texas, you are sick of this weather, but unfortunately, it's not going to be ending anytime soon. We got tomorrow and Tuesday for more wind and hail. We actually had golf ball sized hail reported back up near Gainesville, by the way. So Gainesville, Texas, just got some golf ball sized hail. All right, let's go back to the confirmed tornado in South Dakota. Again, just southwest of Faith. We do have some broad circulation here moving down to the southeast. It's, again, relatively rural area here. Faith is the main location. If you're in that pink polygon, though, seek shelter. Faith was removed from the tornado warning on the latest update, unless you're on, like, the far southern or western side of this town. You are no longer in the tornado warning. The area of circulation would be back over in here, moving down this direction, so southeast and east-southeast. Eventually going to be approaching Highway 73 here in just a moment. I think it has lifted as well. I think this tornado has lifted. But again, it's always a good precaution to make sure that you're still staying there. I mean, the velocities, obviously, you know, they showed us very strong rotation for probably about 15 minutes. And I do think this tornado was probably on the ground for about 15 minutes or so. But over the last few scans, the last time where we had anything strong was about 4:23, which is when when law enforcement confirmed the tornado again. And again, this is in Mountain Time for reference, at 3:24. So that was about 8 minutes ago or so. Rotation's broadened out quite a bit. We could still have a tornado, though. So it's just a good idea to just continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this particular warning. Just in case. And then we did have a tornado again back up here in North Dakota earlier today, just north of Medina. Again, mostly a wind and hail threat at this point, maybe an isolated tornado. But that tornado threat does look a little bit lower there for the time being, until we at least get something that's more on the discrete side of things. So we'll have to wait for some sort of discrete cell to develop up there for there to be a, you know, a tornado threat really starting to increase. Okay. Whitesboro, it's only rain, but I heard there was hail in Gainesville. Yeah, there was golf ball-sized hail just to the east of Gainesville. Reported moments ago. That was about, I don't know, 10 minutes ago or so. So, wasn't too long ago. All right. Well, we have a quick second. Thank you to Karen for the 5 gifted members. I do appreciate it. Put some hearts in the chat for Karen. Do appreciate you gifting some members to the channel. Thank you, WD, for the $4.99. Is average velocity? I have no clue. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you to Rhonda for the $5 super chat. If tornadoes pop up in the tornado watched area in Texas, will those move east into Oklahoma? They will more than likely move east. In some cases, they could even move a bit more southeast. But those storms overall that are going to happen in Texas, even if they do move in Oklahoma, they probably will not be as significant. So I would not be as concerned about that possibility there for, you know, a tornado. There might be something brief, but I just don't really expect much there in Oklahoma in particular. So I would not be overly concerned at this point. But continue to stay weather aware. That's what you need to be doing if you're back over in western Oklahoma. If you're in like central Oklahoma, I think the threat's pretty low. The majority of what we've seen so far today in like central Oklahoma has already happened. I don't think we're gonna have a whole lot more of that tonight. Also, we did have a report of some tennis ball sized hail just to the west of Faith. So that's been ongoing there. We don't have any tornado warnings in Nebraska. Unless I'm tripping. Unless this is just not updating. Let me double check. I don't think we do, though. Yeah, we don't have any tornado warnings in Nebraska. That'd be unfortunate if we did, because, you know, so, for those that are wondering, by the way, little insider information here. We have, coming soon, I don't know if it's gonna be this week, but probably after my vacation in about a week, so probably about 2 weeks from now, basically, we are gonna have a brand new warning system that is going to be spectacular. You guys will not want to miss that. It is going to be a major upgrade from what we've had, and it's a big deal. It's going to be a really big upgrade. I'm not going to give you, I mean, I'm telling you, it's like advanced. It's really good. So once that is all out and ready to go, we'll have it on stream. It's been being worked on for a few weeks now. It's being custom coded and everything. So big upgrade coming. It's gonna have a lot of good details that will also help to be able to know what's happening inside of certain warnings too. Just a big upgrade overall. So really excited for that. Coming soon. Coming soon. I will give you a sneak preview at some point here pretty soon. But for now, we'll do coverage. And so with that being said, by the way, the warnings that we'll get, some of them could even be before you see them on radar. Like, that's how quick the warnings will even come in through the system. So it's pretty advanced. It could give us like an extra 2 seconds possibly in some cases for us to be able to jump from one warning to another. So it'll be a pretty big deal. Again, if you're just tuning in, we still have this tornado warning southwest of Faith, which was observed last about 15 minutes ago. As of right now, the rotation has broadened a lot. It does appear outflow driven now, but we could still have an isolated tornado. So if you're near Highway 73 between Faith back towards Highway 34, just continue to at least avoid the area or stay in your safe place if you're in the actual warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Seconds matter. They do. Every second does matter. Thank you, Glitter, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. All right, let's go back down to, we'll go back to Nebraska real quick, then we'll go back down to Texas. Still have a tennis ball-sized hailstorm right along Interstate 80 right now in Nebraska. Let me see if, we might have live cams here, I'm not entirely sure. I'm gonna see if we do. But we'll keep a close eye on this storm. Again, it's still producing tennis ball sized hail. At this time, we're not really looking at much of a tornado threat. I would say right now it's a low threat. It's not zero, but it is a low threat right now in this particular storm. Back over near Lodgepole, with tennis ball sized hail being the main concern. And maybe an isolated tornado, but still a pretty low threat. We do have some live cams, so I'll keep a close eye and see if we get anything good there. All right, we do have another warning in North Texas as the wind threat and even some of the hail threat does continue here in North Texas. We have a bunch of storms here producing some large hail and damaging winds. The main concern right now for North Texas, again, is damaging winds right now, upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Tornado threat right now is very low to zero. I'm honestly not expecting much of a tornado risk here, but I would not rule out an isolated storm that produces something brief when it comes to a tornado. But again, I don't really expect much of that threat here across North Texas. With all that said, lots of lightning, lots of wind, and some hail also falling right now. The main concern, again, will be the surge of wind that is pushing east and south. We also have another storm that's actually going faster than this cluster of storms that's north of Dallas-Fort Worth. This other area back over near Bridgeport is really going to be much faster moving, and it's also going to produce some higher wind speeds. Notice the 6 different circles I've drawn here. You might not know what's happening anymore, but this storm over near Bridgeport, again, it's moving much faster than the other storms, more than likely going at least 40 miles per hour. Let me check the speed real quick. Moving 45, so yeah, about 45 miles per hour to the east. This cluster, for reference, north of DFW is currently estimated to be moving south at 25 miles per hour, so much slower moving. With all that said, though, main concern in North Texas, again, going to be wind. We do have a live camera out of Lantana, Texas on the right side of your screen, and we'll actually full cam it real quick. Give me 1 second. We do have some storms moving into this area, so let's just check that out real quick. Here you go. So again, live shot, still pretty bright, at least in Lantana, Texas. Storms are obviously approaching. It does appear that we have a shelf cloud approaching. Look at that. We have a shelf cloud out in the distance. So that will be something to watch for here in North Texas. Specifically back over in northern DFW over the next few minutes. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And once that gets a little bit closer, we're going to pan that back to the live shot. All right. Once again, the confirmed tornado that we've had is in South Dakota, south of Faith. Again, I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but obviously just continue to stay in your safe place in case it is. We don't have any verification of this being on the ground still or not in the last like 15 minutes. But as of about 20 minutes ago or so, it was confirmed. It could still be on the ground here, and it's not. So there you go. But if you're in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this could still have a tornado as it moves down to the southeast. Where's the shelf cloud? It's probably in northern Denton County right now in North Texas. So north of Denton right now. That's where it looks like it is. I mean, again, this is a little bit far out, but this is that's the live shot here. Your shelf cloud's right back in here. A little bit of low-level clouds right out in front of that. But we're going to have a better shot of this probably in about 4 minutes or so, maybe sooner. I mean, the storms are not far from Lantana, Texas, which again is just southeast of Denton. So we should have a pretty good shot at this. But this is one of the live cameras that we have out of DFW. Somebody lets us use this, and so we're just seeing if we could see anything. I mean, I think we'll get a shelf cloud. You know, this camera looks north, and the storms are going north to south, and a lot of the time we don't actually see anything on this camera, because, you know, usually when you're looking north, unless there is a storm north, or there's, you know, something along those lines, like north of the live camera, we usually won't see anything. So, in this case, we could actually end up seeing something here. So, again, it's on my top monitor. If anything happens there, we'll definitely keep a close eye on that. Which I think we'll have a shot of that shelf cloud here in a minute. Again, this is the storm activity that we're talking about right now. Near Denton, near Frisco. Lantana, for reference, is right about here somewhere. I think it's like right along, just near Interstate 35E. So this cluster or line of storms trying to push down to the south relatively slowly. Also, this is Storm Runner Media, again, live with us. They are currently approaching a storm in Kansas. Look at that supercell. That thing has just blown up over the last few minutes.
400 likes. Thank you guys. Just
I don't know.
And then it's supposed to blow up once it gets.
Where in the world are they? I don't think this storm's even in
Supposed to have a little.
Kansas. Okay, they're going. It's the okay. So this storm's in Colorado. Okay, there we go. So this storm in particular, that one's in Colorado. So there you go. That one's the one in like eastern Colorado, though they are in Kansas. So the storm is in Colorado. Slightly confusing, but there you go. All right, here's that live shot. Back over to here, or here. This is the live shot here on the Lantana, Texas live camera. Not really seeing actually much of a shelf cloud. This kind of looked like one, but maybe not. It's not much of a shelf. It's also just just low-level clouds. That line of storms trying to push in. There might be something behind this. I don't know. It's definitely ominous. That's for sure. North Texas is getting hammered by the big red line. Okay. I've never heard somebody call it a big red line before. Okay. Error. Live camera is down. Not actually. I'm pulling it back up. All right, here's that live camera again. There's very ominous skies here in Lantana right now. Which again, this area is not under a tornado warning, but the top thing is obviously saying that the tornado warning that we have is in South Dakota. It's a foot. Yes, we have foot storms right now moving through North Texas. Absolutely. Let me check and see if we have any photos or videos coming out of this area. Just ominous skies right now. I mean, we're not really seeing anything crazy here, but definitely ominous skies. Wow. We actually, let me show you this in a second. We actually did have golf ball sized hail in Gainesville not too long ago. So we actually have a view of that. Just give me 1 second on that. We have a lot of photos coming out of North Texas right now. Wow, actually, I mean, there was actually, in Gainesville, Texas, we had several photos of golf ball sized hail. Again, I'll show them to you in a second. But pretty crazy. But again, this is right now at a Lantana. Volume, okay, there's a volume control in this. I don't think you can actually hear anything on this, but okay. But again, that's a live shot right now out of Lantana. Winds definitely picking up. You can see the tree on the left side of your screen. So damaging winds, again, the main concern here in North Texas, with maybe some isolated large hail. Here are those storms right now. Very ominous skies, obviously. Very dark clouds. It doesn't get a whole lot more ominous than this. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. This right here, though, this is a shelf cloud. Look at this. This is from Snoopy Malone. This is out of Bridgeport, Texas. Wow. That is a shelf cloud. And that is crazy. It is very ominous. That right there would be your shelf cloud. Leading edge of the storm. Sheesh. Now that is a shelf cloud. And then this is in Lantana, which we... Still looking at just low-level clouds. I'm not really seeing much spin there. It's like a little bit of like the clouds are kind of moving a little bit of different directions, but I don't see any like actual spin here when it comes to like an imminent tornado threat or anything like that. Again, this is live radar, which we don't have any sort of rotation in this area right now. Just wind. So I don't expect much of a tornado threat here. Interestingly enough, though, we actually did have maybe some anti-cyclonic rotation just to the west of Oak Point. So that's interesting. But definitely not, from what we could see, a tornado. Maybe just a brief spin up. Okay. Yeah, that's ominous. No doubt about that. Here's another shot of that, by the way. This is from a different angle. Just very ominous. huge shelf cloud, and obviously this is the leading edge of thunderstorms, and a lot of the time these are associated with like outflow boundaries and stuff. But yeah, pretty impressive. Pretty impressive stuff right there. And that's out of this storm, by the way. So it's the one off to the west of Denton County right now, near Bridgeport. So, quick update on the tornado warning in South Dakota. Once again, rotation's been pretty broad here for a while. I don't think this is going to get a new warning in terms of a tornado, but just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that pink polygon. And we're kind of looking at the crazy storms right now in North Texas. This is the live shot out of Lantana. Still of the very ominous skies here. Also, the severe thunderstorm watch was canceled for Oklahoma for like almost all of it. There will be at least a few more hours until the next round of storms. So that is the latest out of Oklahoma. Definitely very ominous skies here. Wind's definitely picking up now on the left side of your screen. Yeah, anticyclonic rotation, which is what I mentioned a moment ago, just, you know, a little spin up by the looks of it. Anticyclonic rotation is just clockwise rotation, which is not typical. Only like 2% of tornadoes actually have clockwise, like, rotation or clockwise tornado, so. All right, posting that photo. Some low-level clouds there as well. Yeah, I think most of the threat right now, like this again, Lantana, Texas. There's no tornado warning here again. I'm just reminding you. The tornado warning that we have is in North Dakota. This here is a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, just looks like low-level clouds. I think it just, you know, looks a little bit scary looking because it's so low to the ground. I still think the tornado threat here is very low. The wind is definitely picking up, though. I think this is mostly a damaging wind threat. It's predominantly outflow driven at this point. Definitely a bit ominous there on the right side of your screen. Lantana is not a VR camera? What's that even mean? Virtual reality camera? I don't think it is. I think it's just a stationary camera. I don't even think, I think the person that owns this, I don't even think they move it. I've never seen it move before, so I don't think it can move either. This is out of Lantana, Texas. Again, right side of your screen is the same exact shot of this storm. Which again, what we're looking at here are the storms near Denton, which are again mostly a wind threat right now. Damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour is the main concern. I'm not seeing any sort of rotation here. Again, Lantana, for reference, is somewhere in here. Oh my god, I have to zoom in. It's like I think it's like near Flower Mound. Why can't I remember? I used to like literally live in this area. Where is Lantana? Okay, it's near Bartonville. Never mind. So that's where that is. And again, this is a live shot. The right side of the screen obviously looks a bit more ominous there. Let me go back to radar, just kind of show you. So Lantana is right there near Corinth. So the main area that we're looking at right now would be looking north at this activity here, which should be mostly wind. We can check and see velocities. Yeah, it looks mostly like wind, even though it looks a bit ominous here. Again, just looks mostly like a gusty wind and lightning threat with heavy rain also. A normal storm sounds so appealing these days. I don't disagree. I really don't. The last 45 days have been ridiculously active. There's nothing else that you can say about that. It's been insane. Here's the storm in South Dakota. They're probably gonna have to issue a new warning on this in a moment. Again, it's a very rural part of South Dakota on this particular tornado warning. If you're just south of Faith, and make sure that you are continuing to stay in your safe place for the next 7 minutes. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. as this does continue to move southeast and east-southeast. There you go. There's your new warning. So they're probably going to cancel this tornado warning, is my guess. Alright. So that'll probably be canceled. Part of DFW that I live in. I used to live in Denton County, which was phenomenal. Hard 8 barbecue is what I miss the most right now. In North Texas. For those that live in DFW, I mean, I don't know how many people can agree with it, but I think it's, you know, pretty solid. Pretty solid barbecue. Could not go wrong with their fries, that is for sure. Never go wrong with their fries. Here's the live shot in Lantana. Once again, just looking at now rain, still some gusty winds. Does not look like anything like significant when it comes to wind. So, it's good news there. Hard 8's the best. Yeah, Hard 8 is amazing. Check out 407 Barbecue. I think I've been there before. I think I actually went there one time. They're not bad either. But Hard 8 was like the place to go. By the way, the tornado photo that I retweeted on Twitter is, reportedly that one's fake. From the Woodworth, North Dakota tornado. So, there you go. Good times. Gotta love when we get fake tornado photos. Feels like it happens every day. But the tornado that did happen there did look actually pretty similar to that. Yeah, actually, it could be real, but it sounds like it's fake. But the tornado itself looked actually very similar to the tornado that happened. It was a large stovepipe tornado. It was a real tornado, but the photo that was sent in on Twitter was fake. So it did look pretty similar, though. This is Stormer Media right now. Let's go to them real quick. They're on the storm back over in Colorado. Zooming into something. I haven't been listening. It's the storm there. Oops. That's the storm that we're looking at here on Stormer Media. Bottom right of your screen is what it looks like as well. Not really anything too crazy, but... Briscoe will be mostly wind and isolated quarter-sized hail. Thank you, Crazy Dallas, also for the super chat. And by the way, thank you to anybody picking up the limited release merch. If you have not already, feel free to pick it up with the top link in the description below. It is shopmaxvelocity.net. It is only out for about 4 more days. You got 4 days left to pick it up. A hat or t-shirt for the 250,000 subscriber milestone. So you can check this out, shopmaxvelocity.net. Top link in the description below. Again, the highest demanded products we've ever had, both the shirt and the hat. So if you want to pick one up, and top link in the description below, or you can type in shopmaxvelocity.net. All right, let me go back to here. Let me full screen this. Also, I'm going to take down the Lantana live cam, so because that one at this point, the storm's already moving through there. Just give me 1 second. I've updated the post to indicate it's fake. Thank you. Well, apparently it is. I really don't know if it is. I'm just reading the comments. I've read the comments and it looked like it was fake, according to other people. So, presumably it is fake. When at least 3 people say it, it usually is. I received my Drunknado shirt. I did too. This shirt, by the way, feels so amazing. Look at this. Got the max velocity sleeve on the side too. Can't really show it, but it actually feels amazing. Hypnos, I don't even know what that means, but thank you for your $2 super chat. I don't know what that even means. Here's the, again, the storms right now in DFW. We are actually seeing an upgrade now. So the upgrade is now up to ping pong ball sized hail just north of DFW. Just for reference, by the way, we have no tornado warnings anymore. That counter did not update. Now it is. All the storms at this current time are primarily hail and wind. We do have one tornado possible storm, and that's the one over in South Dakota. So there you go. Cool beans. All right. Thank you, Hypnos, for the $2 super chat. And again, for those that are just tuning in, again, we're back in the weather studio. We'll be here for probably 2 or 3 days, and then I am going back on a kind of mini vacation, and then I'll be actually on vacation for about a week. Starting on Saturday and going through next Friday, I believe. So, just an FYI for those that are frequent watchers. Again, we'll not be live probably at all between June 8th and June 14th. I don't think the weather is actually going to be bad at all, other than maybe Texas and Oklahoma. It looks actually relatively quiet, so that's good news. But I will be on a full vacation. I've not had a vacation like fully in like 4 years without working, so we'll at least have some level of a break, it looks like, going into that second week of June. So thank you to everybody that supports the channel. Again, this was pre-planned like a year ago, by the way, so this is not something that just all of a sudden happened. I wouldn't have planned it in June, for the record. I would have planned it in like September, when there's like nothing happening usually, other than like hurricanes. But, you know, it is what it is. But it looks like the weather shouldn't be too bad, so good news there. And then after the break, we should have that new warning system all ready to go. And so, for those that are wondering, this is an example. I'm just going to show you real quick. This is an example of what our warning system will look like here soon. Just a sneak preview, and nothing too crazy yet, but this is a sneak preview. It's not, you know, official, of what our warning system will look like here soon. So we'll have a full, and this will like animate, it'll pop in, alert ping or whatever it might be, but this is just an example again of what it'll look like once our warning system does come through and is all done. It's being, again, custom coded entirely, and there will be a lot more to it than just that, but it's going to be a big upgrade. It's probably the biggest upgrade that we've had aside from the new computer. So yeah, big stuff. Any DVD sized hail today? I don't think so, but every time I've said, like, no tornado emergency probably today or anything like that, it's always been jinxed, so let's hope. This is Storm Runner Media. They're again back over in Colorado right now.
I've seen this several times now where, I'm starting to notice a pattern. I don't know if it's typically how these left splits.
It's clean? I know, it is clean.
You get a left split, it initially looks stronger on reflectivity, but then it eventually...
Oh, wait, just for reference. This would also be what, like, a tornado emergency would look like or something like that, so yeah. Cool stuff is coming. It'll be, again, probably our biggest upgrade that we've had. Obviously, a lot of the time when there's, like, a tornado warning issued, we usually rely on a ping on Radar Omega. Sometimes the sound effect doesn't always come through, or, like, there's multiple issued at one time and they won't all ding at the same time. So this will definitely help with just being able to get to a warning quickly. And also, sometimes those warning alerts will come in before the warning is even popping up on, like, Radar Omega or any other radar app, because it's directly through their, like the source of where the radar or where the warnings come from. So again, pretty cool stuff there. All right, this is again Stormer Media right now. They're back over now, going into Colorado. Relatively, interesting looking storm there. It's High Plains Madness season, and that's what we're looking at there.
Makes me nervous a little bit, and like some of them, like Connor included.
By the way, thank you to Jill for the generous 1999 super chat. I do appreciate your generosity.
The expanse of my interest, other than like chasing in Canada at some point, I don't really have much desire to leave the country to go chase.
Yeah, this is just scud. There's no tornado here. If there was one, I'd be telling you.
But I mean, those types
It's just a lot of scud right now. But we could get like a land spout or something with this for you know, what it's worth. Is your new shirt as comfy as the Culver's PJs? No, actually, I think, I'm being honest here, like, I'm not trying to sell you on it, but our merch is actually super comfortable. Like, I literally just got 3 of these shirts. Like, this is extremely comfortable. It's amazing. So I would actually have to say it is more comfortable than the Culver shirt. Now, we got Connor Croft closer to this as well. We might handle him if he gets a pretty good, like, I mean, he's looking at something, it just looks like Scud. This is Storm Intermedia. They're looking at the same exact storm, and from what I'm seeing right now, it looks just like rain shafts, and maybe like a little bit of Scud. Doesn't look like anything's on the ground. Bottom right of your screen is that cell, which isn't actually severe, I just don't have another overlay for this. Thank you, Trunk, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. Hail just hit here in Anna, Texas. It's pretty bad. This is the storm activity in North Texas right now, which was upgraded to ping pong ball-sized hail. Again, it looks mostly like a wind threat, but we could still get an isolated brief spin-up or, you know, hail as well, obviously being possible, and wind, all that sort of stuff. From what I've seen, the hail was up to golf ball-sized hail. Wow, this is from Snoopy Malone, out of Bridgeport. I mean, that's unbelievable. That's a shelf cloud right there out of North Texas. That's just crazy. 80,000 miles for the 1355 super chat. We don't usually cover Canada 1,000 miles, but I would have to say right now it probably isn't too concerning. But if you're under any warnings, just obviously heed the warning. Thank you, Silent Acoustics, for the $4.99. Anna, Texas, mostly hail and wind. I mean, wow, that's just insane. Also, that ping pong ball-sized hail was reported out of the north side of Denton, Texas. Apparently, Ham reported the ping pong ball-sized hail near Loop 288 and Highway 77. So that is where that report came out of. All right, I'm posting another photo of the shelf cloud. Unbelievable. Hey, by the way, Jack, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it. And welcome to the Velocities. Protect the Buckies and Melissa. This is all mostly wind. Again, I'm not really too concerned about a tornado threat right now in North Texas. Even though these storms have been, you know, obviously recently they've been pretty crazy. This event in particular in North Texas is mostly a wind threat. With some hail as well. Obviously, we've had some ping pong ball-sized hail being reported. So don't rule out the hail threat. But more of a concern right now for damaging winds. All right, seeing if we have any other photos there out of North Texas. Give me 1 second. I have a lot of photos being sent in. By the way, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Here's a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center in Nebraska. Let me zoom in a little bit here. The severe weather threat will continue for the next several hours, with severe wind gusts and isolated large hail being possible. And still can't rule out a brief tornado there as well. And our 2 tornado areas today that we're mainly watching for, even though a tornado is really possible just about anywhere in this risk area, is going to be mainly over here in Nebraska and Kansas, and the other one back over in the Texas Panhandle. Now, with all that said, we still have a very large, slight, even marginal threat of severe weather that extend across a very large area, which does, again, include North Texas. It includes almost all of Texas. Goes into Oklahoma, Kansas. We have that enhanced risk back over in Kansas and Nebraska, where the main concern of that direction will be very large hail, significant damaging winds, and maybe a couple of tornadoes. But it's a huge area today. But a lot of this, again, will be mesoscale convective systems, which means a lot of this will also be just wind. Here's Storm Media, by the way, looking at that storm in Colorado.
Great, that camera turned itself off already? Really? Might be one of those days, huh?
If you're anywhere in DFW, again, main concern right now is damaging winds. If anything does develop out of that, we'll pan over to it. Oh, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. We did it, 275,000 subscribers off stream, so I do want to thank you for subscribing to the channel. We're currently 28 away from 276, so if you're new to the channel, subscribe. Thank you, Theme Pro, for gifting a member. Tamara, it wasn't much of a vacation. I do appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, for those that are wondering, again, the last few days, obviously, from where I was streaming from, it was more just to visit family. It had nothing really to do with vacation. But I will be on actual vacation starting Saturday, and that'll run through next Friday. With that said, if there's any severe weather coverage that's needed between now and Friday, we'll be live. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot, honestly. Maybe Tuesday, maybe tomorrow. Maybe Wednesday, maybe Thursday. There's a lot of maybes. But, you know, once we go into next week, like going into the second week of June from like the 8th until the 15th, it actually looks kind of quiet. We might actually have a bit more of a break. I think the southern plains will stay active, but everywhere else looks, you know, relatively quiet. So.
Lower cloud, not just the anvil, but it kind of looks similar to the base of the storm over on this side.
Thank you, Bear, for becoming a member as well. By the way, we will have a members-only unboxing of packages from fan mail and stuff probably tomorrow. So for those that want to watch that, you can become a member with the link in the description. It's also the join button. Just a few reminders. I know we haven't been live here in several days, so just throwing some stuff out there. We'll have another unboxing, fan mail unboxing stream for members only tomorrow. Here's a photo out of DFW. This is in Sunset, Texas. Wow. That is unbelievable. That is just another huge shelf cloud. That looks scary. Just from that perspective, that just looks scary. But I mean, this is what we're looking at here again. Just a large, like, roll, like kind of like a half a cylinder, or like kind of like half a circle almost, kind of like an oval, if you will, kind of that sort of shape here. You got your base down here. Again, this is almost always associated with some sort of wind threat. But crazy stuff. That was from Lou Roman on Facebook. Photo taken there in Sunset, Texas, as well. It's a cigar cloud? Okay. I guess. There's also some minor flooding in Denton, Texas, which, again, this area in North Texas has seen rain pretty much every day for the last, like, week and a half, so flooding is becoming more and more of a concern. Very, very saturated grounds, but if you're in North Texas, there's some good news. All this rain will eventually lead to some, you know, just overall, at least a bit of a cooler summer start. It might be warmer as we go throughout the summer, but it looks like the first few weeks of summer will probably be a bit cooler than average, or at least near average. If we didn't have all this rain, we'd probably be in the upper 90s by now, honestly. We'll probably get a new severe thunderstorm warning for areas in Collin County and northern Dallas County here soon. Or maybe we will. Actually, I don't know if we will. The wind has been a little bit less apparent here. Still some gusty winds and hail being possible. We could still get some damaging winds in some areas as well. It is becoming a bit more isolated by the appearance of these storms on radar. And then the one that's west of Denton right now is really the most intense supercell I think we have right now, or most intense cluster, with damaging winds upwards of 65 miles per hour still being possible as this storm activity moves east. With lots of lightning, some hail, some wind, all that stuff being possible. Thank you, Shawnee, also for becoming a member. The humidity in DFW is nuts, I know. I'm well aware. I've been looking at North Texas weather for like two weeks straight now, every single day in depth, and that weather is legitimately never ending. It is unlimited humidity there in North Texas right now. Like there's literally storms there every single day. It's crazy.
Should almost be to 59 here. Just a couple more miles.
All right, back to the Colorado storm here for the time being. We'll go back to Texas in a few minutes and other areas. If you have any questions, you can also feel free to leave those in the chat. Right, answer some of them. If it has anything to do with North Texas or the DFW Metroplex, again, mainly wind with lightning. Because I know there's going to be plenty of questions about that. Tornado sirens are going off. They have them go off for severe storms in most of North Texas. There is no tornado warning right now. I don't know why they do it, but they do. Why do we have sirens? I couldn't tell you. I don't 100%. I mean, I think I've been saying this for at least a year or two now. I do not agree with tornado sirens going off for a severe thunderstorm warning. That's not even like that significant. Like that storm that's there right now in North Texas. Let's just go back there real quick. Just for reference, this is producing ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's not even a considerable threat, which a considerable threat would be at least golf ball sized hail, and that warning just got canceled. Or actually just expired. But it's not even a considerable threat. So I don't know why they have them go off for non-tornado warning cells that are that weak. I could get it if it's like maybe a considerable or even a destructive threat, but we didn't even have that. So I don't know. I'm just telling you my thoughts. I don't really know why they do it. But they do it a lot of the time for severe thunderstorm warnings in North Texas. Almost any storm that's warned for being severe will have sirens go off in the DFW Metroplex. Thank you, Emily, also for becoming a member. And welcome to the Velocities. We don't even have sirens in my town. You know, some people, there was a whole post about this on Facebook or Twitter, one of the two. And it was about the tornado sirens. They never went off in Valley View, Texas. But there was legitimately a 40-minute lead time on that tornado warning until the storm hit. There do not have to be tornado sirens for you to go to your safe place. And that happened when the tornado happened the other day. That EF2 or EF3 there near Valley View, Texas. Tornado sirens weren't going off, but once again, you get a warning on your phone, you got weather radio, whatever. Never rely on tornado sirens, because sometimes, one, they could break, they could go out of power, or two, they might just not work at all. You know, they might not even exist. That's why you don't want to rely on tornado sirens. Now, it can be one of your ways you can receive warnings, just don't make it your main way. It should always be phone, weather radio, whatever it might be. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Denton and Collin County. It's pretty much that's literally this entire area, both counties, for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Obviously, this is a very populated area. If you have any friends or family in the Denton or Collin County areas, just give them a call or text and make sure that they're either protecting their vehicle or protecting any loose lawn items outside or anything like that. As all that stuff is definitely in play to be damaged. Flying trampolines are also a possibility today. Today's flying trampoline meter is a medium risk. So a medium risk for flying trampolines out of anywhere from Texas back into the Dakotas. So make sure that you're hatching down your trampolines today. Sounds like a sales pitch whenever I talk about trampolines. Thank you, Lisa, also for becoming a member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. We already have 14 new members today. Sirens are tested every Wednesday in North Texas, as long as it's sunny outside. That is correct, and today is Sunday. I'll be selling trampolines within a year. I think I'll be selling trampoline insurance within the year, honestly. Seems like the actual thing that might happen. All right, quickly go back through some of the other storms in other areas. Again, it's a very large area today. If you just look at the watches, I mean, it's a massive area, literally. Yeah, this is one of the largest areas that we've covered for severe weather this spring, when it just comes to the pure size of where we're looking. I mean, it literally goes from Mexico to Canada. That's literally where it is. Which we have some storms right now, like near Winnipeg in Canada, that are mostly just wind. You know, these radars aren't fantastic, but there actually could be an isolated tornado just southeast of Winnipeg. I think the problem, though, with those storms up there will be the lack of moisture. Back over here in North Dakota, we do have some damaging winds near Devil's Lake. That's moving eastbound. Plenty of strong storms back through the central part of the state. I think as these go further east by 6 to 7, they'll produce more of a damaging wind threat near Fargo and back over near like Hillsborough and Valley City. So if you're back over in eastern North Dakota, just stay weather aware there. Back over near Lemon, west of McLaughlin, and near Dupree, these storms are still producing some significant wind and hail. The one that's south of Dupree right now is producing the most significant threat of hail, with upwards of tennis ball sized hail being a possibility, and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And as this storm moves southeast, it will continue to produce that threat. I think the tornado threat here is low. There is a tornado possible label on this storm. There might be an isolated tornado, but I think the threat's pretty low there, as it is becoming a bit more outflow driven. The storms over in Nebraska still producing hail and wind north of the Hyannis area, northeast of Alliance. That is where we do have some hail and wind happening there, with upwards of ping pong ball sized hail being reported over near Clinton. Or sorry, that is 28 miles, 28 miles southeast of Clinton, Nebraska. There is seemingly no towns here, so that would be why that report is so far away from a town. We also have storms back over in northeastern Colorado. Those are producing hail and wind. We are watching for a storm that is intensifying north of Flagler, north of Interstate 70 in Colorado. This is a live view of that right now from Storm Runner Media, with just a rain shaft right now. Nothing too out of the ordinary there.
Once I actually want rain.
But we'll keep a close eye on them. They've had some pretty interesting shots of that storm. We also have some storms right along the Kansas and Colorado border. This one is also producing golf ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour damaging winds. So far, the Texas Panhandle has really seen nothing when it comes to big supercells, but we are starting to see some initiation. The best chance for a tornado threat will probably be as we get closer to 6 to 7. This tornado watch again goes until about 11 tonight, and then Fort Stockton Magic possibly today, as we do have some hail and wind happening down that direction. You could basically chase here any day of the year. There's always storms for some reason. So if you're back over here near Fort Stockton, hail and wind being the main concern, maybe an isolated tornado. We also have a discrete cell that has popped up west of Killeen that is producing some hail and wind as well. This is the live radar Omega cyclone port out of Killeen, Texas, which again, just big rain shaft out in the distance. The storm would be in that direction, I believe. I think this is looking north or west, but either way, just ominous skies, obviously pretty cloudy conditions, so as we do have some storms back out to the west of Killeen, and then also near Dallas-Fort Worth. Again, plenty of wind and hail falling right now in both Denton, Collin, and Wise and Parker counties here in North Texas. So don't forget to protect your vehicle if you can. Protect loose lawn items. Bring your trampoline inside, or well, I don't know if a trampoline will fit inside your house, but if you have a trampoline, at least hatch it down, as we could have some flying trampolines today. All right. Let me get back to chat here. Thank you to Jordan for becoming a maximum velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. We have 15 new members today. Pouring and Justin. That sounds about right. Main concern right now for Justin would be wind and lightning and rain. Wouldn't be surprised if there's lots of flooding north of Dallas. I would not be either. Unfortunately, this area has just been hammered with rain over the last several weeks. I think DFW this year has picked up almost 30 inches of rain total, which is like the fourth most through 4 or 5 months, I think it is, of a given year of all time in DFW, which that's out of like 140 years of records. So they've definitely had a lot of rain. There's no doubt about that. Unfortunately, flooding is definitely a threat. Any sassy tumbleweeds today? I don't think so. But being in Colorado, you never know. We actually might. We'll see. We got Stormer Media out there. Maybe Connor Croft as well. So we'll definitely have to wait and see. I don't think there's any tornado risk really in Dallas-Fort Worth right now. Yeah, I think most of these storms will be mostly damaging wind threats here. And again, maybe like a brief tornado, but I just don't even think we'll see that. There's been very minimal rotation anywhere. We're looking at a terminal radar site. I mean, this right here going through Denton is another surge of damaging winds. That's all pushing through Denton County right now, near Canyon Falls and Justin. Eventually heading towards Corneth, Highland Village, and Flower Mound. But overall, not seeing any rotation or anything that looks concerning when it comes to a tornado threat right now. So many diverting flights right now on Flight Radar 24. Well, yeah, if we have supercells like the ones we have right now on radar, I mean, we're going to have that. Let's go to satellite imagery. Let me show you. Wow. I did not realize how large the area of storm coverage was here. This is all from this storm activity in North Texas and even in southeastern Oklahoma. We have overshooting cloud tops galore over in DFW right now and back over in southeastern Oklahoma. But this is why. When we have thunderstorms that are towering up 30, 40 plus thousand feet, planes are going to have to divert. And so, I mean, they're more than likely going around like this or going up in this area probably or something like that. So, yeah. That is a huge area of storms. And then we have another big area of storms blown up now over near Fort Stockton. And we also have a bunch of storms blowing up over in western Nebraska and eastern Colorado. It's lots of large storms, and so planes are going to have to kind of avoid a lot of this area. And since this entire area of storms is developing up and down from North Dakota and Canada back into Mexico, even though it's not widespread, we're going to have a lot of areas with that particular issue. So definitely not something that's going to be easy for pilots today. 'Tis the season. Okay. How's College Station tonight? Should be mostly an isolated wind and hail threat. Overall, not too concerning. Baiko, there's currently no tornado warning. There is a tornado watch, but no tornado warnings right now. Any danger for Sherman or Denison? Not right now. Just mostly rain. That's about it. Ryan Scholl hit his gritty the other day. I don't think he did a gritty. I think he did the dance moves, but he didn't do the gritty. We might have Ryan Scholl on our streams at some point here pretty soon. So we might have 3 Storm Chasers pretty soon. But we'll see. There's a storm intermedia on the storm in Colorado right now. Absolutely gorgeous storm out there in the middle of nowhere. Fifth, I wasn't doing live streams until like 2022. So anything before that, I wouldn't have covered. Unless it's Texas related. I did cover Texas as early as 2020. Thank you, Douglas, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. Again, that's back over in Colorado. And I don't think... Let's go back to that real quick. I legitimately think where they are right now is in the middle of nowhere. I don't think there's, like, any roads here. It's like a few. This is the storm that they were looking at. We might actually get an isolated tornado out of this down the road, but it might take a little bit. High Plains Madness season. It's High Plains Madness season. Okay. Honestly, just gonna kind of keep focusing on here in Texas until we have something else really pop up. A lot of the storms are in relatively rural areas right now, back up to the north. It's crazy in Roanoke. Yeah, we got another damaging wind threat going right through Roanoke. We should have pulled up the Lantana live cam. I didn't even think of it. Let me see if it's... I don't know if Lantana was just hit or not. I didn't even think of it. Here's Lantana right now. Wind's picking up here in Lantana. Thank you, Waco, for becoming a 2-month VIP Velocity member. How's Waco looking tonight? Mostly an isolated hail and wind threat. Really goes for anywhere down in central Texas. Where's Connor? Connor's on the same exact storm. Oh, yeah, look at the wind. There you go. So the wind is picking up here in Lantana. This is just north of Roanoke. There's the wind. Looks mostly gusty right now. We could have some damaging winds up to 60. The wind's definitely picking up here in Lantana. This is from the second cluster of storms, the one that is now pushing through west to east. The other one was going north to south. This one's going west to east. Any bad weather for Central Illinois flavor of the day? What does that even mean? We're talking about Culver's or are we talking about Central Illinois? Central Illinois, I would not expect anything today. Maybe tomorrow, though. How do I become a member? It is the join button down below. There's also a link in the description. Become a member. The live cam just stopped. Yeah, just went. I don't know if it went out or something. Let me double check. Yeah, here we go. Still pretty windy there. Wow, look at that. That's the storm in Colorado right now. That is a bit of a spiral there on that supercell that's been developing.
The hardest part about all this is just when...
Just north of Burlington, north of the interstate. Really rural areas here. Have I ever covered California? You'd be surprised, I actually have. I've covered California a couple times. And again, this is Lantana, Texas. I think I've gone live for California 3 times. Or 2 times. We went live for the tropical storm. We went live for a severe weather threat. We've gone live at least twice. I know that. It's still pretty windy here in Lantana. And this is on the storm that's pushing right from behind the other storm. Quickly moving to the east. This is your other area of storms that just came through, but this is the new area where damaging winds is the main concern, and that is what we're seeing here, at least in Lantana, on this live camera. How about Oklahoma City tonight? I think it should be mostly an isolated wind and hail threat. I don't think Oklahoma City, though, will be too bad tonight. I think the worst of it has already happened. I remember watching the stream from California now. So it's been a while. It's been at least a year, I know that. Actually, no. The tropical storm stream we had, that was back in August, I think. So. Pretty crazy stuff. Have I gone live for New York? I have. My circle flavor? Right now it's blue raspberry. Have I ever covered Seattle? I've never covered Seattle, no. I would say the only states I've never covered in a live stream before was Hawaii, Alaska, Washington, Oregon. We've talked about Oregon before, but very minimally. I think that's it. I think we've talked about every other state. Maybe Rhode Island or something, but maybe one of those small states. Really trying to think, though. Utah? We've covered Utah before. Covered Utah, Arizona, California. Yeah, I really have to say the only states we haven't covered is Alaska, Hawaii, and Washington. We've covered Montana before as well. Are you gone for the 199? Valley View, Texas. I don't think there will be much of a tornado threat this week. Honestly, the long-term weather pattern here in I'll quickly go over the long-term weather pattern, actually, since we don't have any tornado warnings. Just give me 1 second. Thank you also, Michael, for becoming a moderate velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. Okay, so this is the weather pattern for the next several days. So, over the next few days, we basically just have a small-scale trough bringing the severe weather today. We have a lot of moisture, lots of instability, all that sort of stuff. I've talked about this in my video a little bit, but I want to give you an idea of what's expected long-term, kind of in a brief little summary here. Tuesday into Wednesday, we are going to get a negatively tilted trough. In a lot of cases, we do get severe weather outbreaks with stuff like this. I don't think we're going to get that on Tuesday or Wednesday. It's still a chance, but I think it's a low chance. What this jet stream will allow for, this very big intensification of the jet stream, it will allow for some of these mesoscale convective systems to try to form near where that jet streak is back over in the northern plains in the upper Midwest as we go into Tuesday, Wednesday, and even into Thursday. That trough will be sitting in the northeast as we go into the weekend, and this will basically keep things a little bit drier back down in the southern plains. Watch for this trough, though. That might become a bit more of a factor for the southern plains as we go into the late weekend and into next week, and I do think overall as we go into next week, things will get a little bit quieter, but we could get a few little storm systems to move through the United States. As of now, it does not look like any major outbreaks in the next 10 days. With that said, long-term forecasting can, in a lot of cases, not be accurate. So, but at least for right now, it does appear as if beyond today, I mean, really Tuesday and Wednesday would be the 2 days I'd watch for maybe some level of severe weather. There is a threat tomorrow, obviously, but those would be the 2 days where I think we could get upgrades on. But really, the next, big event probably will not be until like mid or late June, honestly. Like, it would probably be after like June 14th or 15th. That's long term. Again, things could change. We are still going to get small scale severe weather events for sure, and even some that are large like today. Just nothing organized, and no like organized tornado outbreak or anything like that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we have a new tornado warning in Colorado. That is south of Holly. So if you're in this tornado warning, near Highway 89, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. I don't think this includes any towns. It's 14 miles south of Coolidge in Colorado. I'm trying to see what... there's like 2 roads here. I'm just trying to see what this is. Okay, so 44 people in this warning. So it's going to be just south of Holly, south of Coolidge in Colorado. Again, kind of southeastern Colorado on this tornado warning. But if you're in this area, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. The radar coverage is pretty poor here, so presumably if we did have a tornado, it would be that right there, moving north. We had a tornado warning near Fort Stockton yesterday, and it was like, I think the square mileage on that one was about 17 miles. This one's about the same. This tornado warning is about 17 square miles or so. And there is they have added a new severe thunderstorm warning, so this is quite literally a very tiny tornado warning. They have not added a tornado warning into Kansas here. Instead, they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning, at least for now, for Syracuse, Medway, and near Route 50. So this is a teeny tiny tornado warning in southeast Colorado. So, yeah, if you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This might be one of the smallest tornado warnings that we've covered. All right. Dallas is having a monsoon right now. I think that's a little bit dramatic. It's definitely raining, though. There's no doubt about that. We have more of a wind and hail threat right now. That's really the main concerns. And a lot of rain, obviously. Big surge of showers and thunderstorms right now moving across the DFW Metroplex. This is some of the hail that we had earlier in Gainesville, Texas from Sue Lynn on Facebook. So probably in the ballpark of golf ball sized hail here. was that at Gainesville earlier? These storms now are warned for quarter-sized hail, so it is smaller hailstones at this point. And actually, this is from Mia Allison, also on Facebook. They measured it. They said it's a little bit larger than a size of a golf ball. So that was back over in Gainesville from a little while ago. The tornado warning is in, like, southeastern Colorado. South of Coolidge. Storm Media just said they were seeing a little bit of rotation in this storm. Look at that. It's in Colorado. That is a storm structure and a half right there. By the way, the tornado warning is in Prowers County, Colorado.
Comes Connor.
Just south of the interstate. Okay.
Oh, fire went right in my eyeball.
That's interesting.
No, flies don't go in my
I don't know if they're honking for...
That's just
I don't know.
weird. My spot. What are you doing?
Let's get some beeps in the chat. Alright. Oh, Connor's there. Okay. Got it. I don't know if that was Connor. I have no clue. And this is your tornado warning in Colorado. Again, very rural area. I'm not really seeing much on radar. I don't know if there's a report of a wall cloud or something, maybe, or something like that. But just south of Hawley, Colorado. Yeah, if you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter just east of Highway 89, southwest of Medway. Main concern is really hail and wind, but we could get a brief tornado there. But yeah, not super concerned about that. The storm that we're looking at the bottom right of your screen, it's this one here, which isn't even severe, but it's an incredible looking storm right now. Just visually, really impressive. Smallest pink polygon I've ever seen. This is definitely one of the smaller ones I've seen. Not the smallest though. Probably it's definitely one of the smaller ones that I've covered. Thank you, Rios, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Cassidy, for the $5 Venmo. Cassidy, I'm not sure which one that was. Hey, look. I've covered so many tornadoes, I don't know when that one actually happened. Oh, yeah, that tornado was one of the strongest tornadoes I think we've probably ever seen. The one near Hollister, Oklahoma. That one was like a month ago. That was back at the end of April. That one was one of the strongest tornadoes that we've ever seen. But it was basically a tornado that we couldn't really determine the damage because there was no damage dealt. So there was never a categorical, rating given to that particular storm. So, yeah. I've never really covered Canada, but it is something I will consider if there is very minimal weather action happening in the United States. Or if there's something significant that's happening in Canada, we can always cover it. But right now, it's just normal severe storms, I think. EFU, the EFU is basically not rated or undetermined. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Rice. Huh. Little hook developed on this storm too. I don't really see that much rotation, but we do have a little hook on this storm just southeast of DFW near Cairns, going towards Gun Barrel City. So I might have to watch this a little bit for an isolated tornado threat. How's it going, Jenny?
Get there before the MCS eventually eats it up. That'll be our best chance for its maximum.
Connor, sorry. Stormer Media just was saying on that storm there that storm needs to get into a better moisture region, which will be really back over in western Kansas and really far eastern Colorado. Once that happens, it'll have a better chance of producing a tornado. The threat for it right now is definitely a bit on the lower side of things until it gets to that environment. So that's what they were just saying on that storm. Still a pretty impressive supercell, though, nonetheless. No problem, Sharon. I love this channel. I'm glad. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for DFW, and that is for Benbrook and Fort Worth. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main concern. Unfortunately, the severe weather just never ends here in DFW. That's a new warning there for Fort Worth. I don't think DFW, or like Fort Worth in particular, is getting the hail yet, but they will be here in a few minutes. The storm is still off to the west of Fort Worth, so it's still a few minutes away. The hail core that we'd be talking about is right in here, near Benbrook. So the correlation coefficient does show a little bit of hail there. A little hail signature. It's not much, just south of Interstate 20. It's more on track for Benbrook and eventually Forest Hill and Lake Shore Estates. Thank you, Stephen Radio, also becoming a member. Thank you, Vincent, for the $4.99. I think anywhere in Minnesota will be really mostly wind. I don't think we'll have much else other than wind there. In Minnesota. Best chance for storms in Minnesota will be really anywhere from about 7 until probably about 11. And we do have a little bit of broad circulation here. Just to the northwest of Powell and north of Corsicana, Texas. It's discreet. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we got like a brief spin up or maybe even a brief tornado there. Definitely gonna be something to watch for. North Texas. Again, your tornado warning right now is back over in Prowers County, Colorado. It's this thing right here. Which I don't really see any rotation in the warning, but if you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter. There may have been a report or something like that of a wall cloud or something along those lines, maybe something we don't know, because again, the radar coverage here is very sparse. Let's go back to Stormer Media here for the time being. Power's out in Princeton. Yeah, again, make sure you have flashlights powered up, all that sort of stuff. Just in case.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, this one's in Nebraska. We have a new tornado warning northeast of Hyannis, just northwest of Mullen. So if you're in this pink polygon, also seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, your circulation is this right here, east of Highway 61, moving southeast, eventually going towards Highway 97, north of Mullen. Trying to see if there's any town centers in this warning. But this is going to include South Central Cherry County in north central Nebraska. That's the location of where this is at. See if there's any towns here. Is there a tornado threat in DFW? It is very low, but not zero. Here is the tornado warning. So again, once again, very rural area. 19 people just northeast of Whitman and northeast of Hyannis, north of Highway 2. So if you're one of those 19 people tuning in, if you know one of those 19 people that are in this area, make sure to give them a call or text. It looks like Higher Nebraska. You were in the warning. There you go. I don't know if this is an actual town. It looks like a mountain right there. I could be wrong. It looks like a mountain. But there is one roadway here, a couple roads. So it's basically, if there's a tornado, it would probably be where those people are. Right along this roadway between Highway 2 back up through Highway 61. But this is a big tornado warning for what it is. Going west to east, it's 22 miles long. And going north to south, it's about 16 miles. So this includes a lot of square mileage for there being really nobody here. Who's your chaser today? We got Storm Runner Media currently. We also have Connor Croft, but they're on the same storm, so we'll just stay with Storm Runner Media for now. If we had a tornado or anything like that, we'll flip between the two. They typically chase the same targets. The plan, again, is to probably add another Storm Chaser at some point here pretty soon. So, that'll be happening at some point. We have yet again another severe thunderstorm warning. This one's for Dallas. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The storm near Benbrook and Fort Worth is probably the most significant when it comes to hail. Got a pretty significant hail core right there. Look at that. Wow, that's actually a big hail core. Just west of Benbrook, we could have upwards of golf ball-sized hail falling there. I'll be moving in the direction of Fort Worth, White Settlement, Forest Hill, Lakeshore Estates in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Also got a little discrete cell back over north of Corsicana. Maybe an isolated tornado threat, but rotation still does not remain... It still remains pretty broad. The tornado warning that was in effect in Colorado has now been canceled in Prowers County, and then this would be your only tornado warning right now. Back over to the north of Highway 2, north of Mullen, Nebraska, where we could still get an isolated tornado. And that is the beauty of a storm right now that's back over here in Colorado. North of the interstate. Am I ready for hurricane season? We're already in hurricane season. I'm ready to go. We are ready. Before that all gets going, though, we're going on vacation in like 5 days. So
Rotation here, guys. Definitely seeing some mid-level rotation here. Within this base, just needs to, like I said, encounter that higher moisture. Dew points are rising.
45.
Woo. Went from 43 to 45 in the last 10 minutes.
45 degree dew point. It's only what? 86 over 45 right now?
that's it.
81.
I didn't even realize the dew points were that low.
What's that? 36 degree spread?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's actually kind of crazy. I didn't realize how low the dew points were in Colorado right now. So this storm that they're on right now has dew points in the mid-40s. That's something.
Southwest of Valentine.
It's a really impressive storm for dew points being in the mid-40s.
The one day that we made it up that far, we didn't make it that far before that Bedford.
This is the dew point map. This storm is like... Oops. This storm is right here. The dew points are literally in the mid to upper 40s. They're not going to increase. That's why they have to go east. The dew points are horrendous in Colorado. Which, again, you need buoyancy for there to be a threat for, like, tornadoes and stuff like that. I mean, once these storms move into, like, western Colorado, or western Kansas, like, near Colby, the dew points are in the upper 50s and low 60s. It's not a great environment for tornadoes, honestly, but we could still get an isolated tornado out of this particular environment as these storms do move east. The HRRR model. Let me see if I can get a... Let's go to tornado parameter values here. It's a very narrow threat for severe weather. It's really a small area. I think our best shot for a tornado here would be probably from about like 7 until like 9 or 10. I mean, the atmosphere is pretty favorable. Dew point's still really not good. I mean, we still have a big difference between the temperature and dew point, which means relative humidity is not looking fantastic here. You know, this here is your veering profiles and all that. So or your wind profiles, but veering profiles going up and down the atmosphere. So good amount of spin. I mean, we have a lot of spin here in the atmosphere. Strong winds. We could definitely get a strong tornado in this environment. But I just think overall the moisture is really going to be the biggest problem with those storms. So is Stormer Media's audio muffled, or is that just what one person was saying? They also aren't in their car, which might be why. But I don't think it shouldn't be muffled. Ow, just on my knee. We have our first couple of severe thunderstorm warnings of the day now near Amarillo. Look at those things explode now. So again, we do have a tornado watch in the Texas Panhandle until 11 o'clock tonight. Main concern up here will be the threat for damaging winds, large to very large hail, and the threat for a couple of tornadoes. So make sure that you're staying weather aware. Again, this tornado watch, again, goes until 11 o'clock tonight. The Storm Prediction Center did mention a few tornadoes are possible. They issued this watch pretty early. I mean, they issued this about 2 hours ago, and the storms are now just initiating. So hopefully that's a good enough notice for people to be weather aware here, as there will be some storms that fire up here pretty quickly, and there will be a potential for a few tornadoes with any storms that do stay discreet, which most of these should. Again, your only tornado warning right now is back up in Nebraska, which rotation does not look impressive at all anymore. Looks mostly like a wind threat to me. But if you're one of the 19 people in this pink polygon, or if you're traveling just north of Highway 2, east of Highway 61, just continue to stay in your safe place. Back to Colorado for the time being. And I just spilled water on my shirt. That is cold. Did not close my cap when I put the water back in here. What's with all the gravity waves? I don't even know what that... I mean, the conspiracies are off the charts. It is unbelievable. The amount of conspiracies that we have is... it's groundbreaking. I just spilled water, like, all over my shirt. Minimum hydration, in effect. Thank you. Thank you, Richard, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. Any current warnings in South Dakota? There's 3, but they're all relatively minimal storms. Let's go back to... got one storm over near the Willow Lake area. Actually, Brandon Kopic is here. He's live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He has actually a pretty solid shot of that storm right now. But pretty much just wind and hail right now. Nothing too crazy on that activity. The storms that are back over south of Dupree, this one was initially a storm that did produce a tornado, but that has really at this point been more than anything just a damaging wind and hail threats. So that storm's not too concerning. Have a new one north of Aberdeen, but yeah, just nothing too crazy. It's pretty ordinary storm activity. The storms that we have near Holyoke and Grant, those are mostly wind and hail as well. And then we also have some in southwestern Kansas. Again, wind, hail, maybe a brief spin up, lots of lightning, pretty much another small scale cluster of storms that's developed there. And then our new initiation near Amarillo, which these will be capable of hail, wind, and even a few tornadoes as we go throughout the next few hours. So the storms in the Panhandle do look a little bit more concerning when it comes to the overall environment. And the storm that's north of Corsicana, Texas, still has a pretty impressive little hook shape to it. It's up to a ping pong ball sized hail threat. But with that said, the rotation is still relatively broad. It's not really organized. Where's the terminal radar site? Trying to see if we have any view. Kind of looked like we had some broad circulation there on radar. Maybe just wind. Never mind. That's mostly a wind threat. So we have a surge of damaging winds that'll be heading through Lake Shore States near Benbrook in Tarrant County. In addition to that, we are definitely looking at some large hail just to the west of Fort Worth near Benbrook. So that'll continue to be the main concern here. So if you're in Fort Worth, again, just be ready for some quarter to $half sized hail. Could even have an isolated hailstone that's closer to golf ball sized hail. But yeah, that's what we're looking at right now in terms of the threat. And the storm intermedia on the storm in Colorado, they'll probably have to start moving here soon. The storm's been pretty slow moving, but yeah, just some small hail and gusty winds with this one right now. In the middle of nowhere, north of Interstate 70. There's a storm right now in Minnesota. Not warned for anything severe. I just want to kind of go to this real quickly. There is some broad circulation on this. So near Cannon City. Some broad circulation. I don't think it's imminent of a tornado or anything like that. But just something to point out. Some small hail, gusty winds being possible here. Let me check the dew points as well. Yeah, the dew points are definitely high enough. Like, we have enough buoyancy here for there to be a potential for, like, an isolated tornado. I'm not sure if we have a whole lot of spin here. Let me just check that as well. But definitely a storm to watch for sure.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Before we do that, we do have a new tornado warning north of Huron in South Dakota. So if you're in this pink polygon, just south of Highway 20 near the Shamrock Hutterite Colony, south of Carpenter, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. Another broad area of circulation here. Gonna be moving east, eventually going towards Willow Lake. All right, let me go back to this storm real quick. Just want to check the environment here. Yeah, so we do have a little bit of spin here. There's definitely a little bit of spin in the atmosphere, so we could get an isolated tornado with a storm like this near Cannon City. So definitely going to be a storm that we'll have to watch for. I don't think it's imminent, but it's just something to watch for. Down the road, it'll move towards Stanton, Cannon Falls, Goodhue, and Red Wing. So it's moving mostly east as of right now. The tornado warning in Nebraska has been updated. They just condensed it. It still does include areas north of Highway 2. And it still includes a population of 19. So it's still the same area. Here's the tornado warning in South Dakota. For reference. So again, just south of Carpenter. And then the other one in Nebraska, north of Whitman. It was until 5:15 Mountain Time. Thank you, Maui, for gifting 5 members. I do appreciate it. Put some hearts in the chat for Maui, and if you got a gifted member, make sure to thank Maui. This is Storm Intermedia. Look right to left there. There's some dust kicking up there, so that gives you an idea of the gusty winds that we have there on that storm in Colorado. Some dust going right to left there. Thank you, Jessica, for also becoming a Maximum Velocity member. We have 26 new members today. We appreciate anybody that's becoming a member. Yeah, we'll have a members-only stream tomorrow for a fan mail unboxing, so if you want to tune in, just feel free to become a member. Link is down below. How bad will the storms be in northeast Nebraska later tonight? Mostly wind threat, low tornado risk. That is an unbelievable view of that storm, I've got to say. I mean, you know, this storm is quite elevated. The dew points near the surface are pretty bad. But, Yeah, that's an impressive storm right there. Bottom right of your screen too. I mean, that's just unbelievable. It's a beautiful storm. I mean, it's elevated. It's probably not going to produce a tornado threat, but it's impressive. Still got some broad circulation near Cannon City, Minnesota. I'm not really too concerned about this right now. Low tornado risk. It's not zero. It's not going towards Minneapolis. It's more on track for like a Red Wing. This is Brandon Kopic. He's live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Again, I'm not really seeing a whole lot here yet. It might be a rain wrap circulation or something. Just to the north of Yale. In South Dakota. That's what we'd be looking at more than likely. Nothing imminent, but still could get an isolated tornado with this. It could also be rain wrap, so if you are in this tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Let's go to Texas again. Okay, so mostly wind and hail right now near Fort Worth. Same thing with Dallas. We do have the storm that's north of Corsicana, which right now I'm not really seeing much rotation here. This environment in North Texas really is just not favorable for tornadoes. So it's a relatively low chance that we'll get something here. Not ruling out a brief spin up, but I think it's a low chance we get a tornado. As long as it remains discreet, it will have a chance at producing a tornado threat as it goes eventually towards Athens and Gun Barrel City. And then eventually the line of storms back up near DFW will probably catch up to that. And it should eventually become more of a threat there for, just damaging winds and some large hail. So that'll be the main concern. Maybe an isolated tornado as well, being a possibility. All right. Thank you, Maui, also for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Kate, for becoming a member as well. And welcome to the Velocities. Why that is doing that? I don't know why Storm Media's thing is just circling. Give me 1 second. Oh, that might be on their end. That might not be on my end. I was about to say, I just upgraded this computer. Hopefully it's not on my end. Okay, I think it's just on their end. Hey, Michaela for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. We have a lot of people that watch us from Missouri. You're live. I am live, and we're back in the studio. This tornado warning will probably be let to expire, by the way. This is outflow driven, so I really don't think we're going to get a tornado here. Maybe like a land spout or something. If you're in the warning, just stay in your safe place until it's officially lifted. But mostly going to be a wind and hail threat there. And then this is the warning back over in South Dakota. And this is a tornado warning that is... Actually, we do have a little bit more rotation on this now. So it's still broad, but a little bit more rotation. Nearing Willow Lake in South Dakota. Just to the south of Carpenter. You're one of the people in this warning. Just continue to stay in your safe place. Here's the latest scan. Definitely have a little bit more rotation here. So we could definitely get an isolated tornado with this as it moves east-northeast. I might gritty at the end of the stream. Might happen. We are in the studio, so it is possible. Light is the keyword. All right. Show the storm approaching North Platte. Yeah, we can go down there. Again, there's really not much I'm focusing on right now. We're just kind of going all over the place because a lot of the storms are, even these tornado warning cells, the rotation is not really that crazy. So if you have questions, again, feel free to plop them in the chat. We're just kind of going around to different places until things get a little bit more active here. The storm that's west of North Platte, though, it's all mostly just isolated damaging winds and hail. It's becoming more of a mesoscale convective system, so as that happens, we should be mostly focused on a wind threat for North Platte. There will be a chance for some large hail, up to the size of golf balls even possible, near Grant and Imperial. But the main concern when it comes to severe weather, right now down to the southwest of North Platte. Strong storms for sure for North Platte, I think, but right now the severe weather threat is slightly lower until this tries to intensify. But damaging winds will be your main concern as this moves east. Wow. We've had an explosion of storms near Amarillo over the last half an hour. Tons of storms firing up here now. I do think we'll get a better shot at a tornado out of this activity, probably in about 20 to 30 minutes. So, increasing tornado threat expected here in the Texas Panhandle here pretty soon. Any trampolines gone yet? I don't know. I haven't had any reports, so let's hope it stays that way. Today is not tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, for the record. Do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued for the Waco area in central Texas. So Waco and surrounding areas under this new severe thunderstorm watch until midnight tonight. The main concern is going to be large hail and damaging winds. There's also a chance for maybe an isolated tornado, but that threat still remains very low to near zero. They have, at least for the statistical probabilities on that new watch, it still says very low. So again, the categories go very low, low, moderate, and high for these probabilities. And again, that does not mean moderate risk for severe weather, just the probabilities that they use. And a very low risk would basically mean there's almost a 0% chance. I mean, they have less than 5% chance for 2 or more tornadoes. So gives you an idea that the tornado risk right now, at least over in North or even Central Texas, is still relatively low. So that's good news. Tornado warning in South Dakota has just been updated. It is still ongoing as for right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we have a tornado warning in Texas. This is northwest of Sanderson. So if you're in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Would you look at that? That's back over west of Route 285. It's near the Cap Rock Butte, with baseball-sized hail also being possible. Wow. Look at that rotation. Jeez. I mean, this might be hail contamination, just for the record. We are so far, we have horrible radar coverage in this part of Texas. We had a storm like this yesterday. That was a very similar sort of storm that produced, at least radar estimated, 100-mile-per-hour winds. So it's possible that something gets kind of crazy here. We also had a storm near Fort Stockton earlier, actually produced up to softball-sized hail, but man, I mean, assuming this isn't contamination, which we can't really assume that because, again, there's a lot of hail here, we do have at least some rotation there, and this definitely could produce a tornado. So if you're in the tornado warning here northwest of Sanderson, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and it includes a population of 2. So if you're one of the 2 people here, north of Longfellow, if for some reason you just stumbled across this stream here, north of Longfellow, and you're one of those 2 people, get underground if you can, seek shelter. I don't know necessarily where they are in this warning, but there's also mountains here, apparently, so there might actually be hikers out here. Even if there's 2 people that live here, there actually might be hikers or something like that. So if you're one of those people, get to the lowest ground possible, get into like a ditch or something like that. But yeah, again, that rotation is relatively strong for this type of storm, even though, again, it might be contamination. We're up to 27 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, and 3 tornado warnings. We have a lot of warnings right now. 2 is probably the lowest we've covered. As a Massachusetts resident, population of 2 is wild. I would have to agree. Yeah, Massachusetts has people basically everywhere. Yes, there have been warnings with no people before. You know, with that said, I don't think we've ever covered a warning that has 0 people in it. Still have the storm southeast of DFW that has at least some broad circulation. It is discreet, mostly a hail and wind threat for right now. We got the storms again firing up in the Panhandle. Those are producing damaging winds, hail, and maybe even an isolated tornado threat here pretty soon. Still watching for that uptick of a tornado risk probably in the next half an hour. Storms continuing in southwest Kansas with mostly wind and hail. And back over in Nebraska, that tornado warning was just canceled, and now we have another one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So I have a new tornado warning now in South Dakota, and that's going to be on the storm going eventually towards Willow Lake. It is radar indicated, and it's probably more rain wrap now than anything. That rotation is going to be just to the southwest of Willow Lake, approaching from the west and going eastbound. So if you're in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, if you're in this warning. And Brandon Kopic's on the storm. He's live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Just ominous skies right now. Wind's definitely picking up. Could definitely see a tornado with that, as it does continue to move east-northeast over the next several minutes. That is for Willow Lake and Carpenter in South Dakota. So if you're in any of those locations, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is the most populated tornado warning that we've had today. 765 people. That is for Carpenter and Willow Lake, South Dakota. They have actually issued a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm in Minnesota. It does appear outflow driven, so if it is, the tornado threat would actually be pretty low here. But since it's discreet, we could get an isolated tornado as that moves east, eventually going towards Red Wing. All right. Again, we got warnings all over the place. This is the tornado warning that's back over here in the hill country of Texas. Again, the lowest populated warning I think we've ever covered at 2 people. Back over northwest of Sanderson. There's no population centers in this warning. But if you're in the pink polygon watching the stream and seek shelter, rotation's been actually quite strong. You can see the velocities. Now, once again, there is a pretty solid chance that we have contamination here to some extent. We do have a scatter spike effect happening here, and that usually represents large to very large hail. You can see that right there. So, you know, the potential here for there being a tornado definitely exists, but radar coverage very sparse in this part of Texas. And we also have a massive flash flood warning that literally includes the entire DFW Metroplex. That includes Denton County, it includes Collin County, Tarrant County, Dallas County, all included in that, as there is flash flooding that is ongoing and ramping up. We also have a storm near Fort Worth right now, producing large hail and damaging winds. If this storm can somehow latch onto the outflow boundary, we could get an isolated tornado, but it looks more like a wind and hail threat to me, as that does continue to push to the south and east. Still have some broad circulation near Cairns as well in Texas. It's really not too much of a concern in my opinion. And then we also have the storms over in the Texas Panhandle. These are, again, all wind and hail right now, moving to the east and northeast. These are exploding right now, so I think we'll get a better shot at a tornado risk here soon, as this is, again, the only part of the country right now that's in a tornado watch. So that is where we'll be watching for that potential. Looks like all a wind threat right now for Nebraska. Some hail as well, but mostly wind with the storms in Nebraska. Low tornado risk for the time being. Again, the storm that's in South Dakota right now is really one of the main warnings that we're looking at. Again, broad circulation just west of Willow Lake. It's going to be right in this area here where it's, again, very broad, but it'll eventually move towards Willow Lake. Actually, a little bit stronger on the latest scan. So if you're in Willow Lake, South Dakota, again, make sure that you're in your safe place, as this does continue to move east. Thank you, Dakota, for becoming a member. And welcome to the velocities. This is storm intermediate, by the way. They're on the storm in Colorado. Look at that. Very ominous skies there. While they do that, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be right back.
Yeah, it is. It's too zoomed out. I mean, yeah. It would be best in front of us. Yeah, that's where these boundaries are at, though.
Yeah, that's a land spout. Connor's about to get like into it. Hold on, guys, I gotta reset this app. It's glitching out.
Do we have it zoomed out on it?
I'm trying.
All right. Whoa, it's a land spout.
Look at land spout, guys.
Look at that, land spout right there in the middle in Colorado. Look at that little thing right there. That's a very tiny land spout. And now it's gone.
Oh, there it was.
That was a very, very brief land spout that we just saw
Doesn't mean it can't do
on
it.
storm intermediate.
Pretty sure that was a land spout. That would make more sense.
This storm in particular was not even warned.
This windshield is like got a ton of dirt on it. I'm trying to get
All right.
it off there.
Let's go back to not that screen, this screen. All right, so again, we have a tornado warning here in South Dakota, going towards Willow Lake. Rotation's been a bit more organized over the last couple of scans, moving east-northeast. If this storm does produce a tornado threat down the road, it would eventually go towards Castlewood and as well as the Watertown area here in South Dakota. So stay vigilant if you're in those locations. We have another storm blowing up back over north of Aberdeen. This storm actually, believe it or not, it's not tornado warned right now, but it would. I'm not ruling out a brief tornado here. We do have a non-precip hook right here near 281. So a tornado warning wouldn't surprise me here if we got one at some point here soon. Just north of Westport, north of Aberdeen, near Frederick. If you're in those areas, I'd at least stay away from windows. A non-precip hook echo there that could end up producing a tornado. All right, back to Texas. We kind of got three different areas. We got one in the hill country, again, for this tornado warning that has pretty strong rotation still, northwest of Sanderson. Still relatively strong area of rotation, moving east-southeast. If you're in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, the lowest floor possible. Population of 2. I don't know what exactly is included in this, but there's no towns. It's near the Cap Rock Butte. So that's moving east-southeast. And then we got the other storm that's back over, or all the storms, excuse me, that are back over in North Texas. And these are mostly wind and hail. Wow. My voice is dying. Oh my goodness. All right. Back over in North Texas, where the main concern right now is damaging winds and large hail. The tornado threat is also on the lower side of things. That's incredible. That's all moving mostly south. We got a couple of discrete cells near Corsicana, and also one near Stephenville. Those are mostly hail and wind as well. Anything that can remain discrete like this will be more of a threat for large to even that sometimes very large hail, like the one that's just south of Gun Barrel City right now. Brandon has something. Hey, look at that. This is actually a wall cloud. This is Brandon Kopic. You can watch him on YouTube and on Radar Omega, but he has a big wall cloud, it looks like, right over this particular tornado warning cell. And yeah, this actually looks like it might produce. We got a hook, got an inflow, and we definitely have rotation here. This definitely could produce. I mean, that rotation's really strong in South Dakota right now. Going eventually towards Willow Lake and Bryant. Moving east-northeast. So again, if you're in this warning, definitely seek shelter. We could definitely get a tornado with us at any time. Will Dallas see tornadoes? I don't think so. Very, very low chance. Should be mostly wind and hail. Sortation, though, it's been coming together. Might get a tornado here in South Dakota. Atlanta Falcons fans, by the way, don't look at the warning counter. Just noticed. 28-3. That's like the third time, I think, in the last like 2 months that we've had that exact warning counter. Waiting for another radar scan here in a second. The one in Texas, again, it could be on the ground at any time. It also could just be complete contamination. It's very hard to tell because the radar coverage is really not good in that area. Near like northwest of Sanderson, Texas. So, yeah, we'll keep a close eye on it, but you know, it's a very rural area. This particular storm in South Dakota is a little bit more concerning. We'll see what the velocities look like. They're about to update. This particular storm that's tornado warned that could produce a tornado, it's going in the direction of Castlewood, Watertown, and Clear Lake. Right now it's northwest of Brookings, north of Arlington, north of De Smet. Going towards Bryant. Okay, this latest radar scan makes me feel like it's... Let me see. Okay, this is a bit more organized. Alright, so this right here. This would be, if we have a tornado, it would be right here. So again, we have a wall cloud. It's going to be going into Willow Lake, and if we do get a tornado, it would be going in the direction of Bryant and Vienna here in South Dakota. So this particular area of circulation is what we'd be looking at. It's becoming a lot more rain-wrapped, so that's something to keep in mind. Also, Storm Runner Media in Colorado, right there. A little bit of broad spin in the clouds there. So just something to kind of keep in mind there. Again, this storm's still heavily elevated, but as it does move further east, the moisture is rising, so we should start to get some more, a bit more of a lowering of the storm base as it moves east there in Colorado, and that might produce something down the road. But that one currently is just a normal thunderstorm. It's the one that's over here west of Goodland. But as it moves east, a bit more of a favorable environment. Might do something. We'll see. We still have storms in southwest Kansas, mostly wind and hail. We're watching for a tornado risk to begin to materialize more over the next hour or so here in the Texas Panhandle. Again, none of these storms currently tornado warned, but all of them are producing their fair share of wind, hail, and test. All right. I'm getting a new USB plug, by the way. This has been, it's like broken all of a sudden. I literally just bought this microphone, and for some reason, this thing is already broken. So, I don't know what's happened. But the USB plug, for some reason, the thing that it plugs into, it's just broken. So, I don't know. I just ordered one. It's coming on Tuesday. Thank you, Amazon. All right, but these storms, again, mostly hail and wind. We'll watch for a tornado risk here soon. The tornado warning that we have in Texas, again, is back over northwest of Sanderson. We actually, on radar here, have a hook, and we actually have an inflow popping up here. So there's definitely some circulation here. As this does continue to push down to the east-southeast, we could get a tornado with this. Again, velocities are very strong on this storm, but again, some of that could be contamination. But if you're in this warning northwest of Sanderson, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. And then back over near DFW, again, a lot of these storms right now, wind and hail producers. Nothing too crazy. Again, not really much of a tornado risk here right now. It's a low risk. Not zero, but it's low. So could still see an isolated tornado over that direction.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning on the storm here near Bancroft, South Dakota. If you are in this pink polygon, you also need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is near Willow Lake, near Bancroft in South Dakota. And this one, honestly, as I mentioned before, probably has the best chance at producing a tornado out of the storms that we have right now. Thank you, Lori, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Let me check. Let's see. So this new tornado warning includes Bancroft, South Dakota. That's the only location. Population of about 300. Let's check out the rotation that we're looking at right now is gonna be that right there, just north of Bancroft, south of Willow Lake. This is Brandon Kopic, who's again on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Can't really see much here, but probably a large rain-wrapped area of circulation is my guess right now on this particular storm. But it does look heavily rain-wrapped now, that area of rotation that we're looking at here. Somebody just asked on Twitter, why do I not have more storm chasers? Again, the reason why is because you have to license them out, and it costs a lot of money. So, but we are starting to add on to having more storm chasers. So, for those that are wondering about that. How's Texas looking? At this point, we have severe weather in like every state. That's in the Great Plains. We have severe weather in Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Colorado, Kansas, almost Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana. We had one earlier. It's happening everywhere. Look at all the watches. They're literally, they span across the entire country pretty much, at least from south to north here in the Great Plains. It's a huge area. Again, we're going to cover whatever is most important. There's a lot of areas that we're covering. Whatever looks most concerning, we'll cover it. All right. Let me, we'll stay here. Again, that area of rotation that we're looking at here in South Dakota is near Bancroft. It is right now moving east down the road. If it does produce a tornado, it'll be going in the direction of Bryant and Heidi, just north of De Smet, here in eastern South Dakota. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. All right, tornado warning has been updated here in Texas. Just west of Highway 285. Wow, I think this might be the first ever. This might be the first time that we've ever covered a tornado warning for literally 0 people. But at least that's what the population is. There might be people in this warning, possibly like hiking or something, but northwest of Sanderson. This might be the first ever. But if you are in Longfellow, Emerson, or Sanderson, Texas, be weather aware because this storm is a beast, producing baseball-sized hail, and it could produce a tornado. That rotation still appears very strong as long as that is not contamination. Velocities, at least aloft, which are looking well up into the atmosphere, are still upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour. So that is quite the storm. Yeah, this is the hill country for you. Thank you, Oklahoma, for becoming a member as well, and welcome to the Velocities. It's a correlation coefficient like. I mean, even if we had a tornado here, it's just so hard to see even with the correlation coefficient. I mean, it shows something, but like it would take a really strong tornado for us to see a debris signature, since we are just so far away from the radar site. This is a big radar hole here in the hill country. It's there's really no radars here. I mean, we have one in San Antonio. Like, here are the radars. We We got one here. That's the main one. We got one here. And we got one here. There's nothing like here that would cover this area near Fort Stockton very well. So, yeah. Still got storms rolling through the DFW Metroplex. Again, the main concern being damaging winds and hail. Still have some broad circulation southwest of Gun Barrel City, but again, I don't think we're going to have much of a threat for tornadoes there. Flash flood warnings ongoing across much of North Texas, as flash flooding will continue to be a threat, with severe weather still being a concern. Main concern, again, being wind and hail. Again, exploding storms right now all across the Texas Panhandle. We got a lot of storms firing up here. Anything that can become discreet and stay organized will have a better shot at producing a tornado. Right now, I'm not seeing any rotation on the southern storms. The ones that are closer to Amarillo also appear the same way. Maybe some broad circulation, but nothing that has really come together quite yet. All mostly hail and wind right now, moving to the east. We also have a discrete cell that is back up here north of Amarillo, back west of Sanford. And we might even have a little bit of broad circulation there, maybe on a non-precip hook. So we'll have to watch this storm as well, as that does continue to move east. And then mostly a wind threat right now in southwest Kansas. Nebraska is all wind right now, and also some half-dollar sized hail. There is up to 70-mile-per-hour winds right now moving east towards North Platte in Nebraska. So if you're in this warning, just continue to stay away from windows as that moves east. And then back over in South Dakota, we still have some rotation here, which this storm in particular has really had the strongest rotation out of any storm that we've been covering. We really got two areas. We got one right here, and then we got one right here, both going in the direction of Willow Lake, just to the south of Highway 28. No debris signature or anything like that yet. Nothing reported. These tornado warnings still do continue here for the next 10 minutes. And the other one's for 25 minutes. We'll probably end up getting a new warning on this as long as the rotation does stay as strong as it currently is. But we could have a tornado in here somewhere. There might even be something rain wrapped in this area. It's difficult to tell, but the rain right now on this there's a lot of rain falling here. There's a chance it's also contamination, but there's a pretty solid chance that we have something here. At least some sort of lowering, or maybe even a tornado as this moves east and northeast. This is Brandon Kopic, who's live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Actually, it looks like we have a tornado, possibly on the ground or about to be on the ground. Something back in here, I think. It looks really rain-wrapped. But we actually might have a tornado on the ground there, near Bancroft. But more than likely, we have at least something developing. I mean, that rotation's pretty strong. Granted, we're in a bit of a, not really a radar hole, but we're a little bit further away from the radar site. Still looks strong enough for there to be a tornado here. You said it's on the ground? Let me check here. Alright, I got his stream on my top monitor for now. I don't see anything right now. Looks like rain. There's definitely rotation, though. I mean, we definitely have strong rotation. Both inside of the storm, which we could have actually... there is definitely a possibility here that we could even have two tornadoes at the same time. The one inside the storm, honestly, still looks pretty strong to me. No debris signature. We still have a lot of hail falling here, so there's definitely contamination. The second one, that's south of Willow Lake, back northeast of Bancroft. That one is the one that may have just dropped something brief. There's definitely a stronger area of circulation there, just southwest of Willow Lake. Yeah, you can see that here, too. A couple different areas of circulation. Now, visually, from what I'm seeing from Brandon Kopic, I mean, I'm not seeing anything that's on the ground, but it's like a lot of scud still. Nothing organized quite yet.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in South Dakota. That's on the storm near Aberdeen. We were talking about this a little while ago. This is a rotation area that is happening in a non-precip area. It's right along the outflow boundary. Just north of Aberdeen, South Dakota. Area of circulation would be that right there. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. South of Frederick, north of Westport, is where we have this brand new tornado warning here in South Dakota. That is for Brown County, South Dakota, for reference. This does include Frederick, or does not include Frederick, but includes areas between Frederick and Westport. Brown County. Okay. We should have another. Oh, there we go. All right, so there's still rotation here. Here's the latest velocity scan. Definitely a chance that we do get some sort of non-precip tornado with this as it does continue to move east. Next in track would be areas near Columbia and Westport here in South Dakota. And then also back on the storm near Willow Lake. It is still tornado warned here for the next few minutes. Area of rotation, again, is in a couple different spots. We've had some rotation south of Willow Lake, but both circulations, by the looks of it, have broadened. Let me check the other radar site, though. This is from 4 minutes ago, and this is the latest update now. So still some circulation. It's not as strong as it once was, but we could still see an isolated tornado with this as it does approach Willow Lake and Bryant in South Dakota.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning in Texas. That is going to be back over in this is the area that we were talking about before, near Sanderson. So northwest of Sanderson, we have another tornado warning here. That rotation still remains very strong. So if you're anywhere just to the north of Highway 90 or west of Highway 285, make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building if you are in this particular warning. Once again, the storm has had very strong rotation here for quite a while. Even if we don't get a tornado, we are going to be talking about potentially some hurricane force winds as this moves down to the southeast. And there you go. This is our new warning north of Emerson. Still, one person is in this warning, so we'll eventually be approaching Route 285 or Highway 285, and eventually on track for Sanderson, Texas, in the Hill Country. So one more person than the last warning, which is kind of crazy to say. We usually don't cover this part of Texas, so interesting. Let me also, we have another mesoscale discussion. So for those back up in the Texas Panhandle, severe weather threat should be maintained for the next few hours. Large hail, severe wind gusts, and a tornado or two will be possible. That is primarily going to be near Amarillo and Lubbock and eastward is where we're talking about. Might as well text them, I guess. I don't know. All right. You know, with that said, though, obviously they issue these tornado warnings for a reason. There are mountains here. There could be hikers for reference. And if you're like one of those people that's hiking, just make sure you're getting into a low-lying ditch. Try to get to the lowest place that you can possibly get. And it's eventually going to be approaching a much more, busy roadway, or not really busy, but there's more people on that road near 285. So there is a reason they issue tornado warnings for anywhere in the country. Even if there's one person, 1,000 people, 0 people, doesn't matter. The tornado warning for Willow Lake is about to expire. So they might issue a new one here, we'll see. But we are now up to almost 35 total warnings when it comes to severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. So we currently have a lot of warnings right now here in the United States, and there's your new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning now for Willow Lake and Bryant near Vienna. That is, again, brand new tornado warning on this storm in South Dakota. It's just going to be basically it's going to replace the current tornado warning that we have. But Willow Lake near Vienna and Bryant included in this warning. So if you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter. away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Make that 35 total warnings that we currently have. Who would have thought? Honestly, I didn't think we'd have that many warnings today. I thought today would be pretty active, pretty busy. That's why we're in the weather studio today. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been here. I mean, we have 35 total warnings right now. Does not include flash flood warnings, which if we include that, it's 44. So there's a lot. So we got 3 in South Dakota. We have less tornado warnings than you might think, kind of. We have 3 for the same storm. We have 1 near Aberdeen, and then we have, or north of Aberdeen, and we have 1 or 2. We have 2 back down in Southwest Texas that include like 2 people. So, or 1 person. So that 1 warning that's back over northwest of Sanderson, that is also the same exact storm. A lot of these warnings are about to expire in about 30 seconds. Or actually 15 seconds, so that warning counter will change in a second. The storm that we're looking at back over here, north of Aberdeen in South Dakota, is also rotating. You know, we got a hook and everything right here, and if we do get a tornado, it would be right about here, just northeast of Westport. So if you're in this particular warning, seek shelter. Pretty solid chance if we get a tornado here, it would be a non-precip area of rotation, so it would be pretty visible for any storm chasers, but you don't want to be looking outside for this, just in case for some reason it might not be visible and maybe you're not looking the right way or whatever it might be. But that's moving east-southeast right now. I mean, man, that's unbelievable. This rotation that we've had in this storm northwest of Sanderson is quite literally unbelievable. Okay. Thank you to Christine, I don't know how to say your name, for the $20 Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you, Connor, for the $150 Venmo. Please put some hearts in the chat for Connor with your very generous Venmo. I really do appreciate your generosity. Thank you. That is crazy. But yeah, this rotation, as I said before, it's pretty crazy. Good news is that it's impacting almost nobody. But next in line for that would be Sanderson. A lot of hail coming out of that probably too. This storm down near Stinnett, Texas, this is up to baseball-sized hail. So this hail core is blowing up. Baseball-sized hail is expected. We actually have another scatter spike here popping up on radar, and what that indicates is that we have pretty significant hail falling, and a large quantity of it more than likely as well. So pretty significant hailstorm now near Stinnett in the Texas Panhandle, just north of Fritch. Okay, the tornado warning that's over here near Bryant, the rotation does appear a bit broader here on radar, but the main area of circulation that we're looking at would be just south of Willow Lake going towards Bryant. So we could still get a tornado out of this. I don't think we've had any reports recently of any lowering or anything, but it is relatively rain-wrapped here. Minnesota. This storm I don't think is rotating. Yeah, it's most, this is outflow driven here south of Minneapolis. So mostly a wind and hail threat. Wow. This storm has organized a lot in South Dakota. This could produce a strong tornado if it does develop. That has organized substantially over the last few minutes. Look at that hook echo. This is the probably one of the more classic looking supercells that you'll see in South Dakota. Wow. By the way, quick little look at the storm in Colorado. That's still elevated. Really unbelievable view of the structure there as well. So I take a photo of this and stamp it into a textbook. Like, holy crap, that's an unbelievable hook echo. This is currently going to be approaching the Sand Lake in South Dakota, north of Columbia and northeast of Westport. I mean, seriously, if it does produce a tornado, it could be strong. I mean, that's unbelievable. The radar presentation that we're seeing on this Hook Echo is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy stuff here. Next radar scan should be coming in here in a second, so we're going to wait for that. But that's storm on the bottom right of your screen in Colorado. That is pretty crazy. They are not in Kansas, by the way. Their location is not updated at all, because they're just like in the middle of nowhere. But that's a pretty unbelievable storm structure there. All right, new radar scan coming in now. We'll see what it looks like. Next in line for this storm will be Claremont. Can't speak. Just north of Columbia. Langford in the Putney areas will also be on the track of this. Britain, Lake City, Eden, Roseland, Grenville, Pierpont in northern South Dakota will be the main areas in the track of this after. All right, let's see if we have any sort of verification here by radar of this. If we had a tornado, it would be right in there. I'm not seeing any debris signature, but again, we don't need a debris signature for there to be a tornado. Rotation still does not appear really strong here, but we could still get a tornado out of this. It is a relatively organized storm here. We got a pretty clean inflow. Here's your outflow boundary. If we had a tornado, it would be right about where that circle sort of shape I made here is. But wow. Really kind of a crazy supercell that's developed here. I'm shocked. I really am. I didn't think we'd have a storm that looks like this in South Dakota today. They have condensed the warning. It still includes Brown County here in South Dakota. No locations in the warning. It's just southeast of Frederick and northeast of Westport. About 136 people in this warning. So there's no doubt, though, that this storm has a capability of producing a tornado. Okay. Is that a monster? I wouldn't consider this a monster storm. Whenever I'm talking about like a monster storm, it's usually something that's huge, that's producing like hail, wind, and also a threat for a tornado. That's like a big hail threat, though. We're not talking about, you know, cheese curd sized hail. We're talking 2.5+ inch diameter hail usually for something like that. That storm I don't think is really producing any hail. If it's producing hail, it's not that large. 2 inches in diameter, it's what it's warned for. Which I believe that. There's definitely some hail fall in there. It's not a monster. It's not a huge supercell here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for North Platte in Nebraska. So that's for damaging winds up to 70. We might have some live views out of this area, possibly. I'm not sure yet. I'm going to check and see. We might actually have some view of this storm once it gets a bit closer. Either way, though, this particular threat in Nebraska will be mostly a damaging wind threat, with the potential also for some large hail.
That it can pick up on, apparently.
This is a storm over in Colorado, by the way.
Location like it's supposed to. But we are not in the same.
So, bottom right of your screen. Not tornado warned, but interesting looking storm there. All right, let's go back down to Texas again. We got storms kind of all over the place right now in Texas. We got baseball-sized hailstorm approaching Stinnett in Sanford, Texas. Pretty slow-moving storm. Boger will be in the track of that as well. Storm weakened. The one that was going in the direction of Boger has weakened with the southern severe thunderstorm warning, the one I just highlighted here. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning just east of Amarillo, mostly for a wind and hail threat. Still watching for the potential for an isolated tornado. Have another storm firing up now near Plainview as well. So we'll see how that starts to intensify or not. And then our one tornado warning in Texas right now. Again, northwest of Sanderson. Still very strong rotation, on track to go towards Sanderson. It's again a radar hole, so it's going to be hard to see.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is a bit of a radar hole, so it's going to be kind of hard to see the overall, like, if there's a tornado on the ground by radar, but if there is one, it'll be going in the direction of Sanderson. We don't really know that for sure, though. All right, we do have a tornado warning now in Minnesota. This storm is actually now tornado warned. So the one that is going in the direction of Zumbrota, Wanamingo, Mazappa, Pine Island are all on the track of this particular storm near Bombay, Roscoe, Skyberg, in southeastern Minnesota in this pink polygon. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That makes it now back up to 5 tornado warnings. We have 3 in South Dakota. We have 1 here now in Minnesota, and we also have 1 in Texas, which we might get another one on that here soon, on that Sanderson warning. We basically have weather everywhere. That's what we're looking at. We got severe storms kind of just all over the place right now. Wow. They might not issue a new tornado warning on this storm because the rotation's just so weak. We still have an unbelievable looking hook echo on this. Really quite unbelievable. Five tornado warnings is crazy. It's honestly not that crazy. For how large this area is today, it does not honestly surprise me that much. I mean, we've covered as many as like 20 before at one time. Or not 20, but probably 15. Tornado warning, hook echo indicated, honestly. It should be a thing. Yeah, but I mean, look at the velocities. There really is not much here. It's very, very weak rotation. We could get a tornado with this. I think the chances are kind of low, but I mean, it has a hook echo. It's a very organized supercell for what it is. But it does have an outflow boundary, so we'll see. The tornado warning for Bancroft, or just near Bancroft here in South Dakota, will expire in 4 minutes. Area of rotation that we'll be looking at, or now it will expire now. Wow, that timing is just unbelievable. Going towards Bryant, the area of rotation that we're looking at, moving in that direction, northwest of Irwin and just south of Vienna, is where we still have some broad circulation. Okay, so just to give you an idea of what we're looking at, here's the northern plains. Again, we got warnings kind of all over the place right now. Yellow is severe. Pink is tornado warned. Yellow also being the severe thunderstorm watch. So we have 3 tornado warnings, 3 different areas. We also have the storms that are back over in the central plains, mostly a wind threat here across Nebraska and Kansas. And we also have the severe storms that are in the panhandle. We have severe storms in North Texas. These are mostly wind, lightning, hail, flooding rains, all that sort of stuff. And then we also got the storm back over here in the hill country, which still has the potential for some hurricane-force winds as that moves towards Sanderson, with an isolated tornado potential as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. They have issued a new tornado warning on that storm. That has a unbelievable looking hook echo. This one is going to be in South Dakota. Going in the direction of Claremont. I don't know why I can't say that the first time. Claremont, just west of that here in South Dakota. Once again, this is Brown County, South Dakota. So basically the same area that we've been talking about here for a while. If you are in the pink polygon, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That's north of Columbia, north of Putney, and south of Hecla, here in northeastern South Dakota. Lauren, you can go to the playlist tab and you'll see all that members only stuff there. Or you can go into the live tab and you should be able to see it there too. Wow. We have 37 total warnings right now. But we should have a good amount of them expiring here in a moment. The tornado warning for Bryan and Willow Lake goes until 7:15 Central Time. We got the tornado warning in Minnesota, north of Rochester. This one, again, still looks more like a wind threat to me, but we could get an isolated tornado as there is at least some sort of inflow notch that is trying to develop on that. So as this moves east, we could still get an isolated tornado near Mazeppa, Zumbrota, Wanamingo, Pine Island, near Route 52. I don't think we have any other radar sites here nearby. We have the one near La Crosse, which does show broad circulation. I honestly think this is more of a wind threat, but I definitely wouldn't rule out a tornado if we get some sort of little inflow notch on this. Will there be severe weather in Lubbock? Asked Dominic with the 499. If you get any severe weather, the main concern will be hail and wind. Nice photo I tweeted. Yeah, if you have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. There are some interesting photos there. The Brown County storm actually has a pretty impressive lowering, possibly a wall cloud. Retweeting the photo on Twitter. Hey, Jordan, do you have the link to that camera? By chance? If you do, just at me on Twitter with it. I also thank Jacob for becoming a VIP Velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. Put some marks in the chat for Jacob, as that is our highest tiered membership on the channel. Alright, here's the storm that's back over north of Columbia right now. Again, this is still producing the potential for a isolated tornado as it moves east, southeast. It is radar indicated. It looked a lot more organized a moment ago. It's becoming a little bit less organized, but it could still produce a tornado. Okay. Stormrunner Media is in Colorado. They're chasing the Colorado-Kansas threat. You really could have chased anywhere today, and you would have probably saw storm activity. I mean, again, we have storms literally across the entire Great Plains right now. It's quite literally unbelievable. Still some pretty strong rotation right now going towards Sanderson. And nothing confirmed on this as of right now. And I see people saying CC drop in the chat. But if we line this up with the velocities, we can't because the velocities haven't updated. Never mind. I have to wait for the velocities to update, but I don't think there's anything confirmed on this yet. They'll probably end up issuing a new warning for Sanderson, Texas in a moment, as the rotation's approaching that. I mean, if we have a tornado, it would be somewhere in here. We look at the debris signature, there's nothing there. And again, unless this tornado is really strong, we are not going to be able to confirm this by radar, because it would have to be, the debris would have to be lifted up well over 10,000 feet up in the air with how far away we are from the radar site. So just keep that in mind. Have a new storm developing also near Midland, Texas. Might produce some hail and wind as that develops. All right, let me go back to South Dakota again. Wait for the radar scan on this. Thank you, Heather and Robin, for both becoming Velocity members, and welcome to the Velocities, and thank you, Ash, as well. South Texas reflectivity? Are we talking about this radar site? They have just condensed this warning. It's still... I don't know if they're going to issue a new one. I mean, this is a very tiny tornado warning at this point. It's northwest of Sanderson, Texas. The rotation itself would be outside of the warning now, and it would be approaching Sanderson. If you're in Sanderson, Texas here, I would honestly just seek shelter. as there is going to be hail, wind, and maybe even an isolated tornado with this. I mean, that warning is puny. About 6.5, 7 square miles. Well, there you go again. This is now, so I don't think we've ever covered a tornado warning with no people in it. This is now the second time in the same stream that we've covered a tornado warning with a population of 0. Which there could be people here, again, hiking or something, but again, it's just pretty crazy stuff. That's how rural this area is here in the hill country of Texas. There are a lot of mountains out here as well. You can kind of see them on the map. So we just got a lot of mountainous, regions here, a lot of mountain ranges. So at least it's good news. It's really not impacting at least a whole lot of people. Hopefully, unless people are hiking out there. But yeah, that might get a new warning. We'll see. All right, back over to North Texas. Again, we got mostly a wind and hail threat here across North Texas right now. Tyler, Texas, be ready for damaging winds up to 60. We got multiple storms that are just kind of firing up here. Mostly wind, hail. Not really expecting much of a tornado risk at this point. I think it'll be all mostly wind and hail in those areas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we do have a new tornado warning now in North Dakota. That is south of Valley City. So that rotation's actually pretty strong. So we have a new area of rotation near Litchville. If you're in Marion, east of Dickey, or north of Grand Rapids as well, I would be seeking shelter. You'll probably be under a new tornado warning here in a moment.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow, that rotation's pretty strong. That is a really rain-wrapped rotation. Possibility that that's contaminated, but that is, if there is a tornado here, it could be, well, here's the other radar site. So definitely a possibility for a tornado moving in the direction of Marion and Litchville. So again, if you're in this particular warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. We have another tornado warning in Texas. That is the one near Sanderson. Still producing baseball-sized hail. So if you're in this pink polygon, also seek shelter. The rotation here has been pretty strong on radar. Here is this is where people live, is in Sanderson, in this particular part of Texas. So if you're in Sanderson, definitely seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. There's definitely a chance that we get a tornado here. Nothing confirmed by radar as of right now, even though there's a CC signature there. That might just be contamination from hail. So just keep that in mind as it moves down to the southeast. The tornado warning back here will probably end up being canceled at this point. And I think we should be getting a new tornado warning on this storm in a moment. The CWA regions kind of prevent this from being in the warning. But I'm guessing this will probably be in the warning here in a moment. Would be my guess. So if you're in Marion in North Dakota, also make sure that you're seeking shelter. Even though you're not in the warning, you should be. Thank you, Givo, for the $4.99. No? That's interesting, though. Appreciate the $4.99. I've never heard that before. Also, thank you, Pat, for becoming a member. All the tornado warnings that we have right now are all radar indicated. For right now. Nothing officially confirmed on any of them. I don't know why that I don't know what's going on here. There will probably be a new tornado warning for Marion, but if you know any friends or family in Marion here in North Dakota, give them a heads up. They should be in their safe place, even though there has not been a warning issued there yet. That's Marion, Benson Corner, northeast of Grand Rapids, east of Dickey, in North Dakota. We currently have a total of 33 warnings. We have multiple tornado warnings. The storm that had a really impressive hook echo north of Columbia, that rotation's definitely broadened out quite a bit. So mostly a wind and hail threat for right now, but still could get an isolated tornado as that does move east. Eventually going towards Britain, north of Groton, north of Webster. Still got the tornado warning as well back over north of DeSmet, near Bryant. Still broad circulation right now, moving east, eventually going towards Lake Norden and Haiti. That's moving eastbound. Okay, I'm not sure why we don't have a tornado warning here yet. The rotation that we're talking about is this right here near Marion. So if you're anywhere in this area, seek shelter in North Dakota near Fort Ransom or near Marion. Litchville, Catherine should all be in their safe places. There's rotation, by the way, near Sanford, Texas. Yeah, there's some rotation here near Sanford, Texas. By the looks of it. Got a little hook developing on that. That's approaching Sanford. This might get tornado warned as well. If you're in Boger, Sanford, Texas, south of Stinnett, I would also be seeking shelter for the hail threat, the wind threat, and also that rotation that's developed here. There's a hook echo here with some rotation. I'm honestly surprised it isn't warned. Okay, let me go back down to the south. Sanderson, tornado warning still does continue. We got a strong area of circulation moving down to the southeast right now. Could produce a tornado at any time as it does move to the southeast. And if you're in Sanderson, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible in Texas. Again, rotation that's on the storm back over north of Amarillo near Sanford is definitely enough, I think, for a potential tornado here. So if you are in Sanford or Boger, I'd be seeking shelter. Relatively slow-moving storm, but we definitely could get a tornado there as that moves east. Sanderson had a pretty big flooding event a while back. It's an area that's actually been hit hard by flooding events in the past. It is in a valley, I believe. I'm honestly a little bit surprised. I don't know why this isn't warned. The rotation's definitely increasing here. It's near Lake Meredith and Sanford. It's not on the ground by the looks of it, but it definitely could drop at some point as that does move east. English. In this particular area in Texas. Also, new mesoscale discussion for the Hill Country. Severe weather threat is expected to continue for the next few hours. Large hail and severe wind gusts will be possible, along with an isolated tornado threat. Got some crazy mammatus clouds back over in North Texas right now. Wow. I'm going to show you guys a photo of that here in a second. Here's your new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so Fritch, Sanford, Texas, you need to be in your safe places. Again, we've been talking about this for a few minutes. This rotation definitely intensifying, and it could produce a tornado. It is a very slow-moving storm, so it's not going fast. It's going to be relatively slow-moving here for the next several minutes. But if you are in this warning, definitely make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. As that rotation is a little bit on the stronger side of things near Sanford and Fritch. Okay, yeah, that rotation's coming together. We could get a tornado with this at legitimately any time. If you're in Sanford, you need to seek shelter now. That rotation's intensifying, and this could drop a tornado at any time. If you are in Sanford. No debris signature, but this is very close to producing a tornado. And this is north of Amarillo for reference. It's in the Panhandle. Some strong circulation right now, just west of Sanford. If you know any friends or family in this area, you can feel free to share the stream with them. And this is a situation where we have right now 6 different tornado warnings, and this one's probably one of the more concerning ones I'm seeing right now. Oh, we have another radar scan coming in, so we'll see what the velocities look like here. I think it's gonna update. Let me outline this real quick. So if we have a tornado, it would be in here. Here are the velocities. Okay. We may have a tornado on the ground. That rotation is really intensified. Just on the west side of Sanford, near Lake Meredith. We could even have a water spout over this lake. I'm not sure, or yeah, I think that's a lake. That rotation, though, is really strong. We very possibly could have a tornado on the ground right now. It's kind of moving north almost. It's going towards this small community near 3395 Road. But very strong rotation, and there is a pretty strong likelihood that we have a tornado on the ground right now, just to the west of Sanford. So if you are in this particular warning, you definitely need to make sure that you're seeking shelter near Sanford or Fritch here in the Texas Panhandle. This is a bit more of a populated area in Texas, at least comparatively to what we've been talking about there in the Hill Country. So there's definitely a lot more people there. Also, the storm that's just east here of Amarillo, that one looks like it's trying to come together. That might produce something down the road. The storm that's near Sanderson right now, that rotation's still strong enough to produce a tornado. If you're in Sanderson, continue to stay in that safe place, as the strongest area of rotation is pretty much over top of you right now. Let's look at severe storms in North Texas. Again, nothing tornadic right now. Here are the 2 tornado warnings in the Dakotas. We got the tornado warning right now that's back over near Columbia in South Dakota. That rotation's still strong enough for a tornado. We still have a hook echo on that, so it's still possible that we do end up getting a tornado there. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in Brown County, South Dakota, just north here of Columbia. And then our other tornado warning is the one up here in North Dakota. This tornado warning does include Litchville and Catherine. For some reason, unless I'm missing something, they never issued a warning for the other part of this area in the other CWA region. Hopefully, if you're in Marion, you got to your safe place, because there could be a tornado here. It's not under any warning other than the severe thunderstorm warning. It should be tornado warning. They might have just not. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here, but no warning as of right now for Marion, but there probably should be, because that's where the rotation is. So if you're in Marion, just continue to stay in your safe place. The tornado warning in Minnesota also has ended. And this is probably a tornado right now. Just to the west of Sanford, Texas. That is almost undoubtedly going to be a tornado. We have a debris signature, but it's not super lined up, and now this is officially confirmed. All right, so we have a confirmed tornado on this storm in Texas.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Sanford. This is confirmed via public. As of 7 minutes ago, this was confirmed. So actually, when we were talking about this was on the ground. So this is a confirmed tornado on the west side now of Sanford. It's a pretty slow-moving tornado. It's actually moving north right now. Moving towards this small community that's near 1319 Road. So if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and into an interior room of your home or building. I'm trying to look and see what this community is actually called. Give me 1 second on that. Looking at a map here. But unfortunately, a tornado is about to hit this community just northwest of Sanford, which this is near the Three Falls Cove. That is a hotel or a motel or something that's about to be hit by this tornado near Bugbee Cove. This is going to be approaching many different streets like the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Street near Deer Road, Bugbee Drive, and Elk Drive. I don't think this is any community in particular, but this tornado right now is moving north. And it's going to be moving into that community there near the Bugbee Cove and near Three Falls Cove. near 3395 road. That is where your confirmed tornado is. That tornado right now is moving north, even though the storm isn't really I mean, it's kind of moving north, but it's kind of moving more east. It's a pretty stationary storm, but that tornado is going to be moving right into that area. This could even, again, it could be a water spout. Doesn't usually happen in Texas, but there is a kind of like a little bay or river here. So it is possible that we actually have a water spout here, which could be a tornado once it goes on land near this area. But again, this is a confirmed tornado right now, heading in the direction of 3395 road. So waiting for the velocities to update. There you go. It looks like it might have already weakened out. Latest scan showing a broader area of circulation, sorry. Again, moving currently in the northerly direction. May have already occluded, but that was definitely a tornado. Might still be on the ground though, so just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning in Nebraska. That's for Logan and McPherson counties. That is going to be, for reference, north of North Platte. And wow, we have a destructive storm going through North Platte right now. Winds upwards of 80 miles per hour actually being reported out of that area. And this is the area that's under that hatched wind threat, by the way. So this here is not shocking, but that's a pretty populated area there. We do have an area of circulation up here that is going to be just off to the north of North Platte. We've actually may have already had a tornado with this. I can't confirm that by radar, but stronger area of circulation here in this little QLCS that we have north of North Platte and south of the Thedford area. So if you are in this particular area, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. All right, let's go back down to Texas again. And that tornado, again, may have already fully occluded. But that would be where your tornado is. If it is still on the ground, it'd be just northwest of Sanford. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. You know, we actually had a pretty good lead time on this tornado in particular. We were talking about this particular storm probably about 5 minutes before it actually dropped, confirmed. So, pretty good lead time on that one. I don't think this tornado warning came out until a couple minutes after it was actually on the ground. Okay. So again, this might still be on the ground. I don't think it is, but obviously if you're in Sanford or near that community near Bugbee Cove, continue to stay in your safe place. We have a pretty large hailstorm right now happening just east of Amarillo. That is really, that storm in particular is really blown up. Still a possibility for a tornado with that as it moves to the east and northeast, eventually going towards White Deer. Back over in southwestern Texas in the hill country, still a very strong rotation near Sanderson. And again, this has not been confirmed at any point, but we could have a tornado with this at any time. Really poor radar coverage out here in Sanderson. So if you are in this pink polygon, just continue to stay in your safe place. Stay away from windows, the lowest floor possible, all that sort of jazz. Baseball size tail is pretty much a given with this particular supercell, as it is a really large storm and a very discrete storm as well. Did produce softball size tail at one point. And back to Nebraska in a little QLCS tornado that tried to develop. Rotation still strong enough to the point where we could get a tornado. Again, that's moving eastbound, going towards Route 83. Just to the south of Thedford. And just to the north of North Platte. We have, wow, 97 miles per hour was just confirmed near North Platte. That is unbelievable. Wow. That's public confirmed. In just south of North Platte, 97 mile per hour winds, and that's just straight line wind. that just happened here near North Platte. Holy cow. "97 miles per hour. Radar does not even look like that, by the way. Velocities do not look as bad on radar, but wow. That's pretty unbelievable. I think the last time we had a wind gust even close to 90, like 95 or higher, was actually in North Texas. Back when we had that morning storm activity. That was about a week ago. That's pretty crazy. Okay. Let me see here real quick. By the way, here are the mammotus clouds in North Texas right now. Dippin' Dot clouds across that area. A lot of those being reported in North Texas. If you have any photos of that, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. As a reminder, if you're in North Platte or near Gothenburg, Cozad, or Lexington, you need to be staying away from windows once you're under the severe thunderstorm warning, because we just had a 97 mile per hour wind gust that was confirmed just to the south in North Platte. That is quite literally unbelievable. So definitely take this storm activity seriously. But this is observed wind that just moved through North Platte. Still have 2 tornado warnings. We got one near Aberdeen that could still produce a tornado as it moves towards Claremont. Langford and Pierpont will be in the track of this as well. And then we're also watching for the storm that's back up here, with also another destructive storm here with damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour near Litchville, just to the southeast of Marion. That is also producing damaging winds to 80 miles per hour. So that's now another destructive storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. That's going to be back in Nebraska as well. This is going to be just to the south of North Platte, another QLCS tornado threat right over near Maywood and Curtis. So if you're in this pink polygon, take shelter now. That's going to be moving towards Gothenburg, Cozad, and Lexington down the road. Right now, the Eustis area and Curtis and Maywood are currently in this warning. So seek shelter if you're in this particular warning. The confirmed tornado in Texas is no longer confirmed. It is back to radar indicated. So that one near Sanford is no longer on the ground, at least from what we know. Okay, let's go back to... All right, we'll go south to north real quick. The tornado warning southeast of Sanderson, still strong rotation. We could still have a tornado here as this moves down to the east, southeast, and southeast along Route 90. Again, pretty similar storm to what we just had a few days ago. So if you're right along Route 90, just be very vigilant of that storm. Definitely producing hail and definitely producing wind. Few storms popping up near Lubbock, Texas. Most of those wind and hail producers, but nothing severe quite yet. Those are the 2 storms that we're watching for. Here's the Sanford storm, by the way, in Texas. So this did have a tornado at one point. You can see that there. That rotation has occluded now, and it is now mostly a wind and hail threat again. Could still get another tornado with that, but again, that was a confirmed tornado. All right, let's go back to Nebraska again. If you're just tuning in, didn't already hear, obviously there are 2 tornado warnings, so those are concerning in their own regard. But we just had south of North Platte a 97 mile per hour wind gust that was observed by public. So really crazy stuff here. If you are in this particular area, including this new severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be taking these warnings very seriously, as there is going to be a threat for significant damaging winds, large to very large hail, and the threat again for maybe even a few QLCS tornadoes. Quite the significant threat evolving here with this particular line of storms moving eastbound right along Interstate 80. So again, if you're in this area, you need to be taking this storm seriously. It's definitely a destructive storm. Though the warning says 80 miles per hour, it could be higher than that. It could be upwards of 90 to 100. Going right along Interstate 80 here. It is definitely a dangerous area of storms right now. moving eastbound. So you got to take this area of storm activity very seriously. And make sure that you're staying away from windows, staying on the lowest floor possible if you are in these areas. All right. Let me see if we have, I'm just going to see if we have any view of the storm right now. Also, the rotation on the northern tornado warning has broadened again. So not as strong as before. We still have some stronger circulation near Maywood and Curtis moving towards Eustis, Nebraska. So this storm in particular is still producing the potential for a tornado as that moves eastbound. So if you're in this particular area, you need to continue to be staying in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I'm not seeing anything right now. All right, let's go back to South Dakota real quick. We have another warning, another destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We have currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 different destructive severe thunderstorm warnings right now. What that means is that we either have baseball-sized hail or larger, or damaging winds that are 80 miles per hour or greater. So we have a lot of stuff happening right now, and we also have 4 tornado warnings to go along with that. We do have another destructive severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, ping pong ball sized hail, and another tornado possible label. So be prepared for all of that if you are near Fort Ransom or Lisbon in North Dakota, as this storm activity does remain on the more significant side of things. The tornado warning in South Dakota has been let to expire. And then back over in Nebraska, we do have a little slew here of storms that are producing, again, very high winds, in addition to the potential for a tornado threat. And then your originally confirmed tornado that's back over west of Boger near Sanford is no longer on the ground, but we are still watching for the potential for a tornado with this, as it does continue to stay in a very favorable environment here for the next hour or two, as it does continue to stay discreet. Will have a potential at producing a tornado. Thank you, Hoops, for becoming a moderate velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, by the way, Blake, for the $5 super chat. I'm a new subscriber. I appreciate you subscribing. Thinking about subscribing to Radar Omega, how hard is the learning curve? I would say the learning curve is not really that hard. It takes like a day or two to get used to, but I'd say it's very easy to get used to, in my opinion. This is unbelievable. We have 5 different reports here. We have 80, we have 70, 80, 80, and 90. We have 5 different reports in the North Platte area of significant damaging winds. The northern one is 81 miles per hour. Obviously the main one we've been talking about is the one that's nearly 100 miles per hour, just on the south side of North Platte. We had one that was 71. We had one that was 80. And this, again, this could even be a microburst. And then we also had an 84 mile per hour wind measured. Literally all in the same stretch here, which is pretty crazy. So again, if you're traveling along Interstate 80, please take it slow, be safe, especially if you're a truck driver. Definitely some dangerous storms out here right now. There's no doubt about that. Is that considered a derecho? Well, I mean, at the end of the day, this could be, but it's not right now a derecho. Derechos are usually determined after an event happens. It usually isn't determined right in the middle of an event. There has to be some sort of... There usually has to be some sort of like widespread wind threat happening for several hours over a large stretch of mileage as well. I just saw, I'm seeing a video on Twitter, near Faribault, Minnesota. We had a flying trampoline go right down the road. Once again, flying trampoline meter today. It's a medium risk, but it's there. Hatch down your trampolines. Medium risk for flying trampolines today. But we had a flying trampoline there in Minnesota today. Out of all states, Minnesota had the flying trampoline. The tornado warning that's back over east of Maywood. Again, if we have a tornado, it would be somewhere in here. If you're anywhere between Brady and Gothenburg, you also need to be in your safe place away from windows, as damaging winds could be significant in that area.
A new tornado warning has been issued. We also have
a new tornado warning for Gothenburg, Cozad, Lexington. If you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So this is a brand new tornado warning for the storm activity that's approaching soon. Obviously, if you're in this pink polygon, you should be in your safe place no matter what. Even if we don't get a tornado, we will be watching for significant damaging winds that could be as high as 80 to even 90 miles per hour. So you need to keep that in mind here. Very significant wind threat right now moving eastbound with damaging winds upwards of 80 to maybe even 90 miles per hour. And we could even get winds up to 100 miles per hour with that particular line of storms, which is really intensified here recently. I have an interesting storm back over here in Texas. This is southeast of Canyon, going eventually towards Turkey and Quittake. That's another area to watch for. We still have our tornado warning near Fritch and Sanford. This was a confirmed tornado at one point, but the rotation's broadened a lot. I would say it's more of a threat for tennis ball sized hail now, as that continues its track almost nowhere. It's barely moving. It's barely moving east, if you want to go with that. It's moving east at like 2 miles per hour. So they have it at 10 miles per hour, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think the storm's really moving at all. It's barely moving, but if you're near Boger, just stay weather aware, and Sanford, it could speed up. It's not going to go the same speed for the entire way. Here's your new severe thunderstorm warning for Brady and Onco in Nebraska, where damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is currently being warned for. Again, we could still see winds that are higher than that. So if you're in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Take it seriously. Could have some flying trampolines out there. Okay, all the storms in South Dakota, mostly a wind threat. We got a Dorito chip tornado warning for those in Fort Ransom right now in North Dakota. We actually got an inflow notch developing on this, so we could get a tornado in this area. Rotation still remains broad, but definitely a storm to watch for near Grand Rapids. Moving towards Fort Ransom, Lisbon, and Elliott's. And that, again, is in North Dakota. All right. And if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. Don't forget to like the stream. And quick update, this is Storm Media right now, back over in Colorado, chasing the high plains.
I'm so surprised this isn't near Bird City, McDonald.
We have yet again another severe thunderstorm warning, and this is going to be also for damaging winds up to 80. And this is a widespread threat right now for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. That literally goes from North Platte all the way back down southwest of Kearney. This is a huge area. If you know any friends or family in this area of storm activity, literally anywhere in the storm activity, because this thing is intensified rapidly, give them a call or text to make sure that they're in their safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, like all that sort of stuff. Just make sure that they are doing that, because this is a substantial threat that's happening in Nebraska right now. With damaging winds that are widespread around 80 miles per hour. Could be higher at times as well, but this is a significant area of storms right now here in Nebraska, riding right along Interstate 80. Really could not get much worse than this when it comes to the wind threat. This is the virtual rail fan out of Kearney, Nebraska, which will be in the track of these storms eventually. Again, just notice ominous skies there in the background. Nothing too crazy, but we will eventually probably see a pretty definitive shelf cloud or something along those lines as these storms do get a bit closer. But just a substantial threat right now happening across Nebraska. Really crazy stuff. Try to see if we have any visual of this, so just give me 1 second here. We will have a visual near Elm Creek, which is a bit down the road. But we should have a visual of that here down the road. If you guys do see any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Alright, let's go back to Texas again. Still have our tornado warning near Sanford for 6 more minutes. This one will probably be let to expire. The rotation is broadened out entirely on this storm. Looks more like a hail threat and a wind threat moving towards Boger. Again, moving east-southeast right now. Tennis ball sized hail still remains a strong likelihood. We still have a storm down here that's also southeast of Canyon. Not really rotating a whole lot right now, but they have added a tornado possible label to it. Looking more at a tennis ball sized hail threat with damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour as it moves east-southeast. The storms in North Texas right now are all wind and hail. There's really no tornado risk here at this point. Stay weather aware, but really mostly hail and wind there. The storm that's back over here near Sanderson is no longer tornado warned, and it hasn't been for a little while now, but that storm is mostly hail and wind as well. And then, yeah, let's go back. Actually, let's go back to North Dakota again on the Dorito chip tornado warning. Okay, that's not the radar that I wanted. That's not the droid you're looking for. Give me this. All right. Here's the rotation that we're looking at back over near Fort Ransom here in North Dakota. So again, still a broad area of circulation, but still possible that we get a tornado here. We still have an inflow notch going into this particular storm. In addition to that, there is obviously a hook. So we have an organized setup here where we could get a QLCS tornado. Though it's a low risk, it's definitely not zero. So if you're in this particular area near Fort Ransom, just continue to stay in your safe place. Even if we don't get a tornado, we are talking about some scattered to numerous damaging winds that are upwards of 80 miles per hour. Now, with all that being said, we have mammotus clouds being spotted in Texas. And that is another photo of that. All the Dippin' Dot clouds that you can ask for right now in North Texas. All right. Which state had the 90-mile-per-hour winds? It's this one right here, the one near North Platte. Reports of trees down all over town. Power outage across almost the entire town. A power line is down on front of a street in North Platte. So North Platte, Nebraska has been hit hard by this storm, with winds that have been upwards of 90 miles per hour that have been reported. That is absurd. So they are reporting some pretty significant damage there. I'm going to figure out and see if we can... I'm going to look at the power outages and see if we have anything there. Alright, so let's see. Okay, the power outage map, I don't think tracks this area, so that will not help. Or does it? Maybe it does, it just doesn't include many people. But from what we're hearing, again, report out of North Platte, Nebraska, is that widespread power outages have been reported there, which is definitely a pretty significant thing. Obviously, North Platte is one of the larger cities here in Nebraska, right along Interstate 80. And we had a 97-mile-per-hour wind gust reported here a little while ago. And we are also seeing the potential for some QLCS tornadoes. They did cancel the tornado warning near Stapleton. So we have this area of tornado warning still remaining along Interstate 80. And we still have our Dorito chip tornado warning back up in North Dakota. Wow. I put up the Kearney rail cam. I will have the Kearney, Nebraska virtual railfan camera up more once the storms get a bit closer. They are still a little ways out. So I think they're still a good hour out. Maybe a bit sooner. But we won't see anything until they get a little bit closer. Now, with that said, we do have another live camera that's actually closer to this area of storms, and I'm still not seeing anything other than just dark, ominous skies right now. Here's that live shot there. So, yeah. It's just nothing too crazy right now. All right, tornado warning that's currently located near Sanford is about to end in about 40 seconds. Still mainly a hail and wind threat on that storm, and honestly, all these storms right now in this tornado watch still remain mostly a hail and wind threat. So that's good news for the time being here in the Texas Panhandle. Damaging winds, large to very large hail, isolated tornado, all in play. The storms that are southeast of Fort Stockton also producing hail and wind. Those are moving eastbound. Still got plenty of storms in North Texas. And then we also have a, wow, okay, so this is kind of crazy. We had 90, 80, 70 mile per hour wind reports near North Platte. We just had one south of Maxwell with a 58 mile per hour wind gust reported. So there might have actually been a microburst in North Platte. It's very possible. So, yeah. All right, so our tornado warnings that we have now are going to include Gothenburg, Cozad, Lexington, and also back over near Eustis and Maywood with a QLCS tornado potential. But there's no longer any tornado warnings in any other states for the time being, which is good news. With that said, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break, and we'll be right back.
But I mean,
All right.
yeah, you almost lost it, didn't you?
Is that Amarillo weather going towards DFW? Later tonight, it's possible. So let me just do a quick little timing guide here. So right now we're about at 8 o'clock. So, oh, wrong place. So it's right now about 8 o'clock. All right, so we're kind of near, I would say we've just gotten past the peak of the threat of severe weather. From here, things do start to get a little bit different. So we still have storms in multiple different areas. I'll go from south to north. We'll begin with the southern plains. Storms will continue in north and east Texas for the next few hours with mostly wind and hail. By about 9 to 10 o'clock, storms continue to move east here in the Texas Panhandle. The storms in the hill country will fizzle as daylight heating ends. Overnight tonight, the storm should weaken. By tomorrow morning, we might get another line of storms developing. This could produce some significant damaging winds across Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri. We'll talk more about this a little later. Probably in the stream, but that would be our next concern. Here's what we're looking at, though, back over in the Central Plains. So I don't think DFW has anything else for the rest of tonight. I think it'll be a lower threat. But back over in Nebraska and as well as back over here in Kansas, we'll continue to be watching for this large mesoscale convective system to produce more damaging winds, large hail, and a few embedded tornadoes as this moves east. I think this tornado threat will last until about 10. It should be much lower by about 11 or 12 o'clock tonight. So our plan right now is to be live all the way probably until about 10 or 11. Give or take an hour or two, depending on what happens. you know, it might be longer, it might be shorter. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, it looks like that line of storms will continue to push towards Lincoln and Omaha. It should fizzle by the time it gets to Omaha, with gusty winds being possible, maybe some isolated damaging winds. Back over in Kansas, storms will continue there. North Dakota and Minnesota, storms will continue for the next few hours, mostly just damaging winds, large hail, and maybe a brief tornado. Relatively low risk up that direction. But any of the storm activity that does fire off here overnight tonight could form into a linear line of storms, maybe even another mesoscale convective system through Kansas and Oklahoma. And we could be talking about a relatively significant wind threat tomorrow around lunchtime back over in parts of the southern plains and even in parts of Missouri. So we'll have to watch out for that for sure. Let me go to the wind gusts here real quick. And notice the highest wind that the HRR model shows, for example, would be right near Tulsa. Have another area near Joplin, too. If this is significant tomorrow in the late morning and afternoon, we might go live for that. So just make sure you're subscribed to the channel. And we'll keep you posted with the latest on that, if it is significant enough. But we'll see. All right.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in North Dakota. That's on the storm near Fort Ransom. This one has been tornado warned for a little while now. Fort Ransom's included in this, west of Libsyn. So if you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This storm definitely still has a chance to produce a QLCS tornado. Doesn't matter what the category of a tornado is, any tornado can be dangerous. Like, literally, even an EF0 can still be dangerous. It might not be as dangerous as an EF5, but it is still dangerous. You know, some people think, you know, well, if there's like a weak tornado, I shouldn't go to my safe place. It should be fine. That's not how it works. If you have an EF0 tornado with 80-mile-per-hour winds circling or whatever it might be, there could still be flying debris. There could be trees falling down. There could be, you know, some things that can still fly around and go right through a window and hurt you. So, you know, just keep that in mind. All that stuff is still possible, even with a weak tornado. That is still possible. I feel like I'm in the Arctic right now. Why is my room so cold? Give me 1 second. Let me see. Okay. I feel like I literally felt like I was in Alaska for a second there. My thermometer just kept going down and down. It was down to like, I think it was down to like 70 a second ago. I don't know. It's done that twice now this year. Where it just doesn't stop going down. Like, I set it at a temperature and it just keeps going down. It is freezing in here now. I'm frigid. You need to get a winter jacket out. Okay. Again, right now we're looking at Nebraska, where there is a widespread threat for damaging winds. Upwards of 80 miles per hour. We still have some other sporadic storm activity elsewhere. We have some pretty impressive supercells also back down in Texas. Look at this storm here. Looks like we have rotation actually developing now in this storm north of Silverton, Texas. This could end up getting a tornado warning at some point. There's at least some circulation right now near 207 moving east-southeast. So not warned as a tornadic storm, but there is rotation here. '70 is freezing. I don't know what you guys are talking about. 70 is cold as Alaska. My AC is 64. Are you crazy? 64? Are you trying to make people freeze? Like, goodness gracious, 64? 70 is not warm. My AC is usually set at like 76. If I'm streaming, it's at 74 because I have like bright lights everywhere, but 76 is the typical. 62? Oh my goodness. I just saw 3 people say 62. There's no way. $76 is nuts. It's not nuts. What? What are you talking about? Not nuts at all. No cap, during the peak of the summer, it's usually at 80. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, but that's usually what it's at during the peak of the summer, which I don't think is that insane. Sometimes it's even 81. I mean, I'm not kidding. This is a real thing. I don't know why you guys think that's so crazy. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I prefer 120. Well, that'd be something, wouldn't it? I think this storm here in Texas will probably get tornado warned at any time. Rotation's pretty strong right now. I'm honestly a little surprised it isn't. The rotation is pretty strong right now on the storm north of Silverton, Texas. Come on, dude. I'm being honest here. My AC, it's set where I set it. I don't know what to tell you. This storm, I just want to throw it out there. This storm could produce a strong tornado if it does develop. I've said that about a lot of storms recently, but like this one in particular, like that rotation is really strong. And I'm surprised there's no tornado warning yet on this either. That rotation right now north of Silverton is pretty strong. And it's very discreet. So it's definitely in play for something that could be a bit more rather significant here in Texas if it does develop. Is that not a CC drop? It might be. Latest scan doesn't really show it. What you're seeing up here is just clear air, the blue stuff. This would be what we're talking about here. Which again, there's nothing confirmed on this. They haven't issued a tornado warning. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on this. It's a large rotating meso though. I mean, this definitely has the chance to drop a tornado. I think we have a tornado about to drop right now on this. If you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, definitely seek shelter. There's actually a funnel cloud currently on the storm, and it's not tornado warned. I mean, the rotation even on radar shows it. There is a rotating funnel cloud. It is a large rotating meso. And again, if this thing drops, it could be strong. And you can tell on radar, but I mean, Reed has a clear view of it too, and it's pretty strong rotation. And if there was a tornado, it would be in this. It would not be. All right, there you go. Now we do have a tornado warning on this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, brand new tornado warning here in Texas. This is, again, north of Silverton. If we do get a tornado, it, again, could be on the stronger side of things. There is a large rotating meso on this particular storm. So brand new tornado warning north of Silverton. I don't know how many people are in this warning. Let me check. It's looks like a lot of fields, but there are some farms. This is in Briscoe County, Texas. That's where it is right now. Well, good news is it's very, very rural area. We've been dealing with a lot of rural areas here today in the warnings that we've had. But just north of Silverton, Texas, and Briscoe County. So if you're in this particular warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. We've had a large rotating mezzo on this for quite some time. And this definitely could drop a tornado at any time as it moves east-southeast. A cyclonic wind for the $2 super chat. There was a tornado in Sanderson. Damage report. Is it on the radar Mega? If you see the report, at me on Twitter or like something like that. Quick update in Nebraska. We still have a widespread threat here for damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour moving across southern Nebraska. So if you're in this area, just continue to stay weather aware as damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour will be possible. And keep in mind, this particular storm that we're talking about here is, you know, it's a large line. So you're pretty much going to get some level of storm activity, and you could even get a tornado or really high winds out of this as it does continue to move to the east. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in those areas, as there is going to be significant wind. And now we officially have a confirmed tornado in Texas.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this storm is now officially a confirmed tornado in Texas. So this is now on the ground. So if you are, again, in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in Briscoe County, north of Silverton. So now a confirmed tornado. Lots of farmland in this area. There's a lot of farmland. Yeah, go back to the other radar site here. So that tornado would be right over in this hook here. Again, moving east-southeast. It's just north of Silverton. Next in line for this will be Turkey, Texas, and Highway 256. So those will be the next areas in the track of this over the next several minutes. So you need to seek shelter if you're in the pink polygon, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, as this is, again, a confirmed tornado moving east-southeast. Again, it's a large rotating mezzo. I still would not be surprised if this... I've not seen any visual of this tornado yet, but if it's on the ground, it could be on the larger side of things. So definitely not a storm that you want to be messing with here. We also have an observed tornado now in Nebraska.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Sorry, not Nebraska. North Dakota. Another confirmed tornado. It's going to be on this storm now near Fort Ransom in North Dakota. So if you are in this pink polygon, you also need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That makes now two different confirmed tornadoes that we have. We have one on this storm, which I believe is observed, as it says here. So weather spotters confirmed a tornado near Fort Ransom. So confirmed tornado here, moving east-southeast. Lisbon, Elliott, Sheldon in North Dakota will all be the next areas in the track of this, as this does move to the east-southeast. Sorry, I did not mean to say Nebraska. That was North Dakota. Wow. These velocities are really strong. Look at that. That's your tornado right there. This is the confirmed tornado in Texas. This is very strong rotation. Got a little CC drop too. This is definitely obvious. This is obviously on the ground. It could be on the stronger side of things. So we could have a stronger sided tornado here, moving east-southeast, eventually going towards Highway 256. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter just north of Silverton in Briscoe County, Texas. Yeah, I wouldn't rule out a PDS with this. It's not impossible. Not impossible at all. Again, we have a confirmed tornado in North Dakota as well. We're on the one in Texas. So we have two different tornadoes on the ground. We have one in Ransom County, North Dakota, which was confirmed by weather spotters. And then this is also a confirmed tornado by weather spotters here north of Silverton. And this is definitely still on the ground. So still have a tornado in progress just north of Silverton. It's a lot of farmland here. Next in track for this in terms of a town would be Silverton or Turkey or Quittake. So those are the areas that need to be staying weather aware here. We still have very strong rotation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Nebraska, and that is going to be near Arnold and as well as the Callaway area. So if you are in this pink polygon, again, a QLCS tornado threat up here, you also need to seek shelter, as this does continue to move east. We'll probably be watching for some little embedded circulations here. That's what we're looking at here, at least. Just some embedded circulations in the line of storms right now near Arnold, and eventually approaching Callaway here in Texas. Broken Bow will also be in the track of this down the road, and Ansley. So continue to stay vigilant if you are in those particular locations. Damaging wind threat is continuing right along Interstate 80, with damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour being a widespread threat. So you need to continue to stay away from windows if you're anywhere along this Interstate 80 stretch in Nebraska, as this is still a dangerous area of storm activity that's producing widespread damaging winds. Your other confirmed tornado, again, is west of Lisbon. This one is embedded in all the rain, so we have a rain-wrapped tornado near Fort Ransom approaching Lisbon, Lisbon, North Dakota. Almost said Nebraska again. So if you're in this particular area, be vigilant. You'll probably be under a new tornado warning here soon. We also had baseball-sized hail confirmed on this storm. Location estimated by Chaser on the confirmed tornado here in Texas. Whoa. This could be a strong tornado. Look at the debris signature on radar. That thing is blown up. This could be a strong tornado right now here in Texas. That is a large debris signature right now north of Silverton, and this is a very rural area. Let me see what the southern radar site shows. Shows pretty much the same thing as well. Just a lot of debris here. That is a big debris signature. That yellow circled area I have here, I'm going to box it in. That right there is a debris signature. Just north of Silverton. This could be possibly strong and or large. North of Silverton, Texas. So if you got to get to your safe place, get underground if you can, if you're in this particular pink polygon in northern Briscoe County here in Texas. Apparently in western Ohio, we could get some brief funnel clouds there. Weak funnel clouds. Just an FYI if you're in western Ohio. New Sark for the $5 super chat. Is it kind of weird they all dropped at the same time? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about like tornadoes dropping at the same time? It's not really odd. We're in the peak of daylight. I mean, we're in the peak of this threat anyways. The peak of the tornado threat was between 4 and like 8 or 9, which is very standard. And that's what we're looking at here. PDS would mean particularly dangerous situation. We don't have that right now, but I'm not ruling it out with how large that debris signature is right now. It's very possible. Very possible. Hey, by the way, Justin for becoming a member. Thank you, NTR, also for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. If you're just tuning in, again, this is a confirmed tornado north of Silverton. This could be potentially strong, large, as it moves east-southeast. It'll eventually go towards Turkey, Quittake, and Silverton here in Texas. It's more than likely going to probably narrowly miss Silverton, but it will be on track for Turkey. So definitely a dangerous storm right now, moving east-southeast. I think this tornado is still on the ground. I don't know if anybody has visual of it, but I mean, at least according to radar, it looks pretty tight. We'll see if it's still on the ground on this next velocity scan. We have a new SPC outlook that just came out. We'll get to that in a second after the radar updates. Actually, we'll just go to that now. Oh, never mind. It came in. All right, here. If the tornado is still on the ground, which this might be occluding, but if it is still on the ground, which it looks like it is, it's gonna be approaching Indian Peak, Texas. We still have a pretty large debris signature there. Velocity is still very strong here, so more likely than not, we still have some sort of tornado there, moving in the direction of eventually Turkey. So if you are in Turkey, Texas, stay weather aware. We still have a debris signature on the southern radar site too, so there is still a tornado here moving east-southeast. Still observed, not PDS or anything like that, but it is observed as of right now, moving east-southeast. We still have an observed tornado as well for those in Ransom County, North Dakota. If you're in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place. We also have a tornado warning in Nebraska near Arnold and Callaway. Watching for some QLCS tornadoes, essentially just spin-ups in this line of storms. And it looks like there might be a tornado here west of Callaway. So we may have something. It's not matching up with the rain at all, but there is a bit more of a stronger area of rotation there, at least on the leading edge of this. So there might be something there. So all I'm saying is at least, seek shelter if you're in this warning, because that is definitely a stronger area of rotation. And it's back down to radar indicated. So for right now, this is back down to a radar indicated tornado here in Texas. I don't know. I still think it might be on the ground. And it is still on the ground. Yeah, this is still on the ground. So stay in your safe place if you're in the warning. There's visual of this still being on the ground. I'm surprised they dropped it to radar indicated with this debris signature here on radar. I'm not sure what's going on there. I mean, this is clear. I think this is pretty clear as a tornado. There's a big debris signature still. We still got a tornado. It's a large stovepipe tornado. This is on the ground. I'm seeing it in real time. This is still on the ground. And they downgrade it to radar indicated. Either way, if you're under a tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place. It is on the ground. I'm watching Reed's stream as we speak. It is on the ground. It is still on the ground. It has not occluded. It may have occluded before, but it's back on the ground, at least at the bare minimum. It's definitely down.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We do have a new tornado warning in North Dakota, and that is going to be an observed tornado still. So a new observed tornado warning here in North Dakota.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right. This is an observed tornado. Moving east-southeast. Was that a replay? Was that all it was? There's no way that was a replay. Why are we replaying tornadoes like that? I'm watching in case we actually have something, because that's like the visual that we can get. Ain't no way we're replaying that on stream. Holy cow. I do not like when people do that. I've seen other people do it before. It just, when stuff like this is happening, it's really not the time. But we still have a tornado warning right now for the Lisbon area near North Dakota and Elliott. This is again a confirmed tornado moving to the southeast. So if you're in this pink polygon, again, continue to stay in your safe place, as this is again a confirmed tornado near Lisbon. Still confirmed by weather spotters. Near Fort Ransom is where this is still confirmed. So it is still a rain-wrapped tornado right now, moving down to the southeast. Still have a tornado warning as well back over in Nebraska. And no debris signature here, but this storm could still produce an isolated QLCS tornado as it does continue to move east towards Callaway and near Arnold right now. And again, this storm more than likely, it's still very capable of producing a tornado, even if it's not currently on the ground. The rotation here is still very strong. Again, I would not be surprised if we had a tornado with this near Silverton as it goes towards Turkey. Yeah, replays do need to be labeled. I mean, I've seen other people do it. I'm not, nothing wrong with Retimmer, by the way. I'm just saying, like, in general, replays, especially when there's an active tornado warning, need to be labeled or something like that. This misinformation can really get out there that way, too. Regardless, it sounds like we have a tornado on the ground again with this. So, this is back on the ground, moving east-southeast, going towards Highway 256. Or might be on the ground here in a moment. Still have a lowering on this. North of Silverton. It was labeled. Oh, yeah, that's a... Okay, I see it now. Disregard. It's a very small label, but there is a label. Yeah, it's a really small box. It's fine. Just disregard. It's really irrelevant. I'm just saying. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warning in Texas, north of Silverton and Briscoe County. We still do have ongoing tornado warnings as well in North Dakota and Nebraska. The one in North Dakota near Ransom County, that is still confirmed. It is a rain-wrapped tornado. It's from Richard Coaster. Look at this. Holy cow. Mammotus clouds in DFW. Unbelievable. Those are crazy. We're tweeting that on Twitter, too. Wow. Maybe twins. Yeah, we might... well, I mean, regardless, there could be a tornado with us at any time. We could even have two different tornadoes on the ground. Right now, moving east-southeast, going in the direction of 256. It does look like we do have a tornado on the ground right now. That's at least dropping. It's a halfway down funnel on this particular storm. About to be on the ground, though. Going towards 256, northeast of Silverton. Eventually going towards Turkey. Quiddick will also be in the track of this. But this will be back on the ground in a moment, or it might already be on the ground going east-southeast, eventually towards Turkey, Texas. All right. Still trying. It might be on the ground. It's just not fully condensed. Moving east southeast. Bare minimum, we have a funnel cloud. Back over to the north in Nebraska. Let's go back to Broken Bow again. We still have some circulation here on the QLCS tornado threat going towards Callaway. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in Callaway, Nebraska. The storms that are going towards Lexington and Elm Creek are still producing a pretty numerous threat of wind upwards of 70 miles per hour. And there's definitely a tornado on the ground in Texas now. And then also back over in North Dakota, we still have an observed tornado near Lisbon. This tornado in particular would be back in here. So if you're near Lisbon right now, you need to continue to stay in your safe places. There is a confirmed tornado moving east-southeast. All right, let's go back down to Texas again. This is back on the ground. We have another tornado on the ground with this storm. It has fully recycled, and it is now a tornado moving in the east-southeast direction, going towards Highway 256. And eventually going in the direction of Turkey. So if you're in this particular warning, again, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. But again, this is now a confirmed tornado moving east-southeast. Once again. And there you go. It's back to observed.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is another confirmed tornado right now north of Silverton here in Texas. Eventually going towards Highway 256. Again, another tornado on the ground here. It's a pretty narrow cone that we have on the ground here. Moving east-southeast, eventually going towards Highway 256. And Turkey, Texas will also be on the track of it. This particular storm, again, it's a very rural area. Luckily, it's a lot of farmland. But try to get underground if you can. The tornado itself is definitely growing in size and is going to be producing some damage out here in kind of the middle of nowhere, just north of Silverton. And if you are in this tornado warning, you got to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. I am watching read stream. I cannot show read stream. Again, I have to license those sort of things out. I'm just kind of relaying what we're seeing right now. It's a growing tornado, though. That's without a doubt. This is still it's a tornado that's growing in size and is going to be producing some damage. If this stays on the ground for a while, it could go PDS as it moves to the southeast. Turkey, Texas, really the main location in the track of this. Eventually going towards Quittacay and Silverton. I mean, this is just it's a growing tornado. It's still a pretty large cone-shaped tornado here. It's moving east-southeast going towards Highway 256. Crazy stuff. Who would have thought? Obviously, you can't see it, but it's just it's another large tornado it's kind of just stalled. It's not even moving anymore. Again, this tornado is right over Indian Peak. I mean, we've just had an unbelievable amount of tornadoes this year here in the United States, and it's just another one where it's a drunknado almost again. This is probably a drunknado about to happen. It looks like it's going backwards. Let me go back to the other radar site here. And you can clearly see it on radar, the very tight rotation here. That right there will be your tornado if it's still in progress right here. Approaching Indian Peak. I just heard, apparently Reed has now blown up his engine. That's unfortunate. Still a large tornado right now, moving east-southeast, going towards Indian Peak, Scout Mountain, just north of Silverton. The tornado warning in North Dakota has been downgraded to radar indicated, so this is our only confirmed tornado on the ground right now. Again, moving east-southeast near 3365 road. There's legitimately cows running away from the tornado right now. Just kind of crazy. Reed gives me anxiety. Reed's a different kind of chaser. Apparently, we're going to be chasing at some point, though. So look out for that. That might be next summer or maybe later this year. By the way, this tornado right now on radar, you can actually see it taking a turn here to almost the northeast. There could be some occlusion that happens with this down the road. In this particular instance, we could see a drunknado happen. And what that means is that it could take kind of like a U-turn or something along those lines. And it could it could basically change directions. So it's very possible that we have a drunknado happening here. Looked like that, at least visually. So more than likely a tornado that's trying to change directions. But with that said, if you're anywhere in the tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place just north of Silverton, as we do have the potential again here for a tornado. It could still go more to the south, but at this exact time, looks like, again, it might be trying to occlude off to the left, going north and northeast. All right, quick update on the other tornado warnings. We still have the one in Nebraska. This one only includes Callaway now. Still some rotation near Callaway. Pretty, actually, stronger area of rotation near Callaway. So if you are in the Callaway area, Continue to stay in your safe place, going eventually towards Broken Bow. We still have a widespread threat here of damaging, or not widespread, but at least a numerous threat for damaging winds here in the state of Nebraska. For those near Kearney and Grand Island, get ready, as there will be a threat for damaging winds here relatively soon. We do have a virtual rail fan in Kearney that'll be able to outline that threat as those storms do get a little bit closer. Still got the tornado warning back over in Lisbon. Pretty crazy radar imagery, but the tornado itself will be back in here on the back side of this line of storms. So if we have one still, which for now nothing confirmed, it would eventually be approaching Lisbon. So that's the next area in line for this particular storm. So if you are in this area, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Back to Texas. Here's another report, by the way. Another observation of the tornado was spotted just north of Silverton. I'll have another radar scan in a second, but this is your tornado on the ground in Texas, just west of Indian Peak. And right now it is moving to the southeast and east, going towards Indian Peak here, just north of Silverton, Texas. There was actually, I know some people are mentioning this, but there were twin tornadoes on this storm. I am retweeting the photo on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX, and we now have a new confirmed tornado warning for this storm.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this new tornado warning, again, give me northeast of Silverton, kind of, again, in the middle of nowhere almost, near Highway 256. So this particular area is where we still have a tornado clear as day on the ground. I mean, this thing is not lifting probably anytime soon. Still a tornado in progress here. Again, currently moving to the east, going towards Indian Peak. Here's that rotation over the last couple of scans. The next scan should show in a second. It is kind of going east, almost east-northeast on the latest couple of scans, so it's kind of going a little bit left here. There you go. It's kind of stalling. I mean, you can see it on radar here. It's almost a drunk NATO. It's basically not moving, but very strong couplet here on radar. Definitely still have a tornado here, moving to the east. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. It is a large cone tornado by the looks of it. It's still not weakening. It probably, honestly, a lot of the time PDS tornado warnings do happen even when it's in a very rural area. But in this case, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by that with how large this tornado has become. It is still a relatively large tornado here in Texas. It's a large cone-shaped tornado right now. Moving in the direction of Indian Peak in the Scott Mountain, just north and northeast of Silverton. We don't have any debris signature, which is good news. I mean, again, it's a very rural area, but we still got a tornado for sure there. We could even have another tornado here near Indian Peak as well. That could be like the twin tornado that could happen there. But it does look like our visual, at least of any sort of tornado, at least from what I'm seeing, is becoming pretty hindered. I think Reed has lost his engine, so I don't even know if he can catch up to the tornado anymore. But the other person that I was looking at is in an area where there's just dust now being kicked up like madness right now, and you can't even see it anymore. So like this right here will be your tornado. Again, northeast of Silverton. It is a large cone-shaped tornado now. It's become much larger. Likely picking up a lot of dust. There is some sort of road here, so there might be some sort of farm being hit by this. It'll eventually approach Scotch Mountain and Indian Peak. Turkey, Texas is really the main location in the track of this afterwards. So that'll be the next area that we'll have to watch for the potential for a tornado. But overall, very rural areas right now here in Texas. Also, the tornado warning that we have right now is, again, in Briscoe, Texas. That's Briscoe County, Texas. That's where this tornado warning is. We have another tornado warning in the same spot. So, again, 2 tornado warnings here in the same location. We also have another one back over in Ransom County, North Dakota. So that is still ongoing back over that direction. I almost just dropped my water bottle onto a lot of my equipment. That would have been bad. All right. Is he back? Wait, look. Wow, that's unbelievable. I gotta tell you, this tornado is unbelievable. It is still a large cone. The latest radar scan for reference does show weaker rotation. What that could mean is that, again, we could have some sort of occlusion happening. This particular tornado has really stationed out. It could be roping out. So this tornado might be roping out right now. But it is still in progress right now north of Silverton, Texas. Another large and, probably strong tornado that just happened here. Good news is that it really missed at least the town of Silverton. Might have hit a farm, but I'm not entirely sure about that. There are some roads up there, but not very many. But there is a solid chance that this is just roping out right now. But still a actively large cone tornado. The number of intercepts that some of these storm chasers have gotten this year is remarkable. I don't know how many Reed has gotten, but he's gotten a bunch too. Just to show how active this year has been when it comes to tornadoes. Been insane. But it does appear as if this is probably going to be roping out again. On radar, at least visually. And even visually in person, the tornado is becoming a little bit kind of disorganized in a way. And so it looks like it's roping out. That right there, again, would be your rotation. It's kind of stalled, and it kind of went Drunknado style almost. It's just kind of stopped. Like, this tornado was originally moving pretty fast, and now it's just kind of stopping. It's almost going north. So this tornado is kind of stalled, and it's almost going the other direction now. Connor's not far behind him. Connor's had a lot of intercepts too. He picked, I think he picked Colorado today too. So a couple of them did. I'm just guessing they didn't want to travel super far. I think Connor's going on like vacation after today, so I don't blame him. Yeah, apparently Reed has lost his engine or something like that. But I do think this tornado will try to occlude over the next few minutes. But if we do get another one, or if it does for some reason stay on the ground, it would eventually go towards Turkey, Texas. Quick update on Nebraska real quick, and a few of the other states, and also North Dakota. Still have a tornado warning in North Dakota near Lisbon. This rotation's broadened out a lot over the last several minutes. But if you are in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We also have the storms that are ongoing right now in eastern South Dakota. Most of these are wind and hail producers. We could still get an isolated tornado out of that activity. We still have a lot of damaging winds right now happening across the state of Nebraska. And this is going to continue to be a pretty significant threat here for the next few hours, with numerous to potentially even widespread damaging winds being possible. This is a virtual rail fan live there in Kearney, Nebraska. We'll keep a close eye on that, but that is an area that we're going to be watching for the potential there for a shelf cloud and a really significant area of damaging winds. So Kearney is right here. We'll have a live shot out of there here pretty soon once the storms get a little bit closer. And then we still got the Texas storms. We got some other cells that developed back over near Midland. Nothing crazy. Really, the craziest storm that we've had so far today, in my opinion, is this one. It does appear as if we could have that initial tornado occluding. We may have a new tornado developing, though, down to the south and east of that one. So there actually might be a new tornado developing on this particular storm. The initial tornado has completely been roping out, though. It's still on the ground, but it is roping out like crazy. It's actually going backwards. So this has gone Drunknado style. It's actually moving westbound now as it occludes. It does look like we have a new tornado, though, developing just to the north of Highway 256. So that's happening still. And it looks like we could get a new tornado on that. But that initial tornado has just roped out. It looks like a new one's going to develop here. Or try to develop. East Texas is mostly wind and hail. We're not going to talk much about East Texas. It's not really significant. Mostly a wind and hail threat. That's about it. So again, the first tornado that happened on this storm just went backwards. It's now moving west. It is occluding out. Again, we have a new tornado that is attempting to develop now on radar here. That's going to be just to the northeast of Silverton. So that new development of a tornado would be on track for Quittacay in Turkey, Texas. So if you're in either of those two locations, stay vigilant, as we could have a new tornado developing in this area here. And as this moves down to the east, southeast, and southeast, there is going to be a potential for a tornado. Can we sleep in DFW tonight? You can definitely sleep. Yeah, tomorrow, we have a threat of severe weather tomorrow in DFW, but I think we're going to have a overall lower chance of severe weather tomorrow comparatively to today. And I don't think we're going to have anything really tonight. Yeah, the initial tornado has roped out. It is gone. It's been dissipating for several minutes now. Again, the next area that I'm looking at would be this right here. We'll see what the next radar scan shows. It could intensify, so we're just going to have to wait and see what happens there. But this could intensify into a new tornado. So we'll see what this velocity scan shows. It's coming in right now. This could be our next tornado. Maybe not. that is broadened really quickly. It is still observed as of right now, but yeah, that rotation that we're looking at, it's a bit broader than before. It could still try. It did have a brief intensification there, so we'll see on the next scan if it does something. But yeah, that would be the next area to watch for. It'd be this new hook that's developing. We could get some redevelopment here for sure. There is still a hook, so if we kind of line this up here, got your hook right here. So just north of 256, northeast of Silverton, is where we would be looking for the potential of a tornado. So Turkey, Texas, and Quittacay, Texas, stay vigilant and weather aware. Kitty Quay? It's called Kitty Quay. That's the pronunciation? All right, let's go back to Nebraska again real quick, or actually quickly to Oklahoma. Do have some storms that'll eventually be moving into western Oklahoma here pretty soon with mostly a isolated hail and wind threat. Got a line of storms again in Nebraska, which is producing pretty much, numerous damaging winds across a pretty large area here. Maybe a couple of tornadoes as well to go along with that. Back over in North Dakota, we actually had an 82-mile-per-hour wind gust measured back over Marion. That's pretty crazy. Still have a tornado warning here for 23 more minutes. It might get canceled sooner than that. Still some broad circulation moving east-southeast. The storms that are back over in eastern South Dakota still producing wind, hail, and we still have a low tornado risk out of these storms. Anything that can stay discreet will have a chance at a tornado. Do have some circulation appearing on radar just west of the Esteline area. So we'll have to watch that closely. But it looks like some rotation developing there. Moving eastbound. It'll eventually be on track for areas near Brant and Hendricks. We'll also be on the track of that down the road. And then back to Texas again. We still have this tornado warning here. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. We'll see what the velocities look like. Again, this was a tornado on the ground for about 7, 8, 9 minutes probably, maybe a bit longer. It has roped out now. And we could have a third tornado develop on this. So that's what we're watching for. Looks like there is a large lowering again on this storm. So it might drop another tornado. This is my ideal storm coverage. I mean, storm coverage in general, I don't know if there's really an ideal storm coverage. I would honestly prefer something that's much more localized, like as in a smaller area to cover, because we are covering over a dozen states in this stream. I mean, our severe weather risk legitimately includes about a dozen states. So it's quite the area. It goes from Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas. That's 3. We got 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have about 16 states in the risk today. So, like, I mean, the ideal coverage would be like 2 states or something. And not, you know, whatever it might be right now. It's a ton. 16 or whatever number of states it is, there's a ton. So now granted, some of those are just like slivers of states like Wyoming or, you know, New Mexico or whatever it might be. But by the way, I'm retweeting photos and videos of that tornado that just happened here on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Clearly a tornado there that just happened north of Silverton. Pretty crazy stuff. "2024 is the year of tornadoes, so there is no doubt about that." Trent, if you have video of it, feel free to @ me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, or you can email me with the email in the description. Or, yeah, that's really the main 2 ways. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream as well. Once again, this was just a tornado on the ground here northeast of Silverton. It has, for now, lifted. It is back down to radar indicated. We are still watching for a new redevelopment in this area here. So that's the next spot to watch for, just northwest of Turkey. The initial tornado did occlude out. But again, we could still get another one as it moves down to the southeast. Daylight heating has pretty much ended, so the threat for this storm lasting more than like another hour or 2, like I think honestly with this storm, it might last like another hour or 2 and that's done. So we could still get an isolated tornado between now and about 10 o'clock, but I think the chances are going to be lower and lower the further in the evening that we go. So we'll have to kind of wait and see, but that's what I think will happen here. Do I know when tornado season ends? It depends on where you are. Every part of the country has a different tornado season. They all happen at, you know, a variety of times. I'll email you? Okay. How does Reed still get rentals? I could not tell you. I don't think he's in a rental, though. I think he was in Dominator 4 today or something like that. I could be wrong, though. Alright, here's the latest scan. So still something. We'll look at the velocities and see. See if there's any increasing rotation here or not. It is still extremely cold in here. Like 70 degrees is so cold. It's not even funny. You missed a couple here. Thank you to Roofer Ben for the $9.99. McClellan County. Might have to cover up the pool. Mostly a wind and hail threat here. So this is the storm that we're talking about. $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds to your north. The storm that I would be watching for would be this, unless you're like up in here. But if you're in like Waco in particular, that would be the storm to watch for. Even then, it's not even really close to you. And it's also fizzling, so it might not reach you. As a precaution, I would cover up the pool, but I honestly think the main concern will probably just be off to your north. The tornado warning that was ongoing in North Dakota has now been canceled, by the way. Childress, Texas, says farming with Jake for the $4.99. I think Childress right now, your main concern will be this discrete cell. It'll probably reach you to some extent with hail and wind being possible. The tornado risk will be lower by the time it gets to you. But it's more of a wind and hail threat, in my opinion. Thank you, Loretta, for the $10 super chat. Looking into Grand Island, Nebraska. Can I go to bed or should we stay weather aware? I would stay weather aware. That area of storms is still producing some pretty numerous damaging winds. Speaking of Nebraska, this is a live shot on the virtual rail fan out of Kearney, Nebraska. And so we are going to be watching. This is west to east, so this is off to the west. That is the storm activity that we'll be watching for here pretty soon. It's not the actual storms, but we are getting closer and closer to seeing that storm activity, so we're going to continue to keep a close eye on that. And with that said, I think I'm actually going to go ahead and go to this. Let's go to cams combined. Let's go to this. Give me 1 second here. All right. We got Stormer Media, and we also got Carney. So we got both of those on the right side of your screen now. Rotation's still a little bit broader on radar. We'll keep a close eye on this, though, in case it does anything. Thank you, Lori, for the $4.99. Main concern up near Fargo is wind and hail. I don't think we'll have much of a tornado risk, but definitely be prepared for some wind and maybe some isolated hail. And Clinton for the $5 super chat. Just heard that Sanderson, Texas had a tornado on the ground. Unknown damage or injuries. I did not know that. But I'm not really surprised. It's just such a rural area that we just don't have any sort of like visual out there. So at least on radar. But the rotation on radar, at least from a distance, looked pretty crazy. So it honestly does not shock me. But hopefully everybody's okay there. Thank you, Rom, for the $5 super chat. Rom, vertically integrated liquid, it's more used for looking at hail cores and such, and also just how much rain's falling, but this can help to indicate large to very large hail with the storm. So this right here, what we're looking at, that would indicate a large hail core. You go scan by scan, you can kind of track that out. But typically when we have more of those grays, at least on Radar Omega here, that's typically going to represent some level of a hail core. Thank you, Crispy, for the $10 super chat. Anything sketchy in western Louisiana? Not really, just wind. Kind of your ordinary wind event. Wow. I didn't realize how large this line of storms was. We haven't really been looking over here. This is a huge line of storms. This is almost identical to what we just saw like 2 days ago. Just a bit further north. Or more north and more west than the other day. We could get some QLCS tornadoes here. I'm not really seeing anything that looks imminent, but we could. We could get some QLCS tornadoes in this as it goes towards Shreveport. Just south of Longview. So something to watch for there. Here are the Nebraska storms, by the way. Even the Nebraska storms don't look as organized as the ones over there in, you know, Louisiana and Texas. Thank you, NTRS, for the $5 super chat. How can we confirm you were on a 4.2 40-yard dash? Word of mouth? I don't know. I am just telling you right now. That's, you know, that's what we're on. We have a big 40-yard dash, 4.2. I think tomorrow we're gonna aim for 4 seconds though. All right, let's go back to the Texas warning again. So again, we do still have some rotation on this storm. It is still relatively broad, but still could produce an isolated tornado as it moves down to the south, east, southeast, and southeast, going towards Turkey, Texas, and Quiddicay, Texas, or Kitty Cay, just east of Silverton. Again, very rural areas, but we could still get another tornado here. So we're still watching it closely. +7 handicap. I don't even know what my handicap is. I know it's a 10. I just don't know which side it's on. Whatever side the worst scores are on for golf. That's where it's at. Well, I've got to say, today's been interesting. We didn't have any storm chaser footage from the where'd the tornado thing go? 1 second. I need to find this. Where'd it go? Oh, there we go. I gotta say though, today so far has been pretty interesting. We have had, you know, this tornado on the ground. Obviously, we didn't have a storm chaser in the area of Texas. We have Storm Hunter Media, who's over here in Colorado. Pretty cool skies, by the way, on this storm in Colorado. Or this in Goodland. Now they're in Kansas. They're back in Goodland. Really interesting storms there, but just nothing's really materialized out of that activity.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, sorry, that double happened. We have a new tornado warning near Broken Bow and Ansley in Nebraska. Again, this is the area of circulation that we're looking at near Westerville and Ansley. If you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. As this moves to the east, it's just one tornado warning, by the way. It's not two. It's going towards Ansley and Westerville right now. Seeing a lot of people saying, what's this guy's name? The Storm Chaser guy. Might have to. I don't know who he is. Might have to. Yeah, we're right now looking for a third Storm Chaser. At least at some point here soon. So we might get another Storm Chaser. Kind of open to different suggestions. And no, not Reed Timmer. He has his own thing. All right, back to Texas again. Here's the tornado warning still ongoing here in Texas. Rotation is still there. We still have rotation here north of Highway 256. Another lowering developing on this. Just some broad circulation. So we could still get another tornado here as it moves east-southeast going towards Turkey. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, very rural areas, mostly just farmland here. But definitely could drop again at any time as it moves down to the southeast. Scholl? Yes, Ryan Scholl. Possibility. It's possible. I'm not sure yet. That was one of the ones I was thinking of. Yeah, once again, for those that are wondering, you have to license footage to have it on live streams. I've been saying this here and there, but for those that are wondering, I can't just use any person stream. So, it's not how it works. We used to have Vince Walty. I don't know whatever happened to that, but we used to have Vince Walty for like a few months. Brandon Kopic, we sort of have whenever there's something big happening, so we'll have him on Radar Omega, and also, you know, just periodically, he allows us to use it whenever there's something big happening. Thank you, Jake, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. The latest velocity scan doesn't really show much of anything here. Just looks like a large, broad area of circulation again on the one here in Texas. Where's the virtual rail fan? Okay. Ooh, whoa. We got a shelf cloud, I think. Ooh la la. Shelf cloud coming in right now to Kearney, Nebraska. This is the virtual rail fan. Look at that. There's your shelf cloud. This is going to look really crazy here, probably in about 3 or 4 minutes. So again, this is the virtual rail fan here out of Kearney, Nebraska. We got a shelf cloud rolling in. This is going to, again, look really cool here in a couple minutes. It's going to look sick. Once this gets a bit closer, this is racing to the east, so this is going to look sick here in a minute. Just enlarge that. There you go. So this is the virtual rail fan here. Gritty. Stop spamming the gritty emoji. Oh my goodness. How many subscribers am I up to? I have no clue. I really don't check any. I have barely been checking. We're at 277 right now. This is not a wall cloud. This is a shelf cloud. We're looking at here in Kearney, Nebraska. If you're in Kearney, by the way, get ready for damaging winds that are going to be significant. Let me just go to radar real quick just to show you real quickly the tornado warning. And that rotation's been broadening quite a bit east of Silverton. We could still get another tornado, though, so just continue to stay in your safe place. Back over in Nebraska is where the, this massive area of storms continues, with mostly wind being the main concern here. Moon east towards Kearney. Again, we got a live virtual rail fan in this area that's going to show us that shelf cloud here in a moment. But moving eastbound, going towards Grand Island as well, Central City, basically traveling right along the Interstate 80 stretch. So that's what we're looking at for that potential. I will guarantee a gritty if we hit 75 members. We're at 43 right now, so make it work. I'll guarantee a gritty. Yeah, there's a lot of storm chasers. I mean, I'm considering a variety. Oh, sorry, Trent. Yeah, send the video to the email in the chat. It's also at the very bottom of the description. Sorry, I missed your message. My Facebook Messenger? Okay. I don't know where that would even be. All right, we do have a video of that tornado from earlier. Just give me 1 second. For future reference, I will try to put the email higher up into the description. I'll probably put a different one there, just to make things easier. Yeah, if you can email that to me, let me know. Thanks, Shelia, for becoming a member. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we're looking at Kearney, Nebraska on the virtual rail fan, a large shelf cloud right now rolling through. This is from Trent Coyle. This is at least a photo of the tornado from earlier. This is kind of one of, I think this might have been when it was roping out, or possibly the farts one. I'm not sure which of the two tornadoes this is, but that's at least a visual of that from a little while ago. He was just kind of in the right place at the right time, I guess. I don't know if you really want to call it the right place at the right time, or I don't know. But thank you, Josh, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. All right, we need 30 members to guarantee a gritty in the stream. Actually, sorry, no, I'll make it 20. That'll be probably near the end of the stream, whenever that is. All right, we'll go back to Kearney in a second. Just a quick update. We do have a tornado warning near Ansley. Again, still broad circulation there. And then we also have our tornado warning in Texas still. This goes for 17 more minutes. The storm itself will be moving out of the warning here soon. If we do get another tornado, it would be moving towards Turkey. Moving southeast. So, if you're in Quittake or Turkey, just continue to stay weather aware there. Thank you, Cassidy, for the $5 Venmo. I do appreciate your generosity. It is much easier to locate tornadoes in discrete cells, but it can also be as easy in lines. It really just... The biggest thing is the radar coverage, honestly. It has really almost nothing to do with storm mode. But with discrete cells, we have tornadoes much more frequently. So, it's a lot more common. Here's the shelf cloud in Kearney. Look at that, by the way. This shelf cloud's pretty impressive. This is kind of like a little roll here that we have, sort of. Pretty impressive. Hey, William, Paul, Alexis, and Noah for all becoming members. As a reminder, by the way, tomorrow we will have a members-only fan mail unboxing stream. I'll post the thing for it tomorrow. That's contingent on us not going live tomorrow, because we actually might go live for severe weather tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. Back in Studio A? I sure am. We are in Studio A. Have I considered being a storm chaser? Not really. It's not really my passion. I haven't really ever tried it, but it's fun to do. I mean, I've done it like a couple times, but like for hurricanes, I mean, it's fun, but it's just not really my thing. I can't really. I mean, I could probably sit in a car for 6+ hours pretty easily, but I don't know. I'm not sure if I would have the patience. Thank you, Austin, for the $4.99. Hey, if you're just tuning in, this is the shelf cloud that is in Nebraska right now. This is again near Kearney. It's a large shelf cloud rolling in as we speak. Kind of almost got a pancake stack up here too. You can kind of see the outlines there, very top of your screen. Kind of like a pancake stack of layers with this storm. All right. Thank you, Northwest Iowa, for becoming a member as well. All right, real quickly, I am going to go ahead and go back to the other tornado warnings. We've still got the one near Broken Bow, which is just a QLCS tornado threat. Relatively broad circulation right now. That is currently moving east. Again, we could get QLCS tornadoes out of really any of this area. So just continue to stay weather aware. Got some storms up in North and South Dakota. All these are wind and hail producers. There might be a brief tornado with one of these, but it's a lowering threat since all these storms are becoming kind of clustered together in a very large area here. Back over in Texas, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. They've all gone ahead and canceled the tornado warning. So no longer a tornado warning in Texas, but we still have the one in Nebraska, at least temporarily. So this tornado warning, they've gone ahead and canceled it as the rotation has broadened out a lot. Good news overall, because before, this storm did look pretty concerning, but it's a relatively rural area here in Texas. But now it's going to be entering a slightly more populated region near Turkey. We'll continue to keep a close eye on that. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning back up north of Ravenna. We'll probably get one near Kearney, maybe, for damaging winds. I mean, look at the shelf cloud, though. This is just crazy. I need to try to full screen this somehow. Let me try. Okay, there you go. And let me take off the tornado warning tag here. Okay, I don't think I can. Dang it. I don't know how I can actually do that. But this is the storm that we're talking about here. Again, just a huge shelf cloud. I could probably just get this on the screen in large form, but that's a big shelf cloud right now in Kearney. On the virtual rail fan. Hey, by the way, Trent, appreciate it. Thank you, Nicole, for becoming a member. Thank you, Vonda, for becoming a member. Thank you, Roofer, for the $4.99. Thank you, Austin, for the $9.99. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. All right, we've lost connection to that camera temporarily. But still mainly a wind threat as this continues to push east. We'll go back to that camera once it loads back. With that said, I have to fix this entire thing because it's too zoomed out now. Okay. All right, back over to Texas. Let's go to a couple different areas. We got the storms in the hill country still. These are weakening out. Whoa! Look at this. I've never actually, I barely ever see this on radar. Look at this. This is bats taking off. That's crazy. We are in real time seeing bats take off on radar. That's really crazy. That's pretty sick. And for those conspiracy theorists, this is not whatever you guys call them. Those are bats taking off on radar, though. That's crazy. Wow. Who would have thought? I didn't even mean to go to this area, to be honest. It's pretty sick. Okay, well, that's something. We got the storms near Snyder right now. That's also producing some hail and wind. We got the one, obviously, near Turkey that's still producing maybe an isolated tornado threat. That live camera has loaded back in on the right side of your screen. I'm trying to full screen it, but it's not letting me yet. And Kearney. The storm over near Canadian has fizzled here in Texas. And then we also got the storms on the border of Texas and Louisiana continuing to produce damaging winds and hail. Could get a couple of isolated tornadoes in this activity, but the tornado threat should stay low. Thank you, by the way, Rio Lou for becoming a member. Thank you, Tracy, for the $4.99. Thank you to anybody else that just became a member as well. Thank you, Becky, for the $10 super chat. No, you should be fine, Becky. I'm not expecting anything there. So that right there, again, is bats that are taking off. This happens actually a bit more frequently than you might think. You usually see this in the summer, but that's a patch of bats that are taking off near Campwood and Leakey. If you're in Concan, Utopia here in Texas, definitely check this out. If you know any friends or family here too, let them know. A lot of bats taking off here. That's pretty sick. You don't see that too often. All right, we're having trouble with the Kearney live cam, unfortunately. Thank you to List for the $10 donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. With the bats developed a hook echo, that'd be something. That would be something. By the way, thank you to Aaron for the $10 Venmo. I'm not in Iowa, no. Are you talking about Iowa in general? Oh, Iowa in general, mostly going to be an isolated wind and hail threat. But it should be a relatively low risk today. Not zero, but it's low. Also, thank you to Alex for the $5 Venmo. I appreciate that. And also thank you, Brian, for the $5 Venmo. Appreciate that as well. Thank you. Bat NATO? That'd be pretty crazy, too. Imagine. We do a video of that tornado from earlier from Trent Coyle. This is that tornado from earlier. Let's kind of skip ahead a little bit here, but you can see that tornado kind of roping out by the looks of it. I think this is when the tornado was roping out back over in Texas. So again, earlier. This is not live, but earlier. So... Pretty crazy stuff there. I need Trent Coyle for sending that in. I don't know if were you just working, or I don't know if you're still here, but were you just working or something? Like it's actually pretty crazy. Thank you, Rose, for the $20 super chat. That is the outflow boundary. This right here that you're seeing on radar, that's the outflow boundary. If that's what you're talking about. Wow. This is Brandon Kopic. He's live on YouTube and Radar Omega. Oh my god. That is unbelievable. In South Dakota, what is happening up here? This storm doesn't even look that crazy on radar. That is unbelievable. What? It's unbelievable. Where's Brandon Kopic here on YouTube? I gotta tell him, that's unbelievable. That is unreal. That might be the craziest photo. That might be like, legitimately, that might be the craziest thing that I've seen here. Like, this year. That's so round. It's like unbelievable. Again, Brandon Kopic, you can watch him on YouTube. I mean, it's just, that's insane. Wow. I am stunned. Hey, Boris with $4.99. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. That tornado warning, by the way, here in Nebraska has expired. It's the first time in hours that we've had no tornado warnings. Feels good. Normal does not exist in 2024. Thank you, Roofer Ben, for the $50 super chat. Axtell, Texas. What's happening there? Let's check it out. Oh, that's the area that you're asking about? Oh, I gotcha. You should be fine. The storm right now is staying off to your north. Unless we get some sort of outflow developing storms, which I kind of doubt, you'll probably be missed by the worst of it. Do the gritty. We need 11 more members for me to do the gritty. So 11 more members in this stream and we'll do it. That's the deal. It's 20 new members. It would usually be in 5 minutes, but I'm not putting a time limit on this one since we're not ending quite yet. You know, Brandon, so for Storm Chasers today, it's been interesting because we got Brandon who's back up in South Dakota. I honestly thought that was a weird target. He has the most unbelievable looking storm I think I've seen like all year. Like, honestly, it's unbelievable. You got, Marie Timmer, who was in Texas. Connor Croft and Storm Media, they were in Colorado and Kansas. I think Vince was in Nebraska. I mean, like, storm chasers are literally all over the place today. It's kind of crazy. But I honestly thought where Brandon was, I didn't think really we'd see that much, and he's seen some crazy stuff. It's something. I was in Brandon's stream before he went live too. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. Thank you to Karen for becoming a member. Thank you to Jenny for the 5 gifted members. If you got a gifted membership from Jenny, make sure to thank her in the chat. Thank you, Fibers, for the gifted member. Thank you, another gifted member from Fiber. Thank you, Jennifer and Toast, for becoming a member. We need one more member to Gritty. Thank you, Joe, for the 5 gifted members. Actually, I think that's it. Ryan Scholl had a beautiful storm. Where is he? I didn't know where he was. I didn't watch him today. Is he in Colorado too? Oh, he's in South Dakota. Wow, he went far north. Okay, so he's actually also in South Dakota. He might be on the same storm. Thank you, Matthew, for becoming a member. Thank you, Lori, for the $30 Venmo. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Lori. The amount of wind reports that we've been getting here in Nebraska tonight. But a ton of them. Remind me of Ryan Hall. You know what's funny? Ryan Hall was watching me the other day. His son was looking at the TV with me on, and his son was like, "That's another Andy Hill." Which is pretty funny. Thank you, Luna and Cleo, for becoming a member. We'll do the gritty in a little bit. We'll do it closer to the end of the stream, which might be soon. I'm not sure yet. We're gonna go probably until about we'll go for like another 15 to 20 minutes and see what happens, and then if it still stays concerning, we'll stay live. I'm not sure what we're doing yet, though. Thank you, Chemical, for becoming a member. All right, let's see. If you guys have any reports, feel free to at me on Twitter. at max velocity WX. Had a lot of mammotus clouds back over in North Texas today. Let me see if we have any more photos from North Texas. Denton, Texas overnight. I don't think we'll have anything overnight. This is the future radar, by the way, for both tonight and tomorrow. Whoa, I zoomed out way too much. Let me show you the future radar. So, beginning with the southern plains, most of the storms will fizzle out as daylight heating ends. So those storms will not be going for too much longer. All right, so those ones are kind of done for tonight. Tomorrow, and even like tonight in the Central Plains, that line of storms will continue. It'll weaken once it gets closer to Omaha. Overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, a line or a cluster will likely develop here in Kansas and Oklahoma, where more damaging winds will be possible. It looks like a relatively large-scale threat here across both Oklahoma, Missouri, and Arkansas, where damaging winds is pretty likely. This might go enhanced. We'll have to wait and see, but we might get an enhanced risk for wind here in like eastern Oklahoma or western Arkansas. This appears as if we'll have to go live for it. It would be anywhere from like 10 or 11 all the way up until 6 or 7. So we'll see. We might go live for this. It appears more likely than not that we'll end up going live for that particular event.
A new tornado warning has been
We'll go to that in a
issued.
second. But we might go live tomorrow. Once we go into Tuesday morning, we'll probably get another cluster of storms going. But overall, the main concern does appear as if it'll be that. And then we might also get a line of storms as we go into Tuesday afternoon and evening across the Midwest. This does not appear as impressive as it kind of looked a few days ago. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But yeah. All right, we do have a new tornado warning for those in southeastern North Dakota. This is going to be near Windmere, Morton, and the Hankinson, I guess. I don't know. These pronunciations are kind of weird. Any of those areas, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Don't really have a great radar view of this, but that'd be where your rotation is right now. Thank you, Chemical, for becoming a member as well. Here's the live camera, by the way, out of Kearney, Nebraska. This is from the back side of the storm, or actually, this is the front side of the storm. So this is what it looks like behind that shelf cloud, because that's the shelf cloud that we were looking at a little while ago. That's the view of it, so pretty interesting. Also, thank you, Tim, for becoming a member. Right there would be your leading edge. The wind is definitely picking up, though. You can see the trees swaying and everything. Here's the, that's looking east. This is looking west in Kearney. So wind's picking up. Definitely got some damaging winds here. Lots of lightning with this line of storms. Noah, I do not. I've never tried it. There's a surprising amount of cars right now crossing over the railroad. Oh, I think the railroad just came back up. That's why. Never mind. I think that's what just happened. Duh. Lots of lightning here in Kearney, Nebraska. Should I be aware for Omaha, Nebraska? I think you should stay aware. I don't think there's any reason to really, you know, like be up super late, but damaging winds is the main concern. Like, I'm not super concerned about much else other than wind. So after we gritty tonight, that'd be our 5th gritty that we've done on stream. Pretty crazy. With that said, we still have a tornado warning here in North Dakota. Yeah, rotation here, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation on radar. So there might have been like something observed here in terms of like a wall cloud or lowering. But a little bit uncertain on that end right now. Huge milestone. I guess so. Still a lot of warnings. There sure are. There are plenty of warnings. Most of them are severe, but we still have the potential, you know, for an isolated tornado or two. Still got the line of storms going right along Interstate 80 in Nebraska. We still got the storms in Louisiana, Arkansas, a few other areas here. We could end up getting an isolated tornado out of some of this activity, just for the record. We could get a couple of QLCS tornadoes in Louisiana tonight. Might have already had one, honestly, with this area that we're looking at. Let me just line this up real quick. Is this from a scan ago? It's not lined up. But you know, basically, we could see damage. We're going to see damaging winds with this line here in Louisiana and East Texas. We could end up seeing a couple of QLCS tornadoes too, so some brief tornadoes. Again, QLCS means quasi-linear convective system. Fancy word for brief embedded tornadoes on a line of storms. So that's all it means. So, yeah. Also, the storm now here in Texas near Turkey is now up to apple-sized hail. So we're now officially up to the size of apples for hail here near Turkey, near Kitty Cay, and near Esteline here in Texas. So that hailstorm is growing in size yet again. We didn't have any DVD-sized hail today, but we did have some apple-sized hail at least back over in Texas. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream also. We're 13 likes away from 5,000. I don't know why this camera like keeps moving. There we go. There's a brief spin up tornado east of North Platte 45 minutes ago. Was there? It's very possible. Again, some of these tornadoes can happen without there even being a tornado warning. But in this case, most of these storms are outflow driven, so I kind of doubt we'll see anything too crazy there at this point. All right, both cameras on the right side of your screen will both be in Carney. The top one's looking east, the other one's looking west. Yeah, storm intermedia is on like the southern side of this mesoscale convective system with wind and hail. There honestly isn't much to see right now there. But if there is anything, we'll pull them up. This is what it looks like right now for reference. Just very dark. Very ominous. Thank you, DL, for becoming a maximum velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities.
I don't know.
I'm not really sure about this tornado warning. I don't know. I don't really see a whole lot of rotation here. But if you're in the tornado warning near Windermere or Morton in North Dakota, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. How long will I be live for? As long as needed. As long as needed. Let me check and see if we do have any live cams here, just real quick. It's Kitty K. Somebody said Kitty K. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's fine. All right, let's see. All right, so this storm right now it's south of Fargo. This is what this storm looks like right now. That's the storm there that we'd be looking at for a tornado in North Dakota. Again, I'm not really seeing anything here, just other than ominous skies. Obviously, we are a little bit distant from that particular storm. It's near Interstate 29. It's actually that was looking west in Moortown, so it's kind of on the western side of this warning. Nothing clear. Try to see if we can see anything else there. Yeah, nothing clear That's as of 16 minutes ago, actually, so it's not recent. Looks like power's about to go out in Kearney. It might. There's some big flashes of lightning there. This is, we'll go full cam to it again. Alright, let me refresh real quick. That's what it looks like right now in downtown Kearney. Oops. On the virtual railfan camera. It is definitely windy. There's plenty of lightning, plenty of rain falling. I mean, it's like non-stop flashes of lightning here in Kearney, Nebraska. Is Brandon still have a good view of that? I'll go to him in a second. I wasn't looking. Brandon's getting a little bit further away from it. Not as crazy of a view as a moment ago, but he had I mean, it was a mothership of a storm like 15 minutes ago. I've never seen, honestly, the storm that I saw on Brandon's feed about 15 minutes ago was probably the craziest supercell structure I've actually seen this year. It was just that unbelievable. How's it going, Exploration? Welcome back. So again, that's in Kearney. It's a normal severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning that we have is north of or west of Wahpeton. I don't know how to pronounce these. Near Morton and Great Bend. Goes for 19 more minutes. Again, just seek shelter if you're in the warning. We don't have a lot of a visual of this on radar. Just some broad circulation moving towards Mantador, Barney, and Windermere as well. Still got the line of storms ongoing, which is what we're just looking at near Kearney, where there is plenty of lightning, plenty of rain, and all that sort of jazz happening there. Then again, power outages very well in play. Apparently, North Platte earlier had power outages across almost the entire town. I'm not sure if we have that data on the power outage map here. Let me check. I don't think they're tracked in that county, so I don't think we'll be able to see it. But they apparently have some pretty widespread power outages there. Have an apple-sized hailstorm near Turkey, Texas. This is again pretty much the highest level warning that we've seen today when it comes to hail. So apple-sized hail happening right now near Turkey, just northeast of Quittake. Going to be going in the direction of Paducah and Childress, so just stay weather aware if you're in those two locations. Daylight heating again should help hopefully weaken that out over time. But right now, it's definitely not done. Still got a line of storms going through Shreveport right now. Maybe an isolated tornado somewhere in here. Looks like we have a little bit of rotation just to the west of Stonewall. So I'm not ruling out an isolated tornado, especially near Shreveport, where we could get a brief tornado out of this line. More than anything, though, it is mostly a damaging wind threat. And we have a new radar scan coming in, so we'll just stay here for a second. Update on the bats. Actually, yeah, I'll look at that in the... Actually, we can look at that while this updates. There it is. Wow, this is pretty crazy. Let's go back 30 frames. Look at this. This is from the bats taking off earlier here in Texas. That is so crazy to see on radar. There's actually two of them. This is one and this is two. Look how that just explodes. That's so crazy. What time did this happen? 8:30. When's Uvalde, Texas sunsets? This is right at sunset, so this is undoubtedly bats just taking off on radar. That is crazy. Not rain. It's legitimately just bats taking off. Right at sunset. thought that was a joke. This is not a joke. No, I'm being serious. This is bats taking off. This is actually a real thing. So if you've never seen bats take off in person before, you can at least claim that they've taken off on radar. Out of a cave? I am guessing so much. This area of Texas in particular is very known for having bats take off on radar, so that's what we're seeing here near Camp Wood. Again, this is a 30 frame loop. So this started at about 8:30 and sunset is about 8:35. And bats usually take off at this around this time, whenever, you know, around sunset. So 8:35 is the sunset. They took off around 8:32. So basically at sunset they took off, and so that's just them expanding. And there's another one over here near 674, but near Campwood, Texas. Pretty crazy animation though to see on radar, and look how big that is. It's just a huge circle. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado with this near Stonewall, Louisiana. There is still some rotation there. No debris signature, but unwarned area of rotation near Stonewall. Still got a scattered wind threat right now ongoing here in Nebraska. This is, again, damaging winds up to 60 to 65 miles per hour moving eastbound right along Interstate 80, and as well as in northern Kansas. Tornado threat is, again, pretty close to zero with those storms. We still have our tornado warning back up here in North Dakota near Morton and near Great Bend and Hackinson. That is producing the threat, mostly for wind and hail, but they do have a tornado warning there for 15 more minutes. So, again, if you're in that warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. Let's go back to, I don't know. Just going to look at the bats take off for a second, I guess. Thank you, by the way, to anybody that's become a member, super chatted, Venmo'd, purchased merch, did something as simple as liking the stream or subscribing. I really do appreciate your support. And also thank you, Lauren, for the 10 gifted members. I appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Lauren. And also, if you got a membership from Lauren, make sure to thank her in the chat. I do appreciate your generosity. Yeah, these are, again, bats that were taking off. Let's go to, we'll go to the, here's the live cam in Kearney, Nebraska. We'll just sit here for a second on the virtual rail fan. No update on the Shreveport rotation yet. We should have a radar scan in a minute, though. That hopefully clarifies anything there. There are power flashes being reported in Shreveport. Let's go back to Shreveport again. There were power flashes being reported in Shreveport. Now, that could be from wind. It also could be from, like, an isolated tornado. Guessing it's probably from the wind. The one area that I'm looking at for rotation would be near Stonewall, which is not warned. That area of rotation right there does look a little bit more concerning. But again, there might be a brief tornado in between radar scans. This radar is only updating every, like, 5 minutes. So it's very inconsistent. So, unfortunately. Thank you, Big Brother, for the $4.99. Is there a debris signature on the bats taking off? That's actually an interesting question. Let's check that out. So let me go back. I have to go back 30 frames again. Actually, I'm gonna check out the velocities first. See that you can see the velocities with the bats taking off. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. Yeah, there sure is. Wow, that's kind of sketchy to see on radar. This is what it began as. Look at that. That's just scary to look at on correlation coefficient of bats taking off. Kenny, no, I think they only have one in Nebraska. That's so weird. It's sketchy. Alright, we have a new radar scan here in Louisiana. Still got rotation. I mean, it's not warned. I still wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado here. There's possibly something on the ground. It's not very definitive. It's not clear cut, but there is definitely unwarned rotation there, west of Interstate 49, or we'll be approaching Interstate 49 just out to Shreveport. Otherwise, I don't really see any other rotation areas in this line. It's really just this one area. So, I don't know. Not warned, but definitely some rotation there. I'll give you 10 more if I do the gritty. I'll be doing the gritty here soon. Depends on how long we stay live for. Should get 100 gifted for all the gritties I've done. We've done 5 gritties. After today, 5 gritties in history. Okay. Stay safe, Amy. Hope that surgery goes well. Alright. Another radar scan will take probably about 2 more minutes to come in there. Let's go back to North Dakota. Still have a tornado warning here near Hankinson and Ligerwood. And still broad circulation. I'm really not seeing much here. But if you are in this area, just continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. There's really not much visual on radar of this. But if we do have a tornado, it would be presumably approaching Great Bend. So that'd be the next area in the track of that, as that moves east. Let's go to Louisiana. We'll have another radar scan here in a second. How do I give somebody a membership? You can't gift specific people memberships, but if you want to gift memberships in general, it is the money symbol. I don't think you can do it on iOS. I know you can do it on Android. Or not Android, sorry, on PC. Like a computer. But I don't think you can on... I could be wrong, but I don't think you can on iOS. Yeah, I'm not going to gritty during a tornado warning. Oh my god, it is so cold. I am freezing right now. I don't know why. I don't know if like this room is turning into the Arctic right now. The thermometer set at like 75, I think. I'm frigid. Do I have to turn it up another degree? I'm gonna go turn it up another degree. All right, it's set at 76 because I'm freezing. Hey, Chris, for the 5 gifted members as well. I do appreciate it. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Chris. Anything over 72 is a terrarium? Says Lauren with the $5 super chat. I have to disagree. I think I don't know why some of you guys have your AC set at like 62. I don't know what's going on, but you need to like I don't know. You got to go somewhere else. You got to go to like Florida or Texas. Like just live there for like a year. I don't know how in the world you can be in that cold of a temperature. Stay healthy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Better get a COVID check. Has nothing to do with COVID. Has nothing to do with being sick. It's just cold. I know what it feels like when I'm actually sick. I'm not sick. Got a little inflow notch on this too. It's with the velocity show. Alright, that rotation's gone. Definitely a brief circulation there. Looks like it is now finally kind of done. 76 is too hot? No, it's not. It's not. It really is not. I don't understand how people think that's hot. It's not. It's like, that's like normal. Mine is set on 75. Thank you, Joe. Joe is really speaking the peace of mind here. You know, when we had that Drunk NATO earlier, I honestly should have put on the Drunk NATO t-shirt. I really should have. I'm going to now, because I feel like it. Got the Drunk NATO t-shirt now on. Ready to go. I have 2 shirts on. Crazy stuff. Thank you to Lauren for the $5 super chat. 62 all day, all night. What are you talking about? How in the world do you do that even in Texas? Your electricity bill must be insane, unless you have solar. That's crazy. Thank you, Radar Wiley, for the 10 gifted members. Put smarts in the chat for Radar Wiley. Wow, that's, I don't even know how many gifted members we've had in the last like 10 minutes. I think that's like 25 or something. Do appreciate your generosity. If you got a gifted member, make sure to thank Radar Wiley. Still have a tornado warning in North Dakota for 5 more minutes. See if they issue another one. I'm a lizard? No, I'm not. I can't even show the Drunk NATO shirt. I don't have the whole shot here. $58 during the day and 62 at night? What are you talking about? There is just no way. What? I think you need... I don't know what you need. What? 58? I don't know how you can get your AC down that low, to be honest. I don't know how that's even possible. Thank you to Courtney for the $5 Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you. 34 at night? Yeah, okay. It's no shot. I mean, honestly, if you're anywhere below 65, I think you're just crazy. I'm being honest. Like, at this point, there's just no way. 65 or lower, we need to talk. That's way too cold. Now, I get maybe 78 and higher might be a bit absurd, but like, I've been in rooms at 81 degrees. I mean, that feels pretty normal. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Let's get talking. Thank you, Aiden, for the $5 super chat. Most common temperature in Wisconsin is 69. Nice. Oh, honestly, 69, I don't know. It's not, I mean, in Wisconsin, that's kind of reasonable. I would say, though, it's higher. Like, the temperature is usually higher the further south you go. Because, granted, electricity is going to cost more and all that sort of stuff. Thank you, Lauren, for the $5 super chat. I have a huge tree that covers my house, so it keeps my window units cool. That's smart. We get a max velocity heat lamp? No. I don't know how to do that. I'm not that sophisticated. I'm 74 in Central Florida. I mean, that's not unreasonable. Thanks, Sarge, for the $5 donation. This tornado warning, by the way, expires in 2 minutes in North Dakota. I don't really see anything. That's why I'm not really talking about it. I appreciate that, by the way, Sarge. Thank you. Max velocity fireplace. Yes, let me make a max velocity of everything. I'm gonna make a max velocity food restaurant next. Gonna serve beer in the form of a drunkenado. Carnery, that is what I'm talking about. 78 to 80 degrees for the AC. There you go. Perfect. Absolutely spectacular. At least during the summer. Lauren, I do not have Cash App, but maybe in the future. I've not really looked into it much. Alright, that tornado warning does expire in 30 seconds. Making me sweat? How? I'm cold and it's like 74 in here. Or 75. I've turned it up to 76 now. It's freezing. Max velocity car wash actually would probably work. It does sound pretty good. It flows. Are we good north of Shreveport? You are good. As long as you're behind the line of storms, you're good. Mostly a damaging wind threat right now. Friendly reminder, by the way, for those that want to pick up our limited release merch, I just want to throw it out there because we are closing in on the final day to pick it up. We are 4 days away. I will not be live most likely on the day that this does go away unless there's severe weather. We do have our limited release for 250,000 subscribers, our trucker hat, and as well as our t-shirt. Again, these are only out for 4 more days. It's the top link in the description below. There's multiple different styles that you can get, different colors, all that sort of stuff, a little signature on it and everything. So again, you can pick this up on shopmaxvelocity.net. The link is in the description. You also got the t-shirt, which has a couple different things. You got the 8-inch, you got the cheese curds, you got the Drunknado, the trampoline, all that sort of stuff. Really cool design here. You can also get this in multiple different colors as well. And also we got our Drunknado t-shirt, which I actually am wearing right now. I'll try to show you guys. It's extremely comfortable. Look at this thing. It's really comfortable. It's really cool. And you can also pick this up. This is not limited release. It'll be on our store for a while. This is one of our highest demanded things that we've had on our store, so definitely check it out. At shopmaxvelocity.net. The link is also going to be in the description, and it's also going to be posted in the chat multiple times. It's posted like 6 times in the chat, even though the chat's going kind of fast. Hey, Tofu for the $5 super chat. 12 degrees? Okay, honestly, I used to wear shorts. Like, I used to live in the Northeast. I used to wear shorts when the temperature was like 10 degrees. I used to do that. But now that I live in the South, that's not a thing. Hey, Fibers for the $5 super chat. That's not a bad idea either. That's a possibility. Ah, yes, let's look at the Atlantic Ocean. Let's check out the fish. All right, let's go back here. I did not mean to do that. -1 tornado warning. That's fancy. We've officially gone backwards in the system. Drunknado shirt is awesome. I just got one. Honestly, like, I wasn't... So I have the shirt, obviously. I was not thinking about wearing this, but honestly, I probably will. In public. I will probably wear it. It's comfortable, and it's stylish. Like, I actually like it. It's very comfortable. I also got a couple of other shirts. Gotta tear these open. Thank you, Arch, for the $5 super chat. The Hill Country? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Hill Country sounds cool. I also got this. We got the alternate logo t-shirt as well. Which, honestly, this one's a bit off-centered. I think we'll have to get a new one. And then... back to weather. Have I tried the butter burger? I have. I've had it, like, probably half a dozen times now. This honestly is probably my favorite design. This right here. It's like a light blue. Looks amazing. So, and we got our Drunknado shirt, which honestly is probably the best one. Alright, tornado threat pretty low in Louisiana. Looks like it's mostly just wind. We have no warnings, by the way, in Nebraska at all. It's just all wind and lightning and rain. There's not a single severe thunderstorm anymore in Nebraska, which is good news. Good stuff. Did I miss the gritty? I've not done it yet, no. I'll do it in a moment. We're back in the studio. Quick heads up, by the way, for tomorrow. We might be going live. It's a large, marginal, and slight risk for severe weather. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a slight risk, like, back up into here. So we might be live tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Obviously, click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we do go live. Tuesday, which is tossing trampolines on tacos Tuesday. We might have some of those. We have a marginal threat from Minnesota and Wisconsin back into Kansas. Another day where a live stream is possible if we do get an upgrade to that threat. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, don't have a clue. I do want to remind everybody, because a lot of you guys are frequent watchers, Saturday, which is June 8th, until next Friday, which is June 14th, I will be on vacation entirely. I am not going to be going live at all that week, most likely. I don't think we're going to have anything too substantial from at least what I was looking at on the long-term computer models. With that said, we could still see some severe weather. Just know I will probably not be live at all that week, like Saturday until Friday. So I'll be doing an extended vacation, my first legitimate vacation in quite a while. So that's what we're looking at right now as we go into next week. Hopefully the weather stays quiet, but, you know, it's June. It'll probably stay pretty active to some extent. Long-term computer models do show at least the weekend. It doesn't look super crazy next week, at least from what I'm looking at long-term, but again, things could change. Let's just hope there's nothing too significant, because I do not want to be missing big severe weather events on vacation, but who knows. It doesn't look bad, though. I mean, I'm looking at the European model, just kind of long-term right now. I'm not seeing anything too crazy. Like, right now, this is the jet stream. I've showed this, like, every video recently. Got this large trough digging into the northern plains here. Once we go into Thursday, Friday, and a Saturday, just kind of stalls out. We might get some of these, like, small storms, but, I mean, just nothing that looks super organized long-term. And then the GFS model, I think, shows pretty similar stuff. Let's look. Yeah, pretty similar stuff. This is Sunday of this weekend, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, we could get something by the tail end of the period. I mean, I'll be back by Friday, probably, Friday evening, so might have something then, but we'll see. Okay. With all that said, let's do a gritty. I need a vacation? I know. I really hope we don't miss anything, because, like, legitimately, if I miss anything, I'm going to be so disappointed. I don't miss severe weather events usually, so that would be really unfortunate if I miss anything big. Or even small. I mean, I like covering small events, too. Alright. Is the camera even... I don't know what's going on with the camera here. Give me 1 second. Alright. Right foot creep. Boop, boop. Alright. All around the world. Alright. Let me fix this camera again. I don't know what's going on. My camera's like kind of high for some reason. I haven't been at my studio for a few days. Maybe a fly got on it or something. My official sign off. Oh, there you go. New severe thunderstorm warning for Grand Island for damaging winds up to 60. Is this TikTok? No, I have not uploaded any of this to TikTok. I think that was the best gritty that we've had yet, honestly. That deserves 25 new members. Become a member. Our member count's soaring. I do want to mention, by the way, tomorrow I am planning, as long as we don't really do any big severe weather coverage, I am planning on doing a members-only fan mail unboxing. If the weather's crazy tomorrow, we'll do it Tuesday. But tomorrow, probably. So if you're a member or you want to become a member and watch that, become a member with the join button down below. Okay. Ordered a shirt and a hat today. I'm excited. I'm excited for you. I mean, I'm telling you guys, like, this stuff is not like low quality. All of our merch is actually really high quality. This hat that I have, it's embroidered. It's the 100K limited release hat that we had. I mean, I'm not trying to sell you on it, but like everything is actually fantastic. Like, I'm just saying in general. I highly recommend if you want to get anything. The Drunk NATO shirt's great. The limited release stuff's obviously great too. It's more collector stuff, but you can get it. It's all very comfortable. Very high quality shirts. And hats. Thank you, Heather, for the $1.99. Appreciate that. Thank you. I live near Omaha. Should I be concerned? Not really. Just gusty winds. Really the main concern. This is bowing out actually faster than I expected. We had a big surge of wind at one point, but it's definitely overall just kind of weakening out here. It's not as intense as before. Which is good news. Adam, I know, and I can't do anything about it. I am not sponsored by Circle. They don't have affiliate. I mean, they have like an affiliate program, but like I don't get like anything from it. So it's just like you get like a free sip or something. I can't remember what it was. Thank you, Sarge, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Where do I see myself in a couple years? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. You know, somebody asked me before I went live, they're like, what do you think about all this fame that you have on YouTube? I honestly don't even think about it. Like, I have not thought about it, like, hardly at all. Like, this number that I have on the screen here, like, the subscriber count that we have, I honestly have not really taken this in. Like, I've never really cared that much about that. I love doing what I do. I don't know. It's kind of one of those things, I don't know. I'm not really that big into the numbers, I guess. I don't know. I kind of thought about it. I'm like, I don't really feel popular at all. I just kind of feel like I'm here. Thank you, Holland Beck, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the $5 super chat. The big demand here on the Max Velocity channel. We have 5 gritties now officially. 5th gritty of all time. I'm not going to get to 1 million in a few months. We would need so much severe weather for us to get to 1 million. Like, it's not even funny. We need like another 2-month outbreak event, basically, that we just had happen again, which is not going to happen anytime soon. Ryan Scholl got pulled over earlier. That's unfortunate. Any gritty merch coming? I don't know. I thought about it. I'm not sure. I don't think we're going to. But maybe. We'll see. I'll buy a gritty shirt right now. I don't know. I'm not sure. I was thinking about it, but I'm not entirely sure yet. Hey, you hand for letters for the $10 super chat. Am I the #1 tornado channel? I don't know what that means. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know what that means. Set a goal for gritty merch? I don't know what it would look like, honestly. Like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. Once the gritty merch is out, I'm buying it. Honestly, I have an idea. A Drunknado t-shirt, but with me doing the gritty inside the tornado, that sounds like it could be crazy. That could go hard, honestly. I just thought of it. I would have put the gritty, like, legitimately, just put, like, the gritty emoji right inside the Drunknado t-shirt. That would be amazing. That is actually a fantastic idea. We'd basically be adding a Drunknado t-shirt, but now adding a gritty to it. Because right now, this is what it looks like. Got the trampoline and everything. Oh, man. That'd be so funny. Be hilarious. I can't believe I just thought of that. I would have to crop I would have to find like a good gritty image. Let's do the gritty on the trampoline. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I'll look into it. I'm not sure yet, but we might do that. We'll see. It's definitely a possibility. Moist NATO shirt. Another idea. Plenty of ideas out there. A moist NATO shirt. Oh my goodness. Flying trampoline shirt for sure. Actually, speaking of flying trampoline shirt, we do currently have flying trampoline merch. That merch is going to be going away soon. We're going to be revamping it probably by the fall. That is somewhere in here. I don't know where. Where is it? Kind of down near the bottom, I think. Oh, no, it's right here. So we have this currently for our current design for flying trampoline merch, shirts and stuff like that. Again, this will be actually going away here in about a week, maybe sooner. So if you want to get one of those, you can pick it up. We're going to be revamping that here soon. So, yeah. There's a sticker version of it as well. We have stickers basically for everything. But there's a sticker version of it. There's, you know, a t-shirt. So. Maybe merch was the friends we made along the way. Okay. Thank you to Michelle for the $4.99. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Glad I can expire. What's the night like for DFW? It should be quiet tonight. Tomorrow might be a bit more active. Again, we might be going live tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. If we do go live, it'll probably be during the afternoon. I'm not sure yet, though. I don't know. Tomorrow looks kind of larger again. It just... You know, we got this like large line of storms tomorrow morning into the afternoon across Oklahoma, Arkansas, maybe Texas. Let's look at the wind here. The wind gusts being estimated by radar. I don't know. I don't know if we're going live. I don't really know. Who knows? I don't really make up my mind until like a few hours beforehand, honestly. This is Midwest. Who is we when we go live? I've always said we. Even if it's just me, I've always said we, so I'm gonna be honest with you, there's no technical we. I mean, chat moderators could be technically we, but like there's nobody behind the scenes like here or anything like that. I just say we. It sounds better. Saying I'm going live just sounds boring. Sounds lame. I mean, you got the Drunknado in the house, you got the gritty, you got everything. I think that's plural. I think that should be we. There's gonna be some storms in the Midwest too tomorrow. I don't know. What's the tornado parameter values? Doing like kind of like a little look at this. There's a low tornado risk in the Midwest tomorrow too, in Illinois. If we get a tornado warning up here, we'll definitely go live, I think. Southern Plains, I don't really know. This is the current outlook from the Storm Prediction Center for tomorrow. So again, we got that large large marginal threat, smaller slight risk of severe weather. A max velocity snow globe. This is your tornado threat. So again, very low. Not zero, but it's very low. Wind threat and hail threat. I don't really know. Should I go live? Well, you guys are going to say yes, so it doesn't... I mean, asking you is not going to do anything. I already know your answer. Tuesday, maybe. I don't know yet. I'm not really sure yet, honestly, about past even today. We might go live tomorrow, I'm not sure. Just subscribe to the channel, click the bell icon down below so you're notified if and when we do go live. I'm not really sure if we're going to. It's kind of a risk that's just... It's there. There's just not much there. You know what I mean? Looks like mostly a wind threat. Today actually turned out to be a little bit bigger than I thought it would, at least when it came to the tornado threat. The wind threat, too, was a little bit higher than I anticipated. But overall, kind of level for what was kind of expected, at least. So. So glad we saw the bats. Yeah, the bats was probably the coolest thing we saw tonight, honestly. We go back all the way back 75 frames. For anybody that missed it, this is when bats take off here in Texas. Really cool stuff here. We'll watch it here on radar. You'll see it blow up. This is bats taking off right at sunset on radar. That right there. Had another one over here too. I actually learned this in my satellite and radar class that I took, but I've never seen this on radar before up until now. Honestly, I think today's gritty was the best one that we've had. Oh man, it's so funny. Just watching it back. Know where Batman's hiding now? I guess so. I didn't see it. You can join our Discord server in the description. There's plenty of videos are going to be posted there. I'll probably upload it to Twitter or something too. And you can also go back like 10 minutes, I think. Or 15 minutes. It was an impressive gritty, thank you. We're improving. Again, you know, we're improving with our gritty game here on the Max Velocity channel. But I've been practicing my gritty skills over the past few days, and I'm finding it more important than ever to never stop grittying. As Reed Timmer would say, never stop chasing. Good times. How did I start all this? I started by grittying, and that's how it all began. No, I'm just kidding. I started in 2020. That's when we began. It was mostly just North Texas weather, and then it... Eventually, in 2022, we basically started this YouTube channel. More for North Texas, but then it changed into nationwide weather after like a month or two of live streams. So it's a long story. I'm not going to tell the entire thing, but it's interesting. It's kind of how it all began. Ready into Disney when you get there? Oh my god. I would need like 1,000 gifted members. I would legitimately need 1,000 gifted members for me to go through the park entrance at Disney on Saturday in gritty into the park. I don't even know if I could do that. Honestly, even for whatever it's worth, I don't know if I could do that. It just sounds horrible. It sounds like a torture to do that. All these people will be looking at you like, what in the world is this guy doing? Like, is this guy okay? For the record, I will. I've kind of already mentioned it, but I will be in Disney on my the vacation is going to Disney with a lot of different family members starting Saturday. I'll be there until probably Friday, I think. So it'll be pretty fun. Connor's so salty about it. I know. It's fine though. I understand why he's annoyed. Apparently, people were talking about the gritty for about 25 minutes in his chat after I mentioned it, so I completely understand. I mean, during this entire stream, I saw people saying gritty every like 2 seconds, so but I don't really mind it. Sarah, Disney World. Anyone else sick of the gritty? I'm not. I actually don't mind doing it. It gets my legs moving. I sit in this chair for 6+ hours on a lot of these live streams. I don't mind getting up. Coming to my work? How do you work at Disney? That's pretty crazy. Small world, after all. Puns, memes. I need a standing desk. I will have a standing desk in our Studio 2.0 next year. It's like a year away, though. There's no rotation on this storm near Grand Island. It's just wind. A long ride? I think there's a lot of long rides. Are we talking about the Hall of Presidents? Hall of Presidents is a must-do. Extraordinary show. Absolutely extraordinary. Actually pretty relaxing. I was so against the Hall of Presidents for like, I don't know, my entire childhood. And now I actually enjoy watching it. It's history. It's interesting. Is this line heading into Mississippi? No. You might get something in like western Mississippi, but it'd just be gusty winds. Shouldn't be anything really severe. Oh, log ride? That's now called like something to do with Tiana. Yeah, Denton is fine overnight tonight. Do I monitor hurricanes? Yes, we once again we do cover hurricanes. Believe it or not, I know it's shocking here, but we do cover hurricanes. This is the California live cam on Radar Omega. There's still snow on that mountain. Looking at this makes me cold. Literally. Thank you, Lauren, for another 10 gifted members. Put smarts in the chat for Lauren. We appreciate your generosity. If you got a gifted member, make sure to thank Lauren as well. The wind threat actually in Louisiana just got up to 70 miles per hour, so a bit more significant now, moving east. We have 111 new members today, by the way. I do appreciate anybody that became a member. Just a reminder again, if we go live tomorrow, we might not do it, but if we are not live tomorrow for general severe weather coverage, we will be doing a fan mail unboxing stream. A lot of you guys have been sending in fan mail recently. You know, we unboxed that Culver shirt on that stream, but if you want to send us anything, the link is in the description. But I'll have a stream for members only tomorrow, so if you want to become a member, it's as little as $2.99 a month. It is the join button down below or the link in the description. If you want to watch that, it's either going to be tomorrow or Tuesday. Preferably tomorrow, but if not, it'll be Tuesday, depending on weather. I'm not sure what time it'll be at, but it'll probably be during the evening. So most of you should be able to still watch it. It'll probably be around like 6 or 7 Central. If we don't have any severe weather. If we have severe weather, it might be pushed back later, or it might be on Tuesday. The fan mail box is in the description. It's also going to be posted in the chat in case you are interested in sending anything. But yeah, feel free to check it out. There's a train coming. We have both live cams, both in Carney. They're just looking different directions. Thank you, Drunk Uncle, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Should I become a member? You should. Honestly, being a member on the channel, you get a lot of benefits, including bloopers access, exclusive live streams, and so much more. Get a badge. I think the best thing is the badge, honestly. And the emojis. Line looks to be strengthening. It's pretty much going the same pace. And it's also not really intensifying much. It's just wind. Gusty winds, really, and that's about it. Thank you, by the way, Lauren, for another $2 super chat. Oh, you're good. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you for being very generous today. So entertaining tonight. Can I make a new bloopers video? I would need to either edit it myself or have somebody else edit it, and I would also have to find all the timestamps to all the bloopers that we've had, which is like impossible. That's like so time consuming, I just don't feel like doing it. Hey, Sarah, for becoming a Velocity member. Hey, by the way, to anybody that subscribed today, our subscriber count, I think, is pretty close. Let me check real quick. So many hours of live streams? I know. Well, I mean, some of the live streams, like, near the end are just talking like this. So. We just crossed 277,500 subscribers. Check the bats. I think the bats are done. It's usually only lasts like an hour. Yeah, I think it's pretty much done. It really, you only really can see a clear view of it for probably the first like half an hour. And that's kind of done. Need more Pat content. Hey, Lauren, for another $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Maybe. Well, it's not a bad idea. Hey, John, for the $2 super chat. How's Kansas City? Looks fine to me. I don't think you'll have much there other than just some isolated damaging winds overnight tonight. Can't believe there's still 6,000 people watching. Wes, yes, you can donate via PayPal with the donation link in the description. There are 2 donation links. We have Venmo and the donation link. I'll post it in the chat too. But that donation link is also for PayPal, and credit and debit card also are accepted on there. Hey, Lindsay, for also becoming a member. Yeah, if you don't want a super chat, those links are in the description. I joined for the bats. The bats are pretty cool. We saw them on radar. I'll show it again, just for those that might be tuning in here late, as I am beginning to get hungry. Yeah, go back to radar. Let's go back 50 frames. We might have to go back further. Oh, there you go. So that's the bats taking off around 8:30. A PDS bat warning? I guess so. Thank you, Mister, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. It's awesome, Tessa. Appreciate you tuning in. Can't deal with some of these comments. There's some interesting comments in this chat. Chaz, there are no storms right now that are tornado possible labeled. It's just lightning, wind, and hail. Pretty ordinary stuff at this point. Honestly, the live stream would have probably been done like 25, 30 minutes ago, but I'm still here. But yeah, those are the bats taking off near Campwood, Texas. I think there are bat caves in this area, so I think this is actually pretty common. Thank you, Wes, for the $20 donation. Appreciate your generosity. I don't know where this even is. Can't find it. Okay, I lost the theme bobber here. I appreciate that, Wes. Thanks for your generosity. Glad I can help. Bat NATO shirt when? I'm not doing a Bat NATO shirt. This is like a once in like a year probably sort of event that we're seeing here on Radar. I don't, at least on a live stream. We usually do not see that sort of stuff happen on live streams. In most cases. You know, there's another radar hole here, too. They have radar holes everywhere. The radar hole here in western Minnesota, too. Alright, I'm getting hungry, and I want to go eat. So, that's going to be it for today's stream. Again, we've been just kind of chatting, but I'm getting hungry. If we go live tomorrow, again, I don't know when it will be, but we might go live. So, subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Click the bell icon so you're notified if and when we do go live. And once again, just a reminder, if you want to pick up any of our limited release 250,000 subscriber merch, it is on shopmaxvelocity.net. The link is at the top of the description, and it is also going to be posted in the chat a few times. Check that out before you leave. Again, it's only out until Thursday, I believe. So we got like 2 or 3 more days for you to pick this up. Yeah, Thursday's the last day. So check this out. Again, last time you can buy it will be Thursday, and then it's gone forever. It is limited release. It'll never come back. And we're not going to have another milestone hat or shirt like this probably until 500,000 subscribers, if we do another one, which that... We'll probably do another one, but that'll be like the next time we do it. And that's if we reach that. So obviously just make sure if you want to get one of these, pick it up. ShopMaxVelocity.net. We still got the Drunk NATO shirts. It's the one I'm wearing literally right now, which is amazing. Very high quality shirts, very high quality hats. ShopMaxVelocity.net. I do appreciate anybody that's picked up any of that merch. Thank you for your support. And thank you to anybody that super chatted today, became a member, donated, liked the stream, subscribed, anything like that. I really do appreciate you guys tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. We'll be back possibly tomorrow or Tuesday. If not, we might not be back for a couple weeks if we don't go live tomorrow. So I'm not sure what's going to happen there yet, but we'll see. All right, we'll see you guys again soon. Have a good night, and bye-bye.